Hello, hello. We're live, baby. What is this camera angle? What is going on? Am I glitchy? What's happening? Oh my god. I'm gonna lose my mind. Why is that hot already? What's happening? I feel like something. What is going on? What's happening? I don't know. Hi, everybody. Oh my god. It can never be easy. It can never be easy. Okay. Okay. It's giving pixelated. Oh no. It's giving pixelated. Okay. Goodbye. I'm just kidding. Just give me 1 second. Hello? I'm gonna scream. I don't know anyone who. I think the internet has a vendetta against me. Because what do you mean? Because what do you mean? What do you mean? I was on time too. I was on time. And this trash, trash, trash. Is it getting better? Trash. Oh, oh, oh my God. Oh my God. I just want to watch Jen McCabe have a breakdown in court. That's all I want. That's all I want to do. Is that really too much to ask for? Is that really too much? I guess so. I guess it is. Which is unfortunate. Okay. All right. Here we go. It looks like it's getting slightly better. I need to turn on subtitles. Yep, it's just called closed captioning on YouTube. I don't know if it will how fast it is for live streams, but it should. I don't know why it wouldn't. It should. It should. It should. Okay. I have some things to do. Oh my God. And it just keeps dropping out. I don't know what to do, guys. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I wanted to play you something before we get into court because it's really interesting to me. And it's something that we probably all may not have heard of. But oh my God, I'm like, no, why does this happen? Why does this happen? Why does this happen? Like, what did I do? What did I do? What did I do personally to I restarted the router. I restarted my computer. I am plugged in, hardwired in. It says it's let's do okay. We're doing a speed test here. We're testing a speed test. Hi everybody. It has fairly good upload speeds. So I'm not sure as to why it's having issues. I don't understand. Um, this is quite interesting. I'm doing a packet loss test to see if that is the issue. And It's saying that 0 packet loss. No packets. No packets have been lost. So I'm in a state of confusion, but I think everything looks okay right now. So let's take this opportunity to play this thing that I want you guys that do we know? Let's take this opportunity. It immediately gets bad again. Okay, this is from the channel Crime to Burn. This is a short. I literally saw it on my way in and it's bad again. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure this out. I don't know. I don't understand. If anyone knows of a internet professional that might be able to assist with why exactly this is happening, I would love their input. I would love their input. I'm really upset. Hmm. Or you're just watching me try to figure this out. um 8 seconds remaining on a internet stability test. Is that a thing? Stability bad. Okay. I wonder why. Why is my internet stability bad? What makes internet stability bad? Is it wind? Because that's the only thing that's happening here. Wind is the only thing that's happening here. All right, let's play this. This is from the channel Crime to Burn. Is Florida hiding their crime lab's problems? We're talking about it.
Look, I get it. Everyone is super focused on the Karen retrial because that investigation was absolutely botched. But did you know that there's an even bigger miscarriage of justice occurring right now in the state of Florida? And this time, the investigation was botched by the Florida State Crime Lab. They claimed that in a potential arson case, they found traces of accelerant in 12 samples that were later found to have actually 0 traces of accelerant in all 12 samples. They were misidentified as having accelerant. And this isn't the only time this lab has screwed up. In fact, they lost their accreditation after an independent reviewer found that in 26 cases they reviewed, more than half of them, they had falsely found traces of accelerant. That is really concerning. However, prosecutors were still willing to take Michelle Taylor to court, even with 0 evidence that there was actually any crime at all. So when faced with a system that was more interested in pursuing conviction than in pursuing truth and justice, Michelle Taylor did the only thing that she thought she could do, and she took a plea deal. So she's headed into sentencing on May 30th. And here's the thing, this isn't just a sentencing hearing. This is a test of the system. Will that judge send Michelle Taylor home with her family, giving her credit for the time that she's already served in jail awaiting trial? Or will they send an innocent mother to prison in order to try to sweep their own crime lab's problems back under the rug? Well, we're talking about it, and you can't hide from it, Florida. Please listen to this week's episode of Crime to Burn and share it with your friends.
Okay, will do. To have a crime lab mislabel accelerant is sort of some next level stuff. So I saw that coming in. It literally has 0 comments. And I was gonna comment on it, but I'm on the wrong channel. That's wild. I will like that so I don't lose it. So we'll look into that and see what's going on. This internet is, I don't know how does one fix an unstable internet when they are directly plugged into the router? Reminds me of mass. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Ronnie, we have been at this. I have been trying for 24 minutes to not have unstable internet. I don't even know. Raylene, it's just closed captioning. If it's, I don't know if it takes, I don't know if you can even on live streams. That's all on your device. It's either closed captionings, it's like CC, like in the thing. Maybe on like your phone, you might be able to do it in settings, but there's no way for me to put captions on. I mean, I'm sure there is a way, but I don't have that. And it's not through like YouTube. I can't put captions on through YouTube for me, unfortunately. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't think live streams have captions until maybe like an hour in or something like that. Like it takes a while for the captions to generate for stuff. For me, I can put the captions on for the trial, because that's already happened. The captions are already loaded. That's why I like doing court late, because you have the caption option for the day. I am dealing with internet that is going in and out and in and out, and I don't know why. Yesterday there was like one time it was an issue. And I was like, I caught it. But I'm not exactly sure why it's doing what it is doing. Uh, it's like getting really good and then it's getting really bad. So I'm not sure why. But if I can catch it that it's bad, I will pause the court so that we don't miss anything. Let's see here. Let me see. Yeah, captions aren't available on the stream yet. It looks like it does take a little bit. Let me go to let me click on yesterday's. Yeah, and captions are available. Yeah, I think it's just like because we're live, it's not gonna hop on, unfortunately. Unfortunately. So yeah, so let's get into, so I want to look into that. So she said on the Crime to Burn video we just watched, Crime to Burn's video, lab mislabeled an accelerant within their samples, like their evidence samples, and someone is potentially going to be sentenced to prison time. Now, I don't know anything else besides that, so I'm going to listen to her stuff and I'm going to see what the heck is going on. Maybe it's something we can talk about after or in between Karen Reed or something like that. There is no court today. There's no court today. So when we finish today, we'll be caught up. I will probably do a tomorrow afternoon stream as well, like maybe like 3:30, to catch up on Friday. And then we'll be like all caught up with everyone in the real world. Isn't that crazy? I love that. So let's get into Karen Reed. And what are we doing today? We are doing Jen McCabe. We're doing Jen McCabe. So Jen McCabe started after Ian Whiffen. There's a little bit of Jen McCabe. We're going to listen to that at probably like 1.5 if the internet allows. Just because of Brennan. And by if the internet allows, I'm going to keep trying to make this better. I don't know why. I don't know. Yowza. I'm trying to think of like, there's got to be like a creative way to fix this, right? Creativity has to come through. All right. I'm going to try one more thing. So I'll do a quick little break. We'll get through Jen McCabe today, so that's okay. I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to put it on BRB. I'm going to try one more thing and I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'm so sorry. I wanted to start at 10:15. It's almost 11. Okay, let's hope that that holds out for a while. Let's hope. Here's to hoping. All right, let's jump into Jennifer McCabe. Oh boy, I'm so excited.
He's right. He's on the other side of the court, and he says we should shoot the whole trip and nothing up to solve it. Thank you.
That you pull the microphone close. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Jennifer McCabe, MCCABE.
Ms. McCabe, how old are you?
I am 49 years old.
Are you married?
Yes, I am married with
Wait, so to be fair, she looks great for 49. Like, in all honesty, she looks really good for 49.
4 daughters.
Without detailing your children's names, can you tell us a little bit about your family?
Sure. I have 4 daughters that are 16, 17, 19, and 21. 2 are in high school and 2 are in college.
In raising your children, was your family active in local sports?
Yes, all 4 of my daughters played multiple sports from when they were young. 2 now are playing in college. My husband and I both coached them. My husband coached them from when they were young up through 8th grade in soccer, and I coached them in basketball.
Without telling me your address, what town are you from?
I'm from Canton.
How long have you lived in Canton with your family for?
I was born and raised in Canton, and now I'm raising my family there.
So your family, their whole life, you've raised them in Canton?
1 year we lived in Stoughton with my daughter.
Who do you live with now?
I live with my husband and my 4 daughters.
Can you briefly give me a little bit more background on your children's school and your participation in that and interaction with your children, raising them?
Yeah, so I was a teacher, and then once I had children, I stayed at home with them and basically was just kind of like your typical, I don't know, small town mom. I was the room parent. I coached them.
I'll allow it.
What did she teach?
When I coached, I drove the kids back and forth on my team, would take them places, etc.
In the growth of your family and raising your children, at some point did you meet a gentleman by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Share with us meeting John O'Keefe.
Sure. When my 3rd daughter was in kindergarten, she became friends with John's niece. And during that kindergarten school year, unfortunately, Kaylee's mother and father both passed away, and John moved in the house and became Mr. Mom.
When John took over
I hate
guardianship of the
that,
children,
Mr.
did you
Mom.
assist in an
Ugh,
active role in
It's
helping
so
him?
90s.
Yes. Kaylee and my daughter were very close. So she would come over and play. My daughter would go over there. Kaylee would come and have sleepovers. A lot of times it would be on Friday nights. I would have Kaylee, and then another individual would have Patrick.
Had you known John O'Keefe well before he took over guardianship of
I
the
hate
children?
that
No.
their names.
During the time when he was the guardian of the children, did your relationship, not just with his niece and nephew, but with him, grow any closer?
Yes, we became very good friends.
How close of friends did you become over the years?
Well, throughout the years, obviously, when they were younger, we talked more, just about the logistics of CCD, pickup, drop off, basketball, sports. But then he would also call me, about, as the girls got older, the girl drama or, the hormones and things like that.
The girl
he would also
drama
come
and the
over,
hormones. The girl drama and the hormones. He was like, I need to know what the hell is going on. What is this? I don't understand. What is the drama and what is the hormones? Help me. I don't get it. I am boy. These are girls. This world is so foreign to me.
and hang out and have a beer and, just talk about what.
She is a mother of 4 girls. She understands the girl hormones. And she's also a woman. But I think this was probably a great connection for John. She's very much, she's outspoken. She was a teacher. She has, I think, a really good, really attractive energy when it comes to, I need help with young girl. I need help raise young girl. Me man, unknown, how to raise young girl. And here goes the internet. So we'll just chat until it comes back. So I think to John, that was a resource. She was a resource that he not only wanted to have, but he needed to have in this process of raising not just both his niece and nephew, but most importantly his niece, because he jumped in, and now it's like, what do we do? What do we do? How do I do this?
Was new in his life or going on, or just the day in and day out struggles of his life, and raising the kids now and figuring it all out with work and family and all that.
Leading into January 28th of 2000.
Okay, internet's gross. Internet is gross. Internet is gross. So I'm just it's not there's no point in me playing it all fuzzy for y'all, and it's glitchy and all that nonsense. So I just want it to work.
2022. So the jury understands. How close is your friendship with John O'Keefe at that time?
He was a very good friend of mine that I knew I could call for anything.
I want you to take us forward to January 28th, 2022. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
You guys, I might not be able to do this today. I'm so sorry. I don't know how to solve this problem. I'm so sorry. I feel so bad, but like this is I feel you. I feel you. I don't know what to do. Oh my God. Like I can see it, like just me just being glitchy. Like what does that mean? What does that mean?
Yes, I do.
You remember it well?
Let's keep trying.
Yes.
Let's keep trying. We're going to keep trying.
Take us to the early morning hours, January 28th, 2022. Did you learn that maybe weather or a storm coming?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that.
We all saw the report that there was going to be a big storm, a nor'easter. So we all knew that basically all the Saturday activities were going to be canceled.
That includes sports?
Yes.
Was and is the sporting events for the children a big part of your life?
Yes. Back then I had, two in high school that played 3 sports, and they played club sports as well. And then the 2 middle school played club sports and town sports. So most of our weekends were taken up by kind of running from one sporting event to the next.
When you learned about the weather and the changing schedule, did it change your plans for that day?
No, not particularly. I had my day was pretty set out. I had my niece, and then I had sporting events. It was kind of my plans for the next day that obviously got changed.
Take
The
us through
weekends I could
afternoon of 28th.
imagine
What's happening?
are just
So
slam.
I had my niece for the week, and she was picked up. My oldest was on the hockey team, and she was having a team dinner at the house. So I picked up pizza, got desserts, set it up for them. And then I left with my daughters and my husband, Matt, and we met some of the parents from the high school basketball team at a local pub to grab a bite and a drink before the basketball game, because my other daughter played on the high school girls basketball team.
What time is the basketball game set for that night?
I don't want to be that person, but what a privilege. Playing sports is so expensive. There's so many kids out there that want to play sports, but they can't even afford, like cleats for a sport. Like sports are so freaking expensive. She has 4 kids. She's feeding teams. There is privilege here. And I think it's good to recognize that as well. There is very much some privilege here. There's some privilege here.
I believe it was 6 or 6:30.
Did you and your family go to the game?
Yes, we did.
After the game, what happened?
And there's also really bad internet here. I have Okay. I'm cold. Boy, it was so cold this morning. It was cold this morning. And my cat was like, do you guys think it's winter again? Because I'm just gonna curl up in a ball and not move for 7 hours, if that's cool. I'm like, yeah, cool. Do your thing. It's cold, which, I mean, it's fine. I'm cool with having some cold weather. But it just makes the hot weather feel even hotter when it happens. I am always prepared. But what I'm not prepared for is really terrible internet that makes me want to scream. That's what I'm not prepared for. I don't know how to prepare for that. Don't know how.
After the game, I drove my daughter home. My sister, Nicole, sent me a text and said that she was going to be at the waterfall, and it was my nephew's birthday. He was going to meet up, and did I want to come by for a drink?
I want to cry. This is not helpful. This is so far from helpful. Interwebs. Let's just get through the foundation of Jen McCabe. Can we just get through
What is your
Jen's
nephew's
foundation?
Brian Jr.
It was his birthday that night?
Yes, it was.
When you received a call to meet with friends and family at the waterfall, do you remember what time that plan was made?
I don't. My sister sent me a text at some point letting me know she was going to be there, so I don't know what time.
After the game and after some time, did you go to the waterfall to meet your friends and family?
Yes, I did.
Describe very briefly, what's the waterfall?
It's just a local town bar.
Do you remember about what time you got to the waterfall?
About 9 o'clock.
When you got there, was there anybody there that you knew?
Yes.
Okay, now take us inside the waterfall. When you get there, who do you see?
I walk in and I see Julie and Chris Albert, my niece Caitlin, my sister Nicole, and my niece's boyfriend Tristan.
You said you saw Julie and Nicole Albert in the waterfall?
Yes.
Were you related to either of them?
Nicole is my sister.
So Brian Sr. would be your brother-in-law?
Yes.
Also, you mentioned there was a niece?
Yes, Caitlin.
Is that Brian and Nicole's daughter?
Yes.
You mentioned the name Tristan. What's his relationship to Brian Albert's niece?
He's now her fiance.
And was there anybody else I missed?
That's all who was there. I'm not sure if Nick Kolakidis was already in there when I got there, or if he arrived right after. And then his wife joined us.
So when you're in the bar and you see your friends, what do you do next?
I immediately just, join them and sit down.
Were you eating, drinking?
I know I ordered a beer. They had appetizers on the table. I'm not sure whether I had any or not.
Were you drinking alcohol that night?
Yes.
As you were spending time with your family, did the night grow?
Yes.
Did you stay at the table where everybody was eating, or did you move inside the bar?
We were pretty much right around the table.
Did anybody you knew join you or join the group at some point?
Yes. A little while later, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins joined us at the waterfall.
So when you first got there, was Brian Albert already there?
No, he wasn't.
Is that your brother-in-law, Brian Albert?
Yes.
And you said Mr. Higgins. Did you know Mr. Higgins?
I had met him a few times when he was out with Brian.
You had met him a few times before that night?
Yes.
Were you friendly with him?
He was a friend of Brian's.
Was he your friend?
No, he was Brian's friend.
You knew who he was?
Yes.
So when Mr. Albert and Mr. Higgins joined the group later, did they come directly to you, or did they stay somewhere else inside the bar?
No, they came over to our table, I believe.
How long were you in the waterfall for that night?
Approximately 9 to little around midnight-ish.
About 3 hours?
Yes.
Do you have an estimate how many drinks you had, alcoholic drinks you might have had?
I don't. I don't know, maybe 2, 3.
Throughout the night, were you feeling any effects of the alcohol?
Not that I recall, no.
I want
When the
them to
group
go through all the video footage and see how much she actually drank.
was together, you mentioned a number of
Just
people
like
who
they did
joined. Were
with
you joined by
Karen.
other people later?
Yes.
Who were you joined by later?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And you talked about your relationship with John O'Keefe.
Yes, earlier, yes.
Did you make plans with him, or did he just show up?
I believe he had started the conversation about the night with Chris Albert.
Chris Albert is a different Albert than Brian Albert.
Yes.
How was the relationship between them?
Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers.
Was Chris Albert there when Mr. Higgins and Brian Albert arrived?
Yes. Actually, Chris, did I miss him? Because Chris was there with Julie. Did I? I'm not sure if I said that when I was
You
naming
said
everyone
that.
at the table. I apologize.
She
You
said
may
that.
have.
Okay.
So when you first got there, he was at the table with your
Yes.
sister?
Yes, he was.
When moments before John O'Keefe arrived with the defendant, what was the mood in the group?
Cheerful. Good mood. Everybody was just out having a drink. We all knew the storm was coming tomorrow, and just a typical average night.
Celebratory?
Yeah.
You said you were going to see Brian Albert.
It's an interesting note for her to say celebratory, because when Brian Albert and Brian Higgins come back, they just got back from New York City for a funeral for a police officer, a fallen officer. So I understand that they were having a cheerful moment, but once Brian Albert and Brian Higgins came back, how cheerful was it? How did I want to know how the mood changed?
Albert Jr.
Yes.
Okay, bad internet. So time to talk. So we have so far Jen McCabe. She's almost 50. She looks great. I mean, she looks great for almost 50. Like you gotta give it up. 4 daughters. One was close with John O'Keefe's niece. She was really helpful in helping John raise his niece, because you're jumping into a brand new world. You're literally given goggles and say, go dive. I don't know. I'm not a diver. So I don't know what I'm doing. I need help. She was there. She was the stay-at-home mom who made sure everyone got to where they needed to go. She was a teacher, but then she had kids and it was just too much work. And she just had to, everyone was so active. So we have plans. She was at the waterfall. She was not at CF McCarthy's. She was at the waterfall with a bunch of Alberts, Julie, Chris, Nicole, Caitlin, then Brian, and Brian show up. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins show up. So many freaking Brians. We'll get the sister. So you're the sister. Oh, that's my sister's husband's sister-in-law. Like all that nonsense. It's going to get kind of, I don't want to say confusing, but it's going to be a lot. Like the tree of it all is going to be a lot for the jurors to grasp. But so far, so
was
good.
Brian Albert Jr. at the waterfall when you got there?
No, he was not.
Was Brian Albert Jr. there anytime when you were at the waterfall?
No, he was not.
Without relating a conversation with some other person, did you have an understanding where Brian Albert Jr. was?
He was at home.
Did you historically typically see Brian Albert Jr., your nephew, on his birthday?
Yeah, typically we always, get together. We try to and do a cake for whoever's birthday it is. And then whatever, aunts or cousins are around, come over.
When John O'Keefe arrived at the waterfall.
Tell me about the donuts in the car.
Do you have a general estimate or guess, not guess, but a general estimate of what time they arrived?
Sorry, bad internet. Last trial we heard about the going to leave, went back to 34 to leave donuts in the car because it's the birthday, and I always bring them donuts on the birthday, and so I just left them in the car, and the car was in the driveway and all that stuff. I don't think we're going to hear about that this year. So far, she, to me, in my opinion, to the jury sitting there going, wow, everyone was saying all of these things about Jen McCabe. She seems normal. She seems normal, all of this cross-examination for Jen McCabe was telling me, she was going to be crazy, and she's a weasel, and she's a mastermind. Like, you're getting this weird energy from cross-examination. And now she's being directly examined by Mr. Brennan. And right now her story seems pretty solid. It doesn't seem like she's making stuff up. She's doing little glances to the jury. She's got, a really awesome haircut. Her hair looks great. I love the softer, the lighter dimension that she has in her hair compared to last year, which was like solid black. Like it was a lot. It was really intense. I like the blouse, and the cross is a choice. But I think she's doing great. Her tone is even. She's just telling it
Approximately
as it happened.
11.
When they first arrived, did you see them?
Yes.
Where did you see them coming from?
I saw them walk in.
When they walked,
I know it's bad when I look down at the stream and I see the pause button go. Dit, 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 dit. I know it's bad. So, she is someone who just has very big eyes, just in general. Her eyes are really big. And this is not me saying, oh, she's got really big eyes. She's got crazy eyes. There's a lot of people out there saying all these things, right? She does have, there were moments last year where it was like you were getting a little of the crazy eye, but she just has big eyes just in general. So any sort of emote that happens at the top part of her face, it's going to be centralized on the eye. We're going to see the wrinkles or the eyebrows. You're going to see the eyes first. And to some, a lot of people have like eye things, like, oh, in the eye and the contacts and, a lot of people have eye things. But I think that is one of the things that I don't know if was spoken about, or when she watched her testimony last trial, she recognized that it was a lot of it was a lot of eyes, going back and forth, sort of staring down the camera, staring down Karen, staring down the defense attorney, staring down the jury. It felt very intense, and and I think that reads to us as, oh my God, that's super intense. But I don't think it is always meant to be that way that she is trying to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's not always trying to be super intense with her eyes. She just has really intense eyes. So she's got a different baseline than other people who don't have super duper intense eyes like her. And I'm kind of jealous. She's got a lot of space to work with eyeshadow. That's why I can't wear makeup. I was like, what's the point? But yeah, so she has toned down literally everything since last trial. Everything is toned down. Will it stay that way?
when they walked in, did you react in any way?
Yes, I was happy to see them
Why were you happy to see them?
because I loved John and I liked Karen.
So you were happy to see John?
Yes, very.
And you were happy to see the defendant?
Yes.
Do you remember your first interaction with either John or the defendant that night inside the waterfall?
I believe John walked over to where I was, kind of to my end of the table, and then maybe Karen had walked to the other end of the table. But I would assume I probably hugged both of them when I
Well,
saw them.
I'm going to ask you not to assume. If you don't know, that's
Okay.
okay. You said that you had known the defendant as well.
Yes.
Do you remember how long she had been dating John O'Keefe up until that point?
I know I met her in July of 2020.
Had you had a chance to spend time or interact with her over that time before that night at the waterfall?
Yes, I had.
And share with us some of the moments or some of the reasons that you would interact.
The first time I met Karen, John had reached out. We would do pool days with him and his niece and his nephew. So he had told me he was dating a new girl and he wanted to bring her over. He said that she had multiple sclerosis. I also have multiple sclerosis. So he thought that would be something we could, we would talk and bond over. I said, yeah, great, bring her over. So her and John and Kaylee and Patrick came over. We had a pool day. I liked Miss Reed immediately. I thought we hit it off. It was really great, talking to someone my age that also had MS, because I didn't really know a lot of people who have it. So it was really nice to have somebody to relate to. Then moving forward, we would see them, if it was my daughter's birthday party, when it was time for pickup, they would come in, have a couple drinks. Same thing for like a Halloween party, after basketball games.
So you spent time both with John and
I hate drinking culture. Let me just say I hate drinking culture so much. Hey, yeah, come in. Why don't you have a couple of drinks? Yeah, come in, have a drink. Okay, well, in 45 minutes, you're taking your children home. you're putting your children in the car and you are now driving them to another place. I hate that. I hate that so much. And I don't hate the people who do it. I hate how why is that a normal thing? I don't like it. I'm not into that. I don't know. I just have such a hate. I hate the drinking and driving relationship, but it was how they lived. Everyone was always drinking and everyone was always driving. And there's no denying it.
And Ms.
They
Reed,
were always
yes.
drinking,
did you
always
spend
driving.
time with the defendant separately without John around?
No.
God
you become-
damn it. I'm having actual emotions about this internet thing. Actual emotions. I just don't get it. I just don't understand.
Did you become friendly with her?
Yes.
And were you friendly that night?
Yes.
After John and the defendant entered the bar and you agreed, did you interact or spend time with Ms. Reed at the waterfall?
Yes, I did.
And speaking of the defendant, do you recognize her here in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you kindly point to her and describe an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's sitting right over there with a black shirt or blue.
Is she between Attorney Jackson and Attorney Yannetti?
Yes, she is.
When you were at the waterfall that night, do you remember who you were speaking to or where you were spending your time?
As to earlier in the night or after?
I'm sorry, after Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant arrived.
Yes, Miss Reed came over and spoke to me because I had seen her the Saturday before, and she had told me how she had started a new medication, and it was giving her some awful side effects. And I said, I'm shocked they put you on that, etc.
Let me not ask you about conversations you
Okay.
had, but about the moment that you were in. Did you spend time with Ms. Reed that night?
Yes, I did.
Inevitably, did you drink more alcohol as the night went on?
I believe I had, like I said earlier, a couple of drinks, 2, 3, not sure.
Did you ever have a shot of alcohol?
I do not believe I had the shot, no.
Did you see the party, the
A shot.
friends and family doing a shot?
I
I do not believe I had the shot.
was in the bathroom and walked out, and they were doing or had just done a shot.
With the court's permission, I'd like to display parts of Exhibit 22, which has already been introduced into evidence, which is video surveillance footage from the waterfall.
Okay.
I'd like to start at 10:54:20, please.
Ronnie, I have to log in and it's not letting me.
If you could just stop for 1 second. Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is the waterfall.
Okay, kindly proceed. If you could stop. Do you see the two people entering from the left?
I do.
Do you know who they are?
I believe that is Miss Reed and John O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, is there any way to enlarge the top of the video where the other people are closer to the table or bar? No. Okay. Looking at this video, can you tell or identify anybody under that timestamp? And if you can't, that's okay. But if you can you tell us who you see?
I think the guy right there, well, where she just is Brian Higgins.
Okay. If you could go up a little bit, Ms. Gilman.
I believe that's my husband, Matt. And
On the
then
right?
on the right, and I think that's me on the left.
Okay. And if you can go down the table to the left, Ms. Gilman. You recognize who that might be from the clothing?
I'd have to take a guess that
Okay,
it could,
don't guess. It's okay if you don't. Anybody else at the table more to the left do you recognize?
not from this picture.
Ms. Gilman, could you highlight where Ms. McCabe thinks that she is on that video with that circle you just had and play the video? If you could stop. Is that you clapping, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, it is.
Why are you clapping?
Because I was happy to see them.
Both of them.
Yes.
Could you continue, please? And who's that person walking right to left hugging people?
That is John O'Keefe.
Can you continue, please, Ms. Gilman? Are you interacting with anybody?
I can't see where I am.
Okay. If you could stop the video, please. Could you move ahead to 11:26:50, please. 11:26:50. Is that your group still at the waterfall?
Yes, it is.
If you could stop there, Ms. Gilman. If we could hone in or circle where you were previously, where we saw Ms. McCabe. I know it's a bit blurry. If you can, and if you can't, please let me know. Can you see whether you're in that area?
And by a bit blurry, he means it looks worse than it did last year. We saw this video. This is the same video that we had. Same video that we saw last year. I don't know why it looks so terrible. I don't know if it's like sun glare or something, but it looks awful. Also, the timestamp placement right here is absolutely horrendous. It sucks for us seeing it. We are also watching it through a camera from a screen. So, you know, that is how that happens as well. And it looks like the internet might have come back.
I believe I am, yes.
Could you put the circle down just a little bit, Ms. Gilman? Okay. If you could play from 11:26:50 to 11:27, please. We're a little bit ahead right now. Who are you hugging there?
I believe that's Miss Reed.
Thank you. One more, Ms. Gilman. I'm going to ask you to move forward to 11:46. Could you pause, Ms. Gilman? Could you circle in that same area where Ms. McCabe was last describing? Can you make anything out in this video?
Yes, it looks like they're all, toasting or doing a cheer before they do a shot.
Can you see whether or not the defendant's in that part of the video?
Yes, it looks like she is in front of the man in the plaid coat.
Were you participating with the drinking at this moment?
I don't see myself in the video. I don't believe I was.
But you were drinking separately that night, weren't you?
Yes, I was drinking beer.
If you can continue, please. Thank you. Shortly after the shot, was there conversation about leaving the waterfall as a group?
Yes, there was.
Was there any discussion about where the group should go?
At first, Miss Reed was asking if we could go up the street to D&E.
What's D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that's owned by Chris Albert.
Was it open that late at night?
No, it wasn't.
Had you in the past gone to that pizza shop after hours to eat?
Yes, we had.
And tell us what the defendant was saying.
She just kept asking, can we go up to D&E? Can we go up to D&E? She wanted just to go up and, Chris makes food and then we were going to go she wanted us all just to go up there and eat and hang out.
That wasn't an uncommon occurrence for the group to sometimes go to that pizza shop after hours, was it?
No.
Did the group decide to go to the pizza shop?
They decided they weren't going to go.
Okay. Was there a different plan made?
Before Brian Albert left, he said to the group, hey, we're going to go back home and have a beer with Brian Jr. If anyone wants to come by.
When you received the invitation to the group to go back to Brian Albert's house, did you decide whether you were going to go home or go back to your sister's house?
Yes, I decided I was going to go to my sister's house.
Without saying what was said, was there any discussion in the group among the participants about going back to your sister and Brian Albert's house?
Everybody seemed to want to go back.
Did anybody object to going back?
No.
Had you been to your sister's house before?
Yes.
Many times?
Yes.
Do you know the address of where your sister lived?
Yes.
And so after that conversation, did you stay at the waterfall for a little bit or did you leave immediately?
Probably left after maybe 5-10 minutes.
Without saying what was said, before you left, did you have a chance to speak to John O'Keefe?
I did, yes.
You spoke to him inside the waterfall?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
And was your plan to go back to your sister's house?
Yes.
Before you left, did you have any understanding whether or not Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant were going to join you?
Yes.
Hold on. Did you have another understanding regarding that?
Yes.
And what was your understanding?
They were coming.
Who else was going to go back to your nephew and your sister's house?
Brian Higgins and my niece Caitlin.
A little after 12, did you leave the waterfall?
Yes.
Do you remember that night leaving?
Yes.
Before you left, did you talk to anybody in particular?
Yes. Miss Reed and then Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you speak to them inside the waterfall?
I walked out with Miss Reed and we spoke at the doorway, and then John joined us.
Did you invite Ms. Reed to come with you?
I did, yes.
Did she decline?
Yes.
And who did you go to your sister's house with? Who drove?
I drove and I went with my husband, Matt.
Anybody else?
No.
Do you remember what time it was that you were speaking to Ms. Reed about going to your sister's house?
After midnight.
If I could have Exhibit 22 again. Ms. Gilman, if you could take us to 12:10:36. Okay, if you could stop it there, please. Did you have a chance to talk to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant outside of the waterfall?
Yes.
And do you know specifically the time you left the
Why
waterfall?
did you do that?
It was after midnight.
When you left the waterfall with your husband, you said you were driving. Did you stop anywhere along the way before you got to your sister's house?
No.
Tell us what you see when you get to your sister's house. What are the weather conditions like as you're driving there?
It's starting to snow to the point where it's starting to like accumulate. It's on your car. It's just, getting on the street.
Is it light? Is it heavy?
It's light at this point.
How long does it take to get from the waterfall to your sister's house?
5 to 8 minutes, depending on lights and weather, etc.
When you first get to your sister's house, while you're still in the car, describe what you see.
My wipers are on. I'm just looking out the window and it's snowing. It's dark.
Anybody in the driveway? Any cars in the driveway that you see?
Oh, when I pull up to my sister's?
Yes.
As I pull down the street, I take a left into the driveway and there is a Jeep that's parked on the street. And
So weird way to answer that question. There was a weird way to answer that question.
wipers are on. I'm just looking out the window and it's snowing. It's dark.
Anybody in the driveway? Any cars in the driveway that you see?
Oh, when I pull up to my sister's?
Yeah.
As I pull down the street,
Oh, when I pull up to my sister. Yeah. A clarification is always good, especially in
I
trial.
take a left into the driveway and there is a Jeep that's parked on the street and there's maybe a couple of cars in my sister's driveway.
What do you do?
But when I take a left, so I'm going down the street, I take a right, then I take a left. He didn't ask about it. This just feels weird, right? It just feels like, okay, could you just answer? What did you see? Well, I took a left. I saw that I took a, no, that just,
What do you do when you arrive at your
extra
sister's
details
house?
that
I go in the house.
Now that
feel the internet went out. It just feels, it just feels like, why did you want to say that instead of just, oh, at my sister's house? Yeah, there was a Jeep on the side of the road. I took a left, put my turn signal on, I took a left into the driveway. So the way that I approached the house is the driveway was now on my left. Just feels odd. Just feels a wee bit odd. Just a wee bit.
Now there are a couple doors at your sister's house.
Yes.
Is there a front door?
Yes.
Is there a side door?
Yes.
Which one's closer to the driveway?
The side door.
Which door do you go in when you get to your sister's house?
The front door.
Was anybody with you when you went in?
My husband, Matt.
You walked in together?
Yes.
Tell us the first person you remember meeting.
When I went in the house?
Yes.
Probably my niece was at the table, and then I saw my nephew, Brian.
Was there anybody else you saw at the table?
Probably.
Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
So when you walk in the front door of the house, is it what table? Is this a living room table, a kitchen table?
Oh, you walk in and then you go to the right and it's into the kitchen and there's a table there.
Is the kitchen separate from the living room or is it open?
It's open, but they're separate.
Can you see the kitchen table when you walk in the door if you turn and look right?
Yes.
And when you go into the kitchen, you said there was a woman by the name of Julie Nagel
Yes.
and then another woman, Sarah.
Yes.
You know her last name?
Levinson.
Julie Nagel, did you know her when you walked in the house that night?
I had met her a few times.
Had you spent time with her? Were you friends with her?
No, I just had met her a few times, and she'd watched my dog for me when my nephew couldn't.
When you would go away, would your nephew be responsible to watch your dog?
Yes.
Did you understand that Julie Nagel?
Great question. Who is with these minor kids while they're all out on a regular basis drinking and driving like late into the night? So the people at the house, this is you know the why these kids were at the house. They were at the house for the birthday. I think it was a 20th or 21st birthday. Like it wasn't like 16th birthday, but I think that it's very much the older kids take care of the younger kids. The kids that were there, they say kids, they were like 18, they were like college age, like out of high school into college. I don't think they were drinking age. So they were like older, like 18, 19, 20. But like, where's all the other kids? Like there's younger kids. I think it's just like such a close-knit town. They just feel safe enough to just the kids go and do what they want to do. The kids go and do what they want to do. They're protected by family members being cops. They're protected by the close-knit nature of the town that they have grown up in their entire lives. They have a different privilege of protection than a lot of people did growing up. I don't think there was much rules of when you come home, you be home now. Like, if the street lights are on and I'm not home, it's gonna be hell to pay. If I was 14, 15, like, you better get your ass home. I don't think that was that. I think a lot of the kids were just so busy with extracurriculars and sports that it was just, all right, we'll see you at home. When you get home, let me know if you need a ride. Like, there probably just wasn't even enough time in the day to be like, where are you? Who are you with? Because I got so many other things to do. I don't know. It's a bit strange. It does seem also weird, like in the 18, 19, 20, 21 age range, and then your parents and your aunts and your uncles all come home from a night of drinking, and then they stay up to continue drinking with you, the 18, 19, 20 year olds, probably in the kitchen and living room playing music, watching TV and hanging out and laughing. That was not a thing that I grew up with. don't know that, was not now familiar with that. So that to me is super strange. Now, how lenient were they with like alcohol in the house with the younger folks? I don't know, but I would love to know. Hey, were the kids drinking? Do you guys have a liquor cabinet? In the Albert's house, is there beer readily available? Were they drinking? Did you come home and see beer cans or bottles on the table? I would love to know that. I don't think we're going to get into it, but I would love to know that. Love to know.
Nagel had watched your dog a couple of times?
Yes.
Had you ever socialized with her before that night?
No, I may have seen her at a graduation party, but never.
Okay, the internet's going out. Oh, I'm gonna cry. Julie Nagel is an important character in this story that has now become into a similar group now. And I think about how it would go down if something similar to this happened. Yeah, like if I was at home and I get like there was like sort of a extenuating circumstance, like it was the birthday, so like, yeah, you can have some friends over, we're going out anyway, like have friends over, you can have the house, but like we're coming home because we're old, we're not gonna be out until 2 a.m, bars close at midnight or what have you. So like I get that as well. I have a window into a similar group now, and I think about how it would go down if something similar to this happened. Yeah I don't. It's so interesting, right? Like not me. No, every family is different. Families who are super duper close is really interesting to me because I'm close with I love my family. I'm close to my family just because, but I don't live in the same town as them. I moved away as fast as I could. I talk to them fairly regularly, but I am living my life, and I don't see them every day. I don't they don't know every I don't like wake up, oh my god, hey, the family, like family. I don't know. That's not I don't hate that other people live like that. It's just so interesting because it's not how I live or a lot of my friends have lived. It's all family dynamics are really interesting to me. It's really interesting. And to me, it's like, okay, you have 4 daughters. The amount of anxiety that my mother would be in if she had 4 daughters, I mean, she's at a 10 and she only has 2. 4 of them? 4? Oh my God. The blood pressure spiking. Where are they? Who are you with? When are you going to be home? Nope, I need you home sooner. Who's driving? You're not driving. It's snowing. I will come get you. Nope, I'm not. I will not have a lick of alcohol. My parents never. Also, I don't come from a household where alcohol was a thing at all. There was never alcohol in my house at all. Never. Not even maybe a random little bottle of something for a New Year's, those mini bottles, those little tiny mini bottles. No, maybe of Bailey's. It was never it was never rum. It was or a hard layers like Bailey's that they share. There was never alcohol in the house ever. And we're not religious. It just wasn't a thing. And I was like, alcohol doesn't really do anything good for you, so they're also therapists. So I was like, oh, you wanna loosen up, let's talk. Oh, you had a hard day, you want to drink, let's have a conversation, let's see how that does it for you. No, alcohol was not a thing, not a thing. New Year's Eve, it was bubbly grape juice. Not there was no beer, there was never beer. Oh man, I had a long day. I'm gonna put my feet up and crack open a cold one. No, that wasn't a thing. It was so all of this is culture shock to me. Culture shock.
Had met her a few times, and she had watched my dog for me when my nephew couldn't.
When you would go away, would your nephew be responsible to watch your dog?
Yes.
Did you understand that Julie Nagel had watched your dog a couple of times?
Yes.
Had you ever socialized with her before that night?
No, I may have seen her at a graduation party, but never beyond that.
Were you friends with her at that point?
No.
Friendly enough that she watched your dogs?
Yes.
I talk for the internet to come back, and then when we come back and the internet's good, it goes away again. I swear. So let's talk about Julie Nagel. Julie Nagel, friend of family, not a member of the family, not related. Friend, went to school, grew up, the sports, all of that. Friend of the family, similar to Karen Reed, who was not part of the family. So there's no urgency to get to know someone. There's no loyalty. I'd like to say there's no loyalty to Julie Nagel because she is not related. She is not an Albert. She is not a McCabe. She is not a police officer. She's not Canton PD. She is not family.
It's through my nephew. He just said my friend's going to do it, and I trusted his judgment.
And there was another woman by the name of Sarah. Did you know her before you saw her that night?
I knew of her. If I were to see her, I'd say hi, but that's the extent of it.
How did you know of her?
Just from being in the town, going to different sporting activities.
So this was her nephew's birthday night, and he's got 2 girls over.
activities and just being around.
You said your nephew Brian was there as well in the kitchen?
Yes.
This was his birthday?
Yes.
How old was he?
I think he was turning 23.
Oh, she's turning
Was there anybody else in
23.
the house when you and your husband first got
Are
there?
you sure?
Yes, my sister.
Are you sure? Turning 23? I thought he was turning like 20. So maybe they were older than I thought. 23? I thought he was turning 20.
And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins.
Well, let's hear
So
from
Mr.
him.
Higgins, Brian Albert, and your sister were there before you.
Yes.
Where was everybody when you first came in?
My niece Caitlin, Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, and Brian Jr. were all at the kitchen table. My sister was over, I think, cleaning the counters, and Brian were off in that TV room that you can see from the kitchen because there's a wide opening.
If you walk in the front door, would I look left or right to see the TV room?
You'd look right to the kitchen, and then through the kitchen's the TV room, but you could look, and when you walk in, you can see because it's open.
Is the TV room in any way have a relationship with that side door?
Yes, it does.
If you were to walk in the side door, would you be walking into the TV room?
Yes.
When you saw your nephew Brian Jr. and his friends, are his friends about the same age as him?
Yes.
Were they drinking?
Yes.
Was there music?
Yes.
And when you went in, did you spend time with the group?
We're drinking.
Yes, I sat right down and started talking to them.
And when you were speaking to them, did you have any drinks that night?
I believe they brought me over a White Claw, but I didn't have more than a sip of it. I really wasn't. It was at that point where I just didn't want another drink.
As you were in the
Sure
kitchen,
about that?
were you expecting anybody else?
We had mentioned it to Karen and John, and I had actually just spoken to John, so I was expecting them.
So when you saw John O'Keefe in the waterfall, that wasn't the last time you spoke to him?
No.
You had spoken to him, was it on the ride to your nieces? I mean, to your sisters?
Yes.
Did you call him or did he call you?
He texted me and I believe asked something like where to. And since I was driving, I called him.
When you called him, what did you
She's
tell
doing
him?
great,
What did
though.
you guys say?
I
She's
just
doing
said
great.
they live 34 Fairview Road off of Chapman.
Do you know if John O'Keefe had ever been to the Albert home before?
I don't believe he had.
In that conversation, how long did that conversation take?
It was quick.
Was there any other conversation that you had with him other than that one conversation?
Yes, he called me back and he was trying to find it,
Trying to find the address?
try to find the house on Fairview.
Did he ask you for help trying to find the address?
I'm not sure his exact words, but yes, he needed help. And so I just said, I told him, just go down the street, go by Bella's house. And it's at the bottom of the street.
So you used Bella's house as a point of designation to try to guide him to get to your sister's house?
Yes.
Tell us who Bella was to John.
Bella is my daughter and John's niece friend. So Bella is friends with my daughter and John's niece.
Okay. And was there any
You sure?
relationship between Bella's mother and John?
There we
that you know
go.
of?
All right. They are going to sidebar. I think they're there for a good little chunk of time. Sidebar. There's Peggy back. Paul there again.
Thank you. May I?
Yes.
Yannetti
That second
looks
phone
like he's
conversation you had
super
with John.
antsy.
Do you know about what time that was?
It would be after 12:15, but before 12:30, approximately between that.
Were you still driving when you had that conversation?
Yes.
And at some point you told us you arrived at your sister's home and went in.
Yes.
Like to move.
Okay, so if you were still driving and you were on the phone and you also had some drinks, were you hands free? Or were you, this is Massachusetts, so I think there are different like phone in hand laws than New York. But were you hands free or were you one-handing it in the early moments of a blizzard after a couple of drinks with someone else in your car?
To move forward now to
Oh,
when
it's
you were
all
inside
just
the
so
house.
bad to
Tell us
me.
generally when you first got there and saw everybody, what were you doing?
I just sat down at the table. I started talking to them. We were listening to music.
What was
Typical
playing?
night.
What music?
Anything
What
stand out
songs?
as far as music or interaction
rock?
with the group?
Hip hop, R&B.
No, we were
I
just
doubt.
laughing, telling stories. At one point, I'm not sure if it was at some point, my other nephew had been over my house and had shown me this video on on his phone, and it was a family inside joke. The video, it was a music video from a long time ago. And so I was telling my other niece and nephew, oh my gosh, you have to see this video. It's hysterical. And then we started playing it and watching it.
What was the video?
It's Raining Men.
Yep.
Did that get a lot of playtime during that get together?
Well, I have one sister who sometimes has a little too much to drink, takes out an umbrella, and will dance. So
I'm
it's a family
sorry.
joke.
I'm sorry.
While you were at your sister's house,
I'm going to need more details. Can we please get a video of that into evidence? What sister? How many siblings do you have? Because when you say a sister, are you talking about Brian Albert's wife, your sister, or are you talking about another sister? I have one sister who has a few too many drinks and then
house.
pulls an
What
umbrella out. Can we hear that again?
Video, it's hysterical. And then we started playing it and watching it.
what was the video?
It's Raining Men.
Did that get a lot of playtime during that get together?
Well, I have one sister who sometimes has a little too much to drink, takes out an umbrella, and will dance. So it's a family joke.
While you were at your sister's house, what
Weird
area of the house were
family
you spending
joke,
time
in my opinion.
Yeah, I was in the kitchen.
What was the mood of everybody in the house, as far as you remember?
Everybody was in a great mood.
But I
Was there
get
any
it.
fighting?
No,
Any arguing?
no,
Any violence?
no.
Was it a celebratory mood?
Yes.
As you were in the house, were you waiting for anybody else that you expected to come?
Yes, I was expecting John and Karen to come.
At some point when you're in the kitchen, or let me ask you a little background. As you're in the kitchen of that house, can you see outside from the kitchen area?
They had blinds or something down, but if the blinds were up, you could see out.
Were the blinds up?
No.
At any point, were you able to see outside from inside the house?
From the front door, yes.
Does the front door, is it glass?
Yes.
At some point when you were with everybody in the celebration, did you have a chance to look outside?
Yes.
And when you looked outside, what did you see?
I saw a dark SUV out front.
Did you know whose SUV that was?
I believed it was Karen's.
Could you see who was in it?
No.
At that point of night, what does the weather look like from the front door?
It's dark and it's snowing, and I could see, brake lights.
Did you see
Did you
if
see
that
brake lights or did you see
SUV
tail
moved
lights?
at all?
Hold on. Those are very two different things. Did you see brake lights or did you see tail lights? You saw all three brake lights, or did you just see tail lights on because the lights were on the SUV? Oh, man.
I didn't see the SUV actually move, but I saw it in a few different locations.
How many times did you look out?
Can't give you an exact number of how many times I looked out.
You
I
sure?
can tell you I saw the vehicle first straight out from the front door. Then I saw it up at the flagpole, and then I saw it further up from the flagpole.
Were you studying the car at all?
No, it was quick glances.
Did you have any reason to study it?
No,
What were you expecting was going to happen?
I was expecting John and Karen to come into the house.
Did they ever make it in the house?
No, they did not.
As you were waiting, were you doing anything else in addition to waiting?
Okay, so she just said she saw it straight out the front door, closer to the flagpole, and then even further past the flagpole. She's got a really good vantage point from 34 Fairview's front door of the yard. She's got a great vantage point. She can see so much, even through the snow. She can see so much. I want to pull up a picture of the yard. Realtor.com. No. Can I get a are they blurred it on Google Maps? Bro, the picture of the house is in evidence, my guy. It's blurred on Google Maps. 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Massachusetts is blurred on Google Maps. But you do understand that multiple photos of your home, now like no longer the Alberts, but the owners of this home, are evidence, publicly accessible evidence in a case that is now in its second trial, that had an FBI investigation. you went through the trouble of blurring it on Google. I get it. I get you're the new owners. I get that you're not involved with this at all. But what? What? I have confusion about that. You blurred. I get it, but oh my God, that's a little bit. Whatever. Just click on images. Let's see. 34 Fairview. 34 Fairview. I'm just trying to see just how much she could see. So she saw past the flagpole, which is kind of crazy because there is a line of shrubbery and trees right next to the flagpole that would definitely inhibit your view. So
Waiting for them to
that's
come in.
interesting.
Yes. So I was sitting at the table. Someone made mention of a car out front. So I got up, went to the door, looked out, and then I would go back to the table and where we were just all laughing, talking, playing music, just hanging out, not really thinking much about anything.
Did you ever reach out to John when you thought the car out front was the defendant's car with John in it? Did you ever reach out to him?
Yes, I did.
How did you reach out to him?
I texted him.
Do you know if there was a phone call that was made to you before 12:30? A 7-second phone call?
From John?
Yes.
I don't.
You mentioned you had spoken to him about directions. Is that the last time you heard his voice?
Yes.
When the car was out front, did you exchange text messages or were you simply texting him?
I was texting him.
Do you remember what you were texting him?
The first time I said here,
What do you mean by here? Was that
like
exclamation point?
hair question mark, because that's when I saw the car.
Was it a
You were
question
wondering
mark?
whether that was him?
Yes.
Did you send any other text messages that you can remember?
After I saw the car move locations, when I saw it go up to the flagpole, I said, pull behind me.
And do you remember any other communications you had with him? Was he texting you anything?
No,
Did he ever text you again that night?
he never texted me again.
Never called again?
No.
Did you continue to text him over the next 15, 20 minutes?
I did, yes.
And so at some point, did you realize that John O'Keefe and the defendant weren't coming in the house?
Yes, when the car was gone.
Did you ever go outside through the storm down to the flagpole to speak to them?
No.
Why not?
Why would I?
I was just asking. All right.
I had no reason to.
So when you were in the house,
Hold on.
it's
Why would I? That's interesting.
Yes, when the car was gone.
did you ever go outside through the storm down to the flagpole to speak to them?
No.
Why not?
Why would I?
I was just asking. All right.
I had no reason to.
So when you were in the house, at some point, did you notice that the car was gone?
Yes.
Were you marking the time or keeping track of it?
No.
After you didn't see the defendant's car anymore, did you stay?
Yes.
How long do you think you stayed for at the house?
I stayed till about around 1:30, 1:45-ish.
Did anybody else come in the house up until 1:45?
No.
Did people leave at certain times?
Yes, people did leave.
Who was the first to leave?
Brian Higgins?
Do you remember about what time he left?
I don't.
And after Mr. Higgins left, do you know who left?
I'm not I believe it was us, and then my niece Caitlin was also like at the door. It was kind of in a row. Brian left, and then a little bit later, I think it was, myself, Matt, Julie, and Sarah left. But Caitlin was at the door. I believe she was waiting for her ride.
How much longer after Mr. Higgins left did you leave?
Maybe I honestly can't say. I think he was there for a while I was there. So maybe he left anywhere from 15 minutes, approximately 15, 20 minutes before I did, or maybe a little more.
You mentioned that you had left the waterfall after midnight,
Yes.
and you had phone calls with Mr. O'Keefe along the way.
Yes.
Do you know that there are phone records with your text messages and phone calls in them?
Yes.
And do you know whether your phone records reflect the time of your calls with Mr. O'Keefe
Yes.
and your text messages?
Yes.
When you were texting and Mr. O'Keefe, when the Lexus or the car was in front of the house, rather, was Mr. Higgins still there?
Yes.
What are some of the things that everybody did along that night before you left? What happened in there?
What happened inside the house?
Yeah.
Nothing. We basically just sat around the table, talked, laughed, listened to music, chit-chatted.
Celebratory?
Yes.
Was there ever any fighting?
No, none at all.
Any arguing?
None at all.
Any physical interaction?
No, none.
When you decided to leave that night, did you say around 1:45-ish?
Yes.
When you left around 1:45, was there any events that happened that night that would cause you unrest or excitement or your heartbeat to raise?
No.
When you decided to leave, you and your husband, where were you going to go?
We were dropping off Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, and then we were going home.
Had you planned on dropping them off earlier in the night?
No, when we got there, Julie's brother had pulled up to pick them up, and
I won't ask you what was said because you weren't there.
Oh,
but
okay.
At some point, did you come to an understanding that you would give them a ride home?
Yes.
Did you offer?
Yes.
Who was going to drive home between you and your husband?
Matt drove home.
When you left, I want you to describe as you step out into the driveway or the walkway. Was it the front door or side door, if you remember?
I walked out the front door.
Is the weather like it was when you first got there?
No, it's picked up.
Tell us what you mean by it's picked up.
So as I walk out, you kind of go, the walkway is to the left. So I walk down the steps, I go to the left. The snow was coming, it was cold, the wind was picking up. So I kind of just like curled up and ran to my car quick to get in.
What part of the car did you get into?
Front passenger.
Who was driving?
Matt.
And where were the other two people?
Sarah and Julie were in the back seat.
Who was in what spot?
I'm not exactly sure.
So both of the young women were in the back seat?
Yes.
Was there any conversation when you got into the car?
She tried to touch on it a little bit. There was an interaction between Julie Nagel and her brother, who was supposed to take Julie home. Julie Nagel said, allegedly, "No, I'm good. I'll get a ride home from someone else." I'm sure her brother was pissed. "I came out in a blizzard to pick you up. Get in the fucking car. Let's go." Right? But no, she went back into 34 Fairview. So she walked outside. I don't know the path. I can't quite remember from her testimony from last year what path she took, but I think she just left through the front door, which is like dead center of the house. And I think she just went through the front door. So when she left, the driveway and garage would be on her left-hand side, and she walked towards the mailbox. I almost said post office box, the mailbox. And so if she were to do that, going towards her brother's car, John O'Keefe would be on her right. The driveway would be on her left. She would be somewhere in between. And John O'Keefe, of course, is sort of tucked a little closer to the tree line, to the flagpole, to some random like electricity box or something over to the right. But it would be, if it's dark, if it's snowy, you can't see, you're not hearing anything. She would have walked to the car. Right? Karen Reed is not there. Where's Karen Reed? Her car's not there. So where's John? Where's John? Karen Reed car gone. Where's John? Julie Nagel walks out, has conversation. Light is shining from the car, from her brother's car. I think it was like a big truck that he was in. Light shining forward in the direction where John O'Keefe is, not like necessarily like pointing right at him, but in that direction streetwise. And then she turns back around and goes back inside the house. Now, we don't know what exactly was said between Julie and Julie's brother. Right. And I'm going to get into my thoughts on that during cross because I think it comes up again. I've watched bits and pieces of this because I'm so nosy. I watched a little bit. So there's I'm going to bring that up again. But there is a conversation between two people who are not related to the Alberts or the McCabes outside. Where is the Jeep? Where is the storyline? Where it does not make sense. The timeline that we have learned and was ingrained in us from last trial and the timeline for this does not make sense.
We got in the car and they were teasing me.
Why were they teasing you?
Because I had like bread and maybe peanut butter in my car.
Why did you have bread and peanut butter in your car?
I had my niece for the week, and I was dragging her like to all my kids' sporting events. So we'd go from like one game to another game to a practice. So sometimes instead of always giving her McDonald's or Dunkin' Donuts, I'd try to throw her a peanut butter sandwich.
And they were making fun of you?
Yeah.
As the car backs out of the driveway, tell us what you're doing.
I'm talking to the girls.
Making fun of
moved
you,
your
or
head.
they were like,
Yes.
Does that mean anything?
Yes.
deal with it.
So they were both sitting behind me. So I was like turning and, chatting and talking.
Yeah, perfectly timed.
After your husband pulls out of the driveway, do you start to drive home?
Yes.
If the house is on my right and you're driving, are you in the passenger seat closest to the house or furthest away?
Passenger seat closest.
So you're driving, if you look at a picture of the house, you would be driving from right to left?
Yes.
So as you start to drive, or your husband starts to drive the car, what direction are you looking in, if you remember?
The back seat.
Did you drive by the front of the house, do you know?
We pulled out of the driveway and went up Chapman.
Okay. And your husband and you passed by the front of the house?
Yes.
Did you pass by the flagpole?
Yes.
Were you looking at the flagpole?
No.
And how dark was it at that point?
It was dark.
Snow?
Yes.
As you're passing the flagpole, do you hear or see anything remarkable?
No, I'm not really paying attention. I'm just chatting to the girls, and Matt's just focusing on driving.
When you're talking to the
seems like
girls
her-
and making fun of you, what's the mood in the car?
It seems like her face has gotten to be a bit more flushed telling this part of the story. Does it not? She seems a little bit more flushed. Pinky cheeks, pinky chin, like the high points are just, it just
Laughing and
seems a little
joking.
redder.
Where do you go next?
But I
We
could be wrong.
drive Julie Nagel home.
After you drop off Miss Nago, where do you go?
We drop off Sarah Levinson.
Is the weather constant?
Yes.
After you drop off the young woman in separate spots, where do you go?
We went home.
Can you tell us when you get home what happens next?
We go in the house. I go up to bed. Matt makes himself a snack and then joins me upstairs.
Do you have a telephone?
Yes.
An iPhone?
Yes.
When you go to bed,
Do you
stay
have
up at all?
a phone?
Yes.
Do you use your iPhone?
Yes, I do.
What were you doing?
I texted a few people and then I did a couple of Google searches.
And what were the searches for?
One,
Hi there. How are you? Welcome to my stream. Guilty SL, maybe. We're still in the direct examination. But I don't know if you watched last trial. I don't know if you watched the last one last year, but comparatively, she even started her direct examination last year with high levels of like anxiety and frustration. The direct examination of Jen McCabe last trial was even like high level, high anxiety. We're being harassed. Like it was really tense. She is not as tense and anxious and stressed out and forceful right now. So to the jury, it might be reading as she's pretty cool, calm, and collected. She's just telling us how everything went down and, where's the body? She's had chance to practice. Fair. Yeah, absolutely. But to the jury, remember, this is not about compare. Like, we're able to compare last trial and this trial because we watched last trial. The jury did not. The jury is sitting there and hearing all of this supposedly for the very first time. So will they get little hints from questions and this and that maybe she did have some time to practice? Maybe this is a little too good to be true. Maybe she isn't telling the full truth. Absolutely. But in my opinion, and I don't want to be like, oh, she's a liar, she's not a liar. Like, I don't want to be like that definitive because I'm open to change. My mind is open to change. I just want them to prove that Karen Reed actually did this. If you're gonna press the charges, prove it to me. Which they definitely did not do last trial. So I mean, I'm open to change my mind, but so far I think as a person sitting in front of a jury, she's doing pretty okay. Is that going to change when Ellen Jackson steps up and says, what? Let's ask some real questions here. Yeah, my internet's being wonky. That's why I'm still talking because I'm waiting for it to go back to normal. But hello and welcome. We're talking about the trial. I love it. This is a really big trial. This is a really big witness. They have heard this name for days. And now it's time to hear from the infamous Jen McCabe. Is Brennan asking good questions? Yes and no. I'd say like 40% are good, 60% are just kind of like, I'd say 40% are good, 30% are foundational necessary questions. And then 30% are just like, you already asked it. Why are you asking this question again? Why are you asking her three times in a row the same question, just in different words and getting the same answer? How much has her testimony been influenced by the new special prosecutor Brennan? How many times have they talked? How much conversation have they had? Did she sit and watch her last testimony because it was streamed? She could sit and watch the full thing over and over and over again. Was she frightened by herself last time she testified? Did Brennan say, you need to take a chill pill, ma'am? You need to calm the hell down. We got a thing to do, and you freaking out is not helping. I don't know. We'll see.
One, my daughter had played in a basketball game earlier in the night, and it was a very good game. So I went and I read the report on it. And then my other daughter had an offer to play on a basketball team. So we had to make a decision about whether or not we were going to accept the spot. So I was just looking up that basketball club.
Other than those regular searches that one would do, was there anything remarkable about what you were searching at 2:27 that time frame?
No.
After you were looking at websites for your child's sports, what did you do?
I put my phone down and went to sleep.
And up to that point, had there been any discord or fighting or arguments in your world?
No.
Peaceful night?
Yes.
Did you go to sleep, Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
Did you sleep through the night?
I typically get up to
like
go to the
a
bathroom,
baby.
so I could have gotten up possibly to go to the bathroom.
Did anything remarkable happen in the early morning hours of January 29, 2022 that changed that peaceful mood into something else?
Yes.
I want you to share with the jury the first thing that happens that changes everything.
At 4:53, my phone rings and I look at my caller ID. I look at the phone and it's Kaylee Johnson.
Okay, so let's take a moment. She knows the exact time. She knows the exact time that this phone rang. She knows who's calling, and was ready to tell us exactly what she said on the phone to Jen. And I swear to God, if this internet doesn't get better, I'm gonna punch something. Not someone, but something. So she knows the exact time. How good is her memory? How good is her memory? Will it hold up throughout the rest of her testimony? I remember the exact time I got this phone call. Okay, so what time did you get this phone call? What time did you get this text message? I don't remember. Is that going to happen? We shall see. Hopefully soon, once the internet sorts itself out. We've seen the memory games that Alan Jackson plays. And by memory games, I mean he will sort of preface questions with, it's not a memory contest. But is your memory better now than it was a year ago, than it was 2 years ago, than it was 3 years ago? Okay, because so what are we going with? What are we trusting here? Because 3 years ago, you said, so-and-so ate an apple. Last year, you said so-and-so ate a snack. This year, you said so-and-so was having peach cobbler. So what are we going with? How is your memory? Is he going to work that same angle with Karen? Excuse me, I almost called her Karen. With Jen McCabe. Golly. That's
John's niece. And I say hello, and she said, well, basically she relayed to me that
Next question is
When you pick up the phone, could you hear a voice on the other end?
I heard a voice and a lot of screaming.
And the voice you heard, is that Kaylee, John's niece?
Yes.
And the screaming, was it a man or a woman screaming?
It was a woman.
How loud was that person screaming?
Very loud.
Could you make out anything that person was saying as they were screaming?
My name was screamed a lot. And then the other individual ended up getting on the phone with me.
And who was that person that was screaming in the background?
Miss Reed.
How long was she screaming for while you were speaking to your niece before you spoke to her?
The entire time I was speaking to Kaylee, she was screaming.
Describe her demeanor.
Miss Reed's?
Yes.
Jen! Jen! And then she's screaming that John didn't come home. She left him at the waterfall. She was hysterical. It was very hard to follow what she was saying.
How long did that first call last for?
I'm not sure how long, maybe possibly a few minutes, but it was loud enough and long enough that my husband shot up in bed thinking one of my kids had come in the room screaming.
Without saying what your niece said, could you describe your niece's demeanor when you first spoke to her? I mean, John's niece's demeanor.
I would say Kaylee sounded concerned, uneasy.
Okay. During that phone call, other than the screaming and the screaming of your name, did the defendant give you any information other than she had dropped John off at the waterfall?
They had gotten into a fight. She had left him there and he didn't come home.
And when you were woken up, were you in a sleep when you were woken up?
Pause.
Yes, I was sound asleep.
What was your mental state then? During that phone call, other than the screaming and the screaming of your name, did the defendant give you any information other than she had dropped John off at the waterfall?
They had gotten into a fight. She had left him there and he didn't come home.
And when you were woken up, were you in a sleep when you were woken up?
Yes, I was sound asleep.
What was your mental state like when you first woke up?
Stop. Wait, when you were sleeping and then you woke up, what were you doing before you woke up? Were you sleeping? Yes, I was sleeping. Brennan?
Woke up and got that call?
Well, I had been up late. I had taken my medication that I take for my MS, so I was definitely a bit groggy when I first woke up. So immediately I just wanted to help her. She was hysterical. Kaylee was upset. So I went into that kind of mom mode of what can I do? How can I help? So I immediately was like thinking, okay, well, if you left him at the waterfall, let me think who was still there, or, you know, how can I help you? How can we find John?
Did you have a plan when you ended that first call?
I did. I knew Chris Albert had still been at the waterfall when I left. So I thought if Karen and John had gotten into a fight, maybe Chris had walked out of the bar and Chris lived local to the bar. Thought maybe they walked back to Chris's together.
So what did you do?
So I called Chris Albert's wife, Julie.
Did you speak to her?
No, she never answered.
After you had a moment to make a phone call and think about things, did your head become any more clearer?
It did. And I was, reminded by my husband that we had seen Karen and John's car outside of Fairview.
When he reminded you, did you independently remember
Okay.
the text messages that you sent to John earlier that evening?
Immediately, I was like, oh my God, you're right.
Did you remember that you had
Wait,
seen
That
you
is
believed to be the defendant?
so interesting. Okay, reminded her they were outside. Okay, interesting words from Jen McCabe right now. I thought, wow, well, maybe him and Chris walked home because Chris lives really close to the waterfall. Okay. But then I was reminded by my husband that I went to the door 5 times, sent 5 text messages to John O'Keefe about being here and coming in and where to park outside of 34 Fairview. Oh, right. My husband reminded me that. How much did you have to drink? How groggy does, and I hate that happens to you. I want to underscore that. I hate that you have to take medication for a disease that has no cure, that is like a degenerative situation, chronic, painful, and deserves more attention from just the world in general on how to fix it. I'm sorry that you have to take medicine for that makes you groggy and might take you out of like the real world. I'm sorry. That sucks. And I want to underline that as well. But how groggy does your medication make you? How much did you have to drink? Is there the grogginess might be worse if you do mix with alcohol. Are you supposed to have alcohol while on this medication? Is that a problem? Is that okay? I don't need those answers, but like, I don't, I'm sure she does not care to expose any more of like her medical background to the world because like she doesn't need to. And, if anyone does, that's a HIPAA violation. But I think those are fair questions that the jurors might have when it comes to your grogginess. And then you just told us that you saw the car in 3 different spaces, 3 different spots in the front yard, pulled to the side of the road in the front yard. You sent text messages each time you went to the front door to see where they are, to tell them where to park, to get them inside. You called. There's multiple phone calls, but you forgot all of that in the morning. You forgot all of that in the morning when you got the phone call of, I left him, John, he didn't come home. You completely forgot about 34 Fairview, John, phone calls, text messages, checking out. You saw the brake lights. You remember you saw the brake. It just doesn't feel good. That doesn't feel real. That doesn't feel real to me. And I'm trying my best to partition last trial's testimony from this one. Because one, the jurors don't have last trial's testimony. They only have this one. But at the same time, that does not feel good. Even while I am removing last trial's testimony from this one, that still does not feel good. It doesn't feel right.
Defendant's car in front of the house near the flagpole?
Objection.
Watch the form.
Okay. What did you remember? What came to mind after you spoke to your husband about your memory from earlier that evening?
The minute he said it, I remember seeing the SUV and then all the text messages that I had and the phone conversation with John.
So after the defendant spoke to you and said she had left the defendant at the waterfall and you had time to think about your memories, did you react or do anything with that?
Yes, I believe I called Kaylee back.
Why did you call Kaylee?
I didn't have Miss Reed's phone number.
When you called Kaylee back, did you speak to anybody?
Yes, I believe Kaylee and then Miss Reed.
When you first spoke to Kaylee, could you hear anything other than Kaylee?
The screaming.
Was it any different or was it similar to the first time you spoke by phone?
Similar to the first time.
Regarding the demeanor or intensity, had it changed at all?
Not at all.
You mentioned the first time that you had that phone call, the defendant was screaming your name. Jen,
Yes.
Jen, Jen. Was she saying your name in the second call or was it just general screaming?
My name. And then when she got on the phone, I had told her, Karen, I saw you guys outside of my sister's house. And then she told me she didn't remember being there. And then she went on to say, she started saying, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I don't. And then she just was just all over the place, like screaming my name, screaming so many different things. She was hard to follow or understand.
When she was saying to you, did I hit him? Could have I hit him? Was that before or after you informed her that you had seen her out front of your sister's house?
It was after I told her that. She also informed me that she had cracked her taillight.
In that conversation, she told you that?
In one of the conversations I had with her in my bedroom, yes.
When when you told her that you had seen her out front, she had said that she didn't remember that night. Was that before or after she was saying, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
So she was telling you about that she didn't remember that night. Was that before or after?
I want to know.
You had told.
Okay, I have questions. I want to know when Karen Reed realized she cracked her taillight. I want Karen Reed to take the stand, and I want to personally ask her questions, but I know she's not going to take the stand. But I want to know, when did Karen Reed realize she had a cracked taillight? Did she wake up? She ran out to the car. She looked at her car. She did a full investigation of her car, saw that she had a cracked taillight, came back inside, starts calling people, starts screaming, Jen, 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 Carrie, 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 Jen, 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 Kaylee, 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 call Jen, da, 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 da. She starts screaming, I have a cracked taillight. Did I hit him? Did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is that when that happened? Because if Karen didn't even know she had a cracked taillight until she gets back into her car to go get Jen, then how could she tell Carrie, oh my God, so many women's names. And then how could she tell Jen that she had a cracked taillight? I
told her about seeing her car.
When I said I saw her at Fairview, then her response was she didn't even remember going there.
Did she ever deny that she came to Mr. O'Keefe's house? I mean, to your sister's house?
No.
When she told you or said to you, did I hit him or could have I hit him or something like that, did you have any idea what she was talking about?
No, I didn't pay attention to it.
When she told you that she had cracked her taillight the night before, did that have any significance at that time to you?
No.
So in telling you these different things, did you ever piece them together at that time?
No.
What was your primary motivation at that point?
I just wanted to help her because she was hysterical. Kaylee was very upset, so I wanted to help her, and I wanted to find John.
So after she told you these things about whether she could have did hit her and the light and not remembering, did the conversation end or did it progress?
At some point, I was then going into like, okay, well, if she brought him there and left him there, where was he? because he never came in the house and she doesn't know where he is. So now where could he be? So I started thinking there was another gentleman that was supposed to meet us out at the bar who John was friends with. So I thought, okay, well, in my head, I'm thinking maybe they got into a fight. John got out of the car and he connected with this guy because he was at a party on the street.
What was that person's name?
His name is Tom Beatty.
Did you call him?
Yes.
Did you get a chance to speak
That's
to him?
fair, right? That's fair.
That morning?
Yes.
No.
Did you call around anywhere else?
I believe I called my sister. I called John. I called Tom Beatty. I called his daughter.
You called John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
Did he answer?
No.
Did it go right to voicemail?
I don't remember.
Did you text anybody?
I honestly don't remember if I texted. I primarily think I was just trying to call as many people as I could and try to figure out what happened.
Calling is
So
so
you,
much
you had
faster.
two conversations at this point with the defendant while you were still home.
Yes.
Was there any further? Was there any further phone calls that you had before you did something?
I'm not sure if I know I went downstairs to make coffee because my plan was to go with my husband. I said, come on, let's just go over to Tom Beatty's. Let's see. Maybe John's there. He passed out on the couch. I'm not sure if Karen called me again or not. It's a little foggy because there was so many calls and everything.
You went downstairs to make coffee? You went downstairs to make coffee? All I'm saying is if Raylene, Ronnie, Victoria, if my sig-off, gross, if my significant other, my boyfriend, calls you and says, hey, I can't find her, my taillight is cracked, will you help me look? I'm going to need you to do 2 things, 3 things. Drop whatever you're doing, call the cops, and get in your car. And all of those can happen at the same time. And get in your car and just go do something. I don't think you need coffee after being awoken in such a manner. She's different. She has medical things, so maybe she does need a little bit of caffeine to get her through the grogginess. But I'm sorry. If you stop to make coffee in your Keurig before you come look for me, then we're not actually friends. That's my opinion. If someone called me screaming, my heart, if I don't do anything, it's because I had a heart attack. Right? If someone called, hey, blah, 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 scream, Lily, I can't find him. I'm out the door within 22 seconds. Within 22 seconds while grabbing someone else's phone, if there's another person's phone, and calling 911 and also calling other people as well. I am actively doing multiple things at one time, and coffee is not on that list. You woke up, you walked. Oh, you put your slippers on. It's cold. The floor's so cold. I had to go make some coffee, warm up. I'm sorry. No, I don't like that. That pisses me off. Because just put yourself in her shoes. Absolutely not.
Okay.
And so that morning when you're receiving calls, did something happen?
Karen showed up at my house.
How did you know?
There's
Karen
no
showed up at your
making
house?
coffee.
I could hear her screaming out front.
And about what time is this?
Especially if I have to go somewhere far away. Like if I have to go to one of y'all that's in the chat, that's not around the corner. That's not a 2-minute drive. That's anywhere from like 45 minutes to like 4 hours with a blizzard. I'm booking it. I am out. If needed, I'd have to stop for gas. Only if needed. Only if needed. Like it's not even, it's not even like I would understand. It's like, oh my God, I had to pee so bad. Right. I had run to the restroom to go pee. And then but as I was doing that, I was making phone calls and, putting shoes, like that just doesn't feel right. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I'll go circle the neighborhood if I see that someone lost a dog near me. If I get an alert, hey, I lost my dog ran out. I'm in this neighborhood. I'll go circle a couple of blocks. I'll go for a quick walk. Let me throw some shoes on. I'm not gonna. I don't know, man. That just seems
Approximately
God damn it, internet.
5:20, 5:30. I can't be
Were
sure.
you worried for John at this point?
Not particularly. No.
Sorry, the internet went. Is she going to say that she's not particularly worried about him? It's not. That's not the point. That's not the point. Were you worried for John at this point? And she is about to say not particularly. It's not necessarily about John. Even if you get that phone call and you're like, I'm sure he's fine. Like, he's a grown-ass man. But she is not. Karen's not fine. The person on the other end of the phone is not fine. So, out of respect for John, you try to do something to make Karen feel a little more fine. Is that being too kind of a person? I don't know. Is it because we're completely different human beings and she's got 18 million children and I have a cat? Like, is that complete? Like, is it just because we live on completely different universes? I don't know. Wow. I'm gonna go back, and then when the internet comes back, we'll be caught up.
Further. Was
And
there
it'll be
any
clear.
further phone calls that you had before you did something?
I'm not sure. I know I went downstairs to make coffee because my plan was to go with my husband. I said, come on, let's just go over to Tom Beatty's. Let's see. Maybe John's there. He passed out on the couch. I'm not sure if Karen called me again or not. It's a little foggy because there was so many calls and everything.
I didn't mean to
And
crunch
so that morning when you're receiving calls,
my frosted wheat in the microphone.
did something happen?
Karen showed up at my house.
How did you know Karen showed up at your house?
I could hear her screaming out front.
And about what time is this?
Approximately 5:20, 5:30. I can't be
Were
sure.
you worried for John at this point?
Not particularly. No.
Were you screaming?
No.
Now at this point,
I did not mean to crunch my frosted wheat directly into the microphone. I thought I muted it. I can understand. Okay, I'll give her a little leniency. Crazy Karen on the phone. I'm not really that worried about John. Crazy Karen outside my house. Now I'm worried about John. That I will give some leeway for that. Crazy Karen screaming outside my house. Also, you heard her outside your house in a blizzard screaming. You heard her. Here we fucking go. You heard her outside your house screaming. Just one person screaming. And it was a blizzard, was it not? Was it more of a blizzard than it was when you left 34 Fairview? You heard her. One person. You heard Karen outside your house screaming. You heard that. The weather progressively got worse. You left 34 Fairview. You're home. You're on your phone. You're looking up It's Raining Men and bullshit at 2 whatever. I will give that search didn't happen. Let me give that to you. Let me give that to you for one goddamn moment, right? You didn't search the house long to die in the cold until the morning, whatever. I'll give that to you. But you sitting there, and I will bet, I will put some dollar bills on your husband. Also heard Karen Reed, her crazy ass screaming outside your house in the middle of the blizzard. But an hour later in time, let's say 2 hours, and it's the same blizzard happening, and there are ambulance, cop cars, you screaming, Carrie screaming, Karen screaming, fire trucks outside of 34 Fairview, and nothing. You heard a singular woman going crazy on your yard. But everyone in 34 Fairview, and by everyone I mean the German Shepherd, Nicole Albert, and Brian Albert, heard not a goddamn thing. 2 hours later, let's say, I think that was the time, an hour to 2 later, nothing. But you can hear that crazy bitch in your driveway. I'm confused. How loud was the wind? Just on Fairview, Lily does cross. You cannot, there are cracks. There are cracks, and they are big cracks. They're like Baltimore potholes, you know, like they're massive cracks, and a lot of stuff is falling in there. But the jury, okay, I was about to say that the jury is not dumb, but to be fair, we had a really dumb jury last time. So the jury might be dumb, but there will be a couple of brains to ask a couple of extra questions. This is not it. Oh, I'm so
this
frustrated.
Moment when you hear her outside of your house yelling early morning hours. Did you know a person by the name of Kerry Roberts?
Listen.
5:20, 5:30. I can't be sure.
Were you worried for John at this point?
Not particularly. No.
Were you screaming?
No, I'm just kidding.
No.
Now, at this point, this moment when you hear her outside of your house yelling early morning hours, did you know a person by the name of Kerry Roberts?
I knew of her. I'd met her once.
Were you friends with her at that time?
And now they're besties.
Had you socialized with her at that time?
No.
Had you ever seen her before with John?
Once.
Tell me about that.
Years earlier, as I said earlier, I used to take Kaylee on Friday nights, and Kerry was the one who would take Patrick on Friday nights. So we would each have the kids. And to thank us, one day John told us how he got a discount at Reebok and to get our kids shoe sizes, and he was going to buy us all sneakers, just as a way to say thank you for helping. So we all went to the store together, and then John took Kerry and myself to the Hillside for lunch.
So
how many years before this moment?
I would love a couple of pairs of sneakers.
Oh gosh. Well, I think that's when
I'll take it.
My daughter was in kindergarten or first grade, and at this point she was in 8th grade. So like 7 years.
Had you ever spent any other time with Kerry Roberts before this morning?
No.
Were you friends at that point?
No.
How would you consider your relationship with Miss Roberts on that morning when Miss Reed arrived to your home?
I had met her once, and that was the extent of it. I wouldn't say I knew her at all beyond that one time I went out with her.
I want you to take us back now to when you first hear the defendant in your driveway yelling. When you hear that, do you hear any words, or is it general yelling?
I'm sorry. I'm so hungry, but now is not the time. Why would you bring this up, Brennan? Why would you bring this up? Why even ask these questions? Why even was she yelling? Did she also send a text message or call you? If there was an out, Brennan, if there was a phone call or a text message, if there was an out, to not have to bring up you heard her screaming in your driveway. You heard this crazy ass bitch hollering your name, waking up the whole goddamn neighborhood way too early in the morning on a Saturday. If there was an out, a text message or a phone call, why are you bringing it up? Because you know it's going to be brought up, or compared to the rest of the testimony where the Alberts had no idea anything was happening on their front yard. Extra, extra, read all about it. They did absolutely nothing. Where's the dog? Where's the German Shepherd? Hello? Like, hello? Hello? Are we dumb here? I can't. I'm sitting quiet. I'm sitting quiet, but yeah, I love you. And I know right now you probably want to lose your mind. I know right now, of all the times you have to sit quiet, you're probably screaming, internally screaming, because this right here is not necessarily about Jen or her testimony. This is about, like, you're asking questions, but are you asking the right questions, Brennan?
So I hear yelling. So I was downstairs making coffee. I go to my front door and I open it, and she's screaming, Jen, Jen. She's screaming that 3 times. And then she.
Also, I'm cold. Also, your ass is making coffee still. And Karen is already, I can't look at her right now. Your ass is making coffee still, and Karen is already at your house. You really didn't give a fuck about John in this moment. You didn't give a flying fuck about him. Not even a little bit. Because you were probably in bed. You put your slippers on, went to pee, made some phone calls, took your time, put your nice little robe. I'm sure she has a nice robe. This is just me assuming. I'm sure she has a nice robe. I think everyone deserves a nice robe. I don't have a robe. I would love a robe. She takes her time. She's going downstairs. Karen's already here. How far away do you live from John O'Keefe? Because Karen was at John's house. How far are you? She's already here. Karen's already here, and you're still making coffee. How long does it take to make a cup of coffee? I want this information.
And she was saying, we have to go to Fairview. You know, a lot of the, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Just, she was on repeat.
What did you do?
My husband came running down the hall and was like, tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the neighbors. And then I said, I'm just going to go with her. I'm going to go look for John. And then he yelled down saying something like, you can't be driving around in this weather, you know, with a broken taillight.
When you saw the defendant at your front door, had the weather changed overnight?
Yes.
Was it different?
Yes. Now the snow had intensified. It was almost like, it was dark outside, but it was like whiteout conditions.
How dark?
Yeah, whiteout conditions. And you heard her screaming.
I mean, it was dark. It was
in your driveway.
Like 5:30 in the morning.
What was the visibility like?
Not good.
After you meet the defendant at your door, do you let her in or does she stay outside?
I'm not sure if I just grabbed my coffee and ran out or whether she came in. So we walked down.
Now you run
down my walkway. She was just kind of running all around. The driver's door was open. So I told her I was going to drive because I thought she was too hysterical to drive. In the meantime, all of a sudden there was a car at the end of my street and there was a plow behind it.
The car that came to the end of your street, do you know where it went?
I meant the end of my driveway. I'm sorry.
When you say at the end of your driveway, did it pull into your driveway?
No, it just kind of stopped right at the base of my driveway.
Okay. How far behind your car was that car?
Not far, not too far.
Okay. Did you know who was in that car?
No.
Did you learn who was in that car?
Yes.
How did you learn who was in the car?
Because I said, who is that?
Did you ask the defendant or did you walk up?
I asked the defendant and she told me it was Carrie Roberts.
Did you meet Carrie Roberts face to face in your driveway that morning?
Yes, I wouldn't say we met. It was more of a, the plow was coming, so then she was having to like move down the street. And then either Karen called her or she called Karen, but they were on the phone, Karen's phone over the car. So they started talking.
Did you get into the defendant's car?
Yes, we did. I got in the car with Miss Reed.
When you got in the car, you were in the driver's seat. Was Miss Reed in the passenger front?
Yes.
You said there was an open call. Is there something you could hear on a speaker?
Yes.
At that point, had you had a chance to go and look at the taillight of that car?
No.
Did you have any interest in the taillight at that point?
No.
There was an open call between who?
Karen and Carrie Roberts.
Can you describe what you heard in that call?
Karen was.
Can you describe what you heard in that call? I mean, you can't really say what Carrie said. You can say what Karen said. Because that's what they call hearsay.
Was saying that she wanted to go to Fairview and Carrie Roberts was.
Sorry, the internet dropped. I'm so sorry. Okay, so what just happened? I had a freak out. Sorry. You know, there's just things that are not adding up. And Brennan is not going to make them add up. Is there a reason for that? Probably. And we'll see the reasoning in cross-examination. I still can't get over she could hear Karen outside in the worst part of the weather that was happening, right? It was way worse than it was at 2 a.m. If she went to bed at 2:30 and she's now in Karen Reed's car at 5:30, she maybe had like 2.5, 3 hours of sleep. Is that going to screw with someone's everything? Yes. But at the same time, like, especially as an adult, if something happens and you need to click on, you click on, right? You have 4 kids.
It was instructing her that no, we weren't going to be going to Fairview. And she kept saying, we got to go to your sister's house. And Carrie Roberts said, no, we're not going to be driving around in this weather in 2 cars. Let's go back to John's. Let's go to Meadows. Let's go see if he's there. That was kind of the conversation. And then Karen was doing a lot of screaming, and Carrie was kind of yelling back at her to shut up.
Who was taking charge of the situation that morning?
Carrie Roberts.
Were you in charge of it?
No.
Did you weigh in or make any decisions on where you were going to go next, or were you just a listener?
I just listened. Carrie said that Carrie's kind of a take charge person. She said, we're going to Meadows. So I said, okay, I drove to Meadows.
Now, at this point, you didn't know Carrie Roberts other than that meeting?
Yes, correct.
And you agreed to follow her?
Yes.
So tell us what happened. Take us through the drive.
She might have followed me. I'm not sure, but we drove back to Meadows, pulled into the driveway.
So you knew where Meadows was? You had been there many times with the kids?
Yes.
You think Miss Roberts may have followed you?
How far away
Yes.
is it?
What was the weather conditions as you were driving?
They were awful. It was, I was driving very slow, cautiously.
Was
it was dark.
Was it white out?
Hard to
Was it
see.
blizzard?
It was that type where the snow is like coming at your window.
How long of a ride was it from your home to John's home?
Approximately 5-6 minutes.
Was there any other phone calls while you were in the car with Miss Roberts, or did the phone calls end?
I believe that was it.
Can you describe the defendant's demeanor on the trip from your house to John's house?
She was just screaming, yelling things. It was almost like everything she said 3 times. And she just went from one thing to the next. She was quite hysterical.
Do you remember what she was yelling about?
About going to Fairview, asking, could she have hit him? Did I hit him?
How many times did she raise the question, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
A good amount.
Did you ever
Just
speak to her
3
about that?
times is
No.
an interesting thing.
At some point, did you finally get to
I'm
John's home?
glitchy.
Yes.
When you got to John's,
I'm glitchy. I can see on my thing I'm glitchy. This whole 3 times thing is really interesting to me. She kept saying things in 3s. She kept saying things in 3s. She kept saying things in 3s. Why? Does she normally say things in 3s? I think she is a sort of repetitive person, just baseline. But I don't know if she's like a 3 times repetitive person on a baseline situation. She definitely, in my opinion, is a repetitive person though. But I don't understand this 3s in 3s. This she said she kept saying things in 3s. She kept saying things in 3s. Was it because she was still drunk? I don't know. I want like a psychologist to explain
got
it.
to John's home, who pulled in the driveway first?
I did.
Where did you pull in respect to the driveway?
I just pulled straight in next to the garage.
Did you see where Miss Roberts went?
I believe she pulled in behind me.
After you pulled into Meadows, John's home, and you stopped, what happened next?
We go into John's house.
When you went to John's house, did you all go in the same way?
Yes, we went through the garage.
And before going into John's home, did you do anything?
Before entering into the house?
Yes.
I took off my shoes.
You took off your shoes?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because you always had to take your shoes off at John's. He didn't want you to track. He would have yelled at me for tracking snow in his house.
Did you see if Carrie took her shoes off or not?
I believe she did.
Did you see whether the defendant took her shoes off or not?
She just walked right in
How would you remember that?
because I thought it was strange.
What was your purpose when you went into the house? What was the number one thing that you were worried about?
We were looking for John.
Anything else on your mind when you went into his house?
Also, I knew Kaylee was there.
Now, at this point, did you have a close relationship with Kaylee?
Yes.
Do you still?
Yes.
What did you do when you went in the house? Where did you go?
I walked through the kitchen and then I kind of peeked into the TV room. I walked through the dining room. And then before I went up the stairs, I kind of peeked into a living room. I went up to the top of the stairs. I peeked into John's room. And then I went into Kaylee's room.
Did you ever see John?
No,
Why did you go to Kaylee's room?
because I wanted to go check on Kaylee.
Did you have a chance to speak to her?
I did, yes.
What was her demeanor at that point?
She was very, she was in the bed. She was holding on to her phone. She was terrified.
Was she screaming?
No.
Did you provide her any comfort?
Yes. I told her that I was going to go out. I told Kaylee that I was going to go out with them and I was going to find John. And I promised her that everything would be okay.
Why would you do that? Has no one ever seen television, movies, read a book? Right? I don't know. First, we have the paramedic who was like, I was just trying to give her hope. I was just trying to give her hope. Oh, John's going to be okay. We're working on him. He's going to be okay. I'm giving her hope. I want to, keep her spirits high. I'm giving her hope. No. You don't promise that everything's going to be okay. So, okay, let me calm down. She's just a person. She's not a paramedic. She's not a police officer. She's not a doctor. She's looking at a young girl who she cares about, and everything's going to be okay. We're going to go find John. I'm going to go out with him. We're going to go find John. Everything's going to be okay. I get that. I get it. But it's like a trope. It's a trope. You don't say everything's going to be okay. He's going to be fine. He's not fine. It's weird. Don't do that. I think being honest is key in moments like that. I think it's one of the hardest things to do. Right? But I think honesty I think it will help the person who has to grieve I'll put them in sort of like a safer spot. And that's just like from me, right? That's just from me. I think honesty is key. I don't think trying to give someone hope, trying to keep their spirits high, I don't think that's a good sort of through way to take when you are in a sticky situation. I think honesty is key, and saying, I hope he's okay. I don't know what's going on. We're going to go out and look for him. We're calling the cops. We're calling everyone, seeing where he is. I want you to stay here, stay by your phone, take nice and slow breaths. If you hear anything, call me. I understand. I can have my husband, Matt, come over if you want. He can come pick you up, something like that. I don't think, everything's going to be fine, honey. I don't think that's good. I don't think that's healthy. I don't think that's the right thing to do. I think you need to be real. I think more people just need to be real in the moment. Like, just be real. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if he's okay or not, but we're going to go look, and we're going to try everything that we know how to. And Carrie's already called the hospitals. Carrie's already called the non-emergency number. There hasn't been any phone calls about him. We're going to keep calling friends. If you want to call someone to go somewhere to have you to come here to pick up, that's fine. Hey, I'm the closest one, to you from John. Keep me updated. I'm talking to you like you are an adult. This is a tough situation, but you have all of these people caring and looking. I don't think he's going to be okay. Everything's going to be, I don't think that's the right tactic to take. I don't think, and I know it's even more difficult when you're talking to a child. Now, if they're like super young, but Kelly wasn't super young. She wasn't an infant. She was old enough to comprehend that something was going on. She was old enough to show fear. She was old enough to know that she wanted information. I think being truthful is more important than trying to give someone hope in that moment of, we have no idea what the hell's going on. I have no idea what the hell's going on.
Where did you go?
I went back downstairs, and then we went out to look for John.
Before you left John's house that morning, did the defendant
Did you ever finish your coffee?
Yes. When we were out in the driveway, I had thought it was when we went in, but I think it might have been when we came out. But regardless, at one point when we were in the driveway at Meadows, Karen showed myself and Kerry Roberts the cracked taillight.
Did you or Miss Roberts get close to the taillight at that point?
Yes, we walked over, and the taillight was missing pieces.
Did Miss Roberts have any comment about it?
Yes, Miss Roberts.
So she had a comment. Next question.
What was Miss Roberts' demeanor at that point?
She was frustrated with Karen, had said that, had said that Karen basically was telling her to shut up. You were so drunk. You could have hit anything last night. And then Kerry, I remember just thinking, all right, let's go. And I remember Kerry thinking, someone's going to get,
What Kerry,
sorry.
we don't want to think what somebody thought.
Okay.
I want to know what you heard.
I
and what
remember
you saw.
Carrie
Mhm.
thinking,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Bro,
At some
stop.
point when you were looking at the taillight with missing pieces with the defendant and Miss Roberts, did you see Miss Roberts point anything out?
Yes.
Share that with us.
She pointed a piece that was sticking out and was concerned that someone was going to catch their coat or something on it.
And during that time when the defendant is showing you the taillight with missing pieces, was she saying anything about it?
No, I don't. Not that I can recall right now.
You mentioned at some point she was saying, did I or could I have hit him after you left John's house? Was that in the car or before you got in the car?
I know for a fact it was definitely in the car, was one of the times. Yes.
Now, Miss Roberts' car is parked behind the defendant's car in John's driveway.
Yes.
Was there a decision made to take one or two cars?
One car.
What was the plan?
The plan was to get into Carrie's car and to go and look for John. I wanted to go thinking, let's go to Tom Beatty's, but Miss Reed was pretty adamant that we go to Fairview first.
You said that at times there was some arguing or bickering, or Miss Roberts was raising her voice to the defendant.
Yes.
Who made the decision to go to Fairview?
Ultimately, Carrie said, all right, we'll go there, almost like to shut her up.
When you got in the car, where was everybody? When you got into Carrie Roberts' car, where
Yes.
was everybody sitting?
Carrie was driving. I was in the front and passenger. Karen was in the back, in the middle, kind of peeking her head through between us.
I want you to take us through the ride from John's house at Meadows until you first get to Fairview. So as you pull out of, or Carrie Roberts pulls out of John's driveway, what is the mood inside that car?
I'd say it was starting to get tense because Karen was just continuously screaming. Carrie was trying to focus on driving, and Karen's behavior in the back of the car was a bit erratic.
When you say erratic, can you give some detail what you mean by that?
Yes, she would go from sitting back to leaning up in between us, and she would yell Carrie's name 3 times. Then she would yell my name's three times. And then she would yell, could I hit him? Did I hit him? Over and over again.
When she was repeating these questions or phrases that she was yelling, did you respond in any way?
I don't believe I did, no.
How about Carrie?
Carrie was telling her to shut up and to buckle up.
Was she buckled?
I don't believe so.
All I know is Karen lucked out with 2 people who could really handle a chaotic situation well, right? I didn't say anything, says Jen McCabe. And Carrie was just telling her to shut up, shut the fuck up the entire time. These people do not like you. Like, I don't know if there's a better way to say these people are not your friends. These people don't like you. These people don't like you. I didn't say anything. I didn't try to calm her down. I didn't try to talk to her. I didn't say anything. I just ordered her around and told her what I just, Carrie was ordering things around and where we were going and what we were doing and et cetera, et cetera. I just followed Carrie and I didn't say anything. And Carrie was just telling her to shut up the entire time. These people do not like you.
You began your drive from Mr. O'Keefe's home at Meadows to Fairview. Is the weather getting better?
No, it's getting worse.
Is the
Okay,
visibility
Mr.
still
Lally, it's still
difficult?
freaking
It was
snowing.
terrible.
As you began that drive to Fairview, was there anything that you were doing on the way?
Yes, I was just kind of looking out the window intently to see if I saw anything.
What were you looking for?
I guess John, which I know it sounds crazy, but I didn't know where the hell he was.
It does not sound crazy because we found John on the side of the road covered in snow. Does not sound crazy. Sounds kind of what like you were doing. You were looking for somebody on the side of the road covered in snow. Sounds like exactly the thing you needed to be doing because that's where he was.
Did you have any difficulty seeing from the car the side of the road?
Yes.
Did you see what direction Ms. Roberts was looking when she was driving?
Well, she, it was hard because she needed to focus on driving because the conditions were that.
Sorry, the internet. I know it sounds crazy, but I was just looking intently. No, it doesn't sound crazy. That's literally what you were supposed to be doing. I know it sounds crazy. What do you mean it sounds crazy? We're looking for a missing man. What's crazy is that no one called the cops. What's crazy is that no one called 911 and said, hey, John O'Keefe, a Boston police officer, is MIA. And there's a blizzard, and we would love some assistance in finding this man. That's crazy. But what do I know?
Were that bad?
Did you have a chance to see the defendant on that drive at all?
Yes.
Was she looking out the windows with you?
No, she was popping back and forth and screaming.
Was it constant screaming, or did it change at all?
She would scream and then kind of sit back, and she'd almost be like quiet for a minute. It was like, okay, good. And then she'd start again.
In those quiet times, do you know what, if anything, she was doing?
I didn't know what she was doing that morning, no.
How long did it take to get to Fairview?
I don't know. I'm going to assume maybe 10 minutes, like
Don't
with the weather,
assume.
maybe 10 minutes. I'm not, give or take approximately.
As you're approaching 34 Fairview Road, before you get there, is Fairview going to be on your left side, driver's side, or on the right side?
As we're pulling up, it's on the driver's side. Carrie's going to take a left down Fairview off of Chapman.
I want you to take us back to that morning, about 20 or 30 yards before you get to Fairview.
Mm-hmm.
You're in the car with Miss Roberts and the defendant?
Yes.
What's happening in the car?
Karen's is screaming. And at that point, she had asked if John could be cheating on her and if John could be with Bella's mom.
And then what happens?
I didn't know what the hell she was talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? Why would he be with Bella's mom? And then Carrie said, well, do you think he could have walked to, there was another woman years before that John had dated who lived on the next street over to her house.
And as you approach that area before you get to the flagpole, does anything remarkable happen?
No.
Okay. What happens next?
As we're driving down the street, I just say to Carrie, because she doesn't know where my sister lives, oh, her house is just at the bottom of the street.
Visibility still difficult?
Yes.
Brennan wanted her to say yes. And then Karen just started screaming, there he is, but she didn't understand the question. Or what she had prepared was not properly enticed by the question.
That's awful.
What happens next?
We continue, driving, and we're driving slowly past, the line of, I guess, bushes and the flagpole area. And all of a sudden, Karen's screaming from the back, there he is, or something to the effect of, there he is, let me out.
Did you know what she was talking about?
I had no idea.
When she was yelling that, did you look out the window?
Yeah, we had our eyes peeled out the window.
There he is, let me out. I had no idea what she was talking about. I have no idea why she was doing that. Well, maybe it's because there he is and she wants to get out of the car. Am I being too much now? Like, am I being too hard on her because I want to be hard on her? I feel like I might be being hard on her because I want to be hard on her. I don't want to be hard on her, but like...
How long was she yelling about...
Well, you're on the other side of the car.
Carrie, she screamed, stop. So Carrie stopped pretty quickly. There he is. She could have kicked the door, like, let me out of here.
When she was kicking the door,
she could have kicked the door. That sounds like,
I was just like, what the heck? What is going on?
Testimony.
What happens next?
She gets out. Carrie looks at me and said something. I said, like, she's batshit crazy.
Whoa, then what happened?
Then Carrie got out. Then I got out of the car, walked around the back of the car, and was walking like over to where I could see the girls were.
Now, at that point, you were in Kerry Roberts' car.
Yes.
It had his headlights on.
Yes.
Was it facing up the street of Fairview?
Well, we had come down the hill, so yes, up the street.
There was no other lighting in that area?
I do not believe so.
No fire engines or ambulances at that point?
No.
No police cars?
No.
Any street lights?
It was dark.
When you got out of the car, did you look towards the area of the flagpole?
Yes.
Could you see anything at that point?
No.
How close did you get to the area of the flagpole before you could first actually see something?
Well, I saw the shadowy figures of Carrie and Karen, and it wasn't until I got very close over to them that I saw Carrie removing the snow from John's face.
Is that the first moment you realized that was John O'Keefe on the ground?
Yes, it was.
When you see Carrie removing the snow from John's face, what do you do?
I was frozen. I was shocked. I couldn't believe that was him just lying there.
Tell us what you're seeing.
What do I see? I see Carrie just wiping the snow off. Karen had straddled him and had lifted her shirt in his shirt and was laying on him, and Kerry was screaming at her to get off of him. And I was literally just stunned, and there he was.
What did John look like when you saw him?
I couldn't see much but his face, because the rest was snow, and Karen was moving over him, but he just looked like just him, but just like frozen.
What did you do?
At first, I just stood there for a minute because I couldn't believe it was him. And then Kerry Roberts and I made eye contact, and I knew. I was like, all right, I'm going to call 911. But I think I knew in that moment that John, was dead.
Did you call 911?
Yeah, I started to.
I feel like the jury at this very moment is asking, so now you call 911? Now you call 911? Not when Karen is calling you frantically, not when you get in the car, not with Kerry on the house and he's not in the house, and you're all related to cops, and this is a Boston cop. Now you call 911 now that there's actually a body? I'm just... What did you think? Did y'all really actually think that nothing bad happened? Like, y'all were so convinced that Karen was just a crazy psycho bitch and nothing actually bad happened. But then it does, and you're like, oh shit, we all were so wrong. We have to call 911 now. Or just call my husband and say, hello, I need a cop here. Hi, husband. Hi, brother-in-law. You didn't go running up 34 Fairview front yard, pounding on the door to get your Boston police officer, brother-in-law, homeowner of 34 Fairview outside so we can call back up to get this Boston police officer to the emergency room and get him help ASAP? You didn't do that. You didn't do anything except not talk to her and tell her to shut up. And now you're like, oh my God, something bad actually happened. Let me call 911.
I had to call 911, and Kerry and Karen were just screaming. And so I walked back towards Kerry's car, and then Kerry was also yelling at me to go to the back of the car to look for blankets and towels. So as I was calling 911, I was at the back of the car looking for the towels and the blankets to bring over to Kerry. And while I was doing that, I believe 911 answered.
Did you speak to 911?
I did, yes.
Did you get the towels and blankets that Kerry had requested?
I did, yes.
After your phone call with 911 and you had the towels and blankets, tell us what happens next.
So after I called 911, I went back over to Kerry, Karen, and John. And at that point, Kerry asked if I would take over compressions. So she got up and I started doing compressions, and Karen was doing mouth to mouth.
When you started doing compressions, were you touching John over his clothes or touching his skin?
I don't remember.
Did you at that point get a chance to touch John's body and see how it felt temperature-wise?
I just remember when I was doing the compressions, I don't really know how to explain it. It just felt very funny.
I'm sorry, very
It
what?
just wasn't like normal.
What?
I can't think of how to describe the way it felt when I was trying to press down, but it was like resistance.
How long did you try to give compressions and give aid to John for?
Until the police came.
Mr. Brennan, why don't we end here?
Thank you.
All right, Ms. McCabe, we need you back tomorrow. Wednesday. Okay. Jurors, that's it for today. I have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation.
Okay, so let me get to day 7, and we will get Jen McCabe back on the stand.
Before the county of Norfolk, draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
All right, good morning again, council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. We appreciate you being prompt and ready to go this morning. There was something I needed to discuss with the lawyers to help streamline the evidence that will be presented to you today. So I appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions.
Hi, Vicky. What's going on? What's going on?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Before you take us back to Fairview Road, I want to ask you a couple of questions about John's house at Meadows. Are you familiar with his house?
Yes.
Have you seen the front of his house before?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with his driveway?
Yes.
Are you familiar with whether there's any surveillance system at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
He went back. He went back because he didn't show.
Previously marked as Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's John.
He didn't show the video, the ring camera video from John O'Keefe's driveway of them going in and out, or just going in, or just going out. One of them. Not this bitch. Bored at work. Oh, well,
John O'Keefe's house.
not anymore.
Jury, please. On that screen, is that Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes.
Show me what's been marked as Exhibit 8. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
That is the side of Mr. O'Keefe's house, the two garage doors.
Is there any indication of surveillance?
Looks, is this a ring camera right here? Looks,
Is that what John O'Keefe's side of his house looks like?
yes.
I want to show you Exhibit 10. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the driveway at John O'Keefe's.
See a car the night before? Those early morning hours when you drove to Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
I want to show you
I just like to
Exhibit
push
11.
through the
Do you recognize
slowish
that photo?
moments.
Yes, Miss Reed's vehicle.
Is that the vehicle that Ms. Reed showed you
This-
broken, missing?
This here is a broken taillight, allegedly. Or it could just be a lot of snow compacted just right in that area on top of the taillight. But to me, it looks like there's some snow compacted. I'm seeing some red throughout here. So it looks like snow was sort of just expanded over what is still left there. I'm seeing, it looks like right here, there's a little glass still, because this is like clear glass on top of the red. Looking like some red glass right there. It does not look like it's completely gone. Like it's just an empty hole.
Missing
Like
taillight
me.
that one?
Yes, it is.
You called him or he called you about directions to Fairview Road.
Yes.
Oh, we're going
you
way
also
back.
shared that you had a phone conversation offering directions.
Yes, I did.
Did you tell John that the house at Fairview was near Bella's mom's house?
We already did this. We already did this.
What did you tell John as far as directions to Fairview? How did you mark it for him?
I told him to go by, past Bella's house, Bella Street, and then to follow it down to the end.
Now I want you to take us back where we were yesterday when we left off. You had brought us to Fairview Road. You had found John.
Yes.
You shared with us that you were trying chest compressions. Before the chest
I would really like them to not just say we're at Fairview Road. We are at we are at the front lawn of 34 Fairview, correct? That's what I mean. Brendan's not going to do that. He's going to suffice with we're at Fairview. But I want every time a defense attorney says Fairview or Brian Albert's house, I want them to say where John was in the front yard of 34 Fairview. I want that every single time, because I don't want them to be able to disassociate where John was and where the house was and how it's not the same property. I don't want the jury to do that. I need them to say 34 Fairview front lawn every single time. Brennan's not going to do it.
chest compressions, did you make a phone call?
I called 911.
Finally. Now that there's a
Or I'd
almost
like to move to introduce
deceased
a
human
copy
being
of
in
that
front of
911
you, you call
Okay.
911.
Do you have
But
something
until then,
physically to? Thank you.
Ms. McLaughlin does.
You ignore your best friend's girlfriend.
With,
His friend's cries for help.
with the court's permission,
Okie dokie. So the toughest part here. There's no chance in hell that the technology they have in this courtroom would be good enough to let us hear this properly. This is the 911 call that Jen made before she started doing chest compressions. Her hair's in front. I was literally going to bring it up. Her blowout, she had a blowout. Her blowout is a little flat today. But her hair still looks good. You cannot take that away. She's still got a kid. I mean, she's had her roots touched up. I mean, before trial, of course, she's going on, it's a 2-day-old blowout. Yeah. It's not a fresh blowout. You're seeing some clumping happen. There's by clumping, I mean like strands sort of sticking together and sort of like sectioning off, but her hair still looks fantastic. Get them low lights, Jenny from the block. She looks great. She's 49. And I think she looks, and I mean, you got to give it to them when they got it. She looks great for 49. 49. 4 kids, 4 girls, 49. Come on. Whatever, she's doing something right, I don't know if that's being part of murder conspiracies or not, but unwillingly, maybe part of a murder conspiracy. She looks good for 49 and 4 kids. Exactly.
What's going on?
There's a guy on responsive in Retrial.
Is it South 34?
Yes, 34, the Alpha resident. Yeah, I just pulled up.
Okay. I just want to pause. There's a guy in the snow. Not Boston police officer John O'Keefe is unresponsive in the snow. We're at 34 Fairview, the Albert residence. Oh my God, the Alberts. Oh my God, my sister lives here and her husband, the Boston police officer. There's a guy, not my dear friend John O'Keefe, who gave me that sick ass Reebok discount. A guy.
You can't imagine.
Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry. Can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Houston?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay.
There's a guy. There's a man.
Well,
He's gonna get here, okay?
okay. What's going on? Is he face down?
We just flipped him over.
Okay.
She said he was face down. We just flipped him over. That doesn't line up. That doesn't line up. Because the story is that he was face up, covered in snow. Like just snow.
Who's that in the background? Is that somebody?
It's girlfriend. He has John, please.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46. How long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and I don't know. Is he sorry? Is he? I don't know if he women. There are 2 women trying to it could just party and it's their fault.
Okay, can you just try asking? I know it's tough, but we already have the background going. They just got to.
Is he breathing? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, they don't want to do CPR. Do they want to test CPR?
Yeah. No, I guess he's gone.
Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so.
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, if I come in and the police run on the way, if everyone's defining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys outside?
I'm right up front of his car. I know, I'm on the phone with the Andrews. I know. Kevin, you gotta get off of me. Kevin, you gotta get off of him.
You know if there's any alcohol or drugs involved?
He but I'm talking hours about maybe, and I don't know how he's gonna know.
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe his head up?
Yes, possibly. I think he's bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face. All right.
Yes.
Now I think the bullet blood if there is any.
Something's coming out of the note that one of the women is doing CPR.
Okay, one of them is doing CPR.
Yes, but we're working on it.
All right, if you want CPR, and just let me, you give us a call back, you come response, right, but we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
That's it.
No, you forgot your headphones. Okay. That we heard that call. That call came through pretty clear. You could hear Karen in the background a little bit, not a lot, but you know, it's phone and you know, whatever. Um, they're on their way. Can you do CPR? She goes, I think he passed away. Okay. And he's saying that there's two women who are hysterical, Carrie and Karen. She's saying two women are hysterical. She finally says his name. Never says Boston police officer. Never says my sister-in-law's house or my sister's house. Never says my brother-in-law's house. Never says my brother-in-law Brian Albert, who's a Boston police officer, or on the front yard. Please, we need you here. This is something bad has happened. Something bad. It's just, you know, we rolled him over and you know, I know, sweetie, I know, sweetie, I know, sweetie. I feel like that's probably the most she's said to Karen the whole night. Right? Like, golly. Definitely not an easy listen. But a little bit insightful. She does not get agitated in the same form and fashion as Karen Reed or Carrie. Carrie too, screaming, yelling, shut up, Karen, shut up, shut the fuck up, blah, blah, blah. Screaming all of that, right? Carrie was right up there with Karen, but just at Karen, you know, instead of Karen screaming about a situation. I can't find John, all the things. That wasn't her. That wasn't Miss Jen. She was calm. She was straight. She was pretty collected. She called 911. There was no rush. There was no intensity. She was almost whispering at some points to make sure that when she was saying, I think he passed away, that Karen and Carrie couldn't hear her. Even though she's at the car, she's closer to the car. She's closer to the car. They're on top of John. And she still needed to whisper because she didn't want them to hear her say, I think he passed away. But I thought the wind made it so you couldn't hear someone standing in front of you. And honestly, at this point, I wouldn't give a goddamn how they reacted to me saying on 911 call, I think he passed away, but like, I need you here, you know, he's bleeding in the face, all the things. I'm not taking the, I'm not mentally processing to the point where, I want to make sure I don't hurt anyone's feelings or get anyone more upset. There's no more upset from Karen. This is the max. This is the max. There's no more room for upset. She also didn't say, my brother-in-law is an EMT. We're in his front yard. Go get him to help while we wait for you. Well, we'll go get him to help while we wait for you. Yeah, like she did not utilize the resources that were literally in the house. She didn't utilize any of the resources. Why is that? Why is that? I can't say why. Is she just stupid? And I don't mean that to just randomly call a smoking hot 49-year-old mother of four stupid. That's not. But is she? Because that's what a stupid person would do, unless you're trying to not do something else. You knew where you were going. That was the plan that Carrie came up with. I think I need to take a break. I have to go pee really bad. Can we take a 15? Can we take a 15? I need to take a break. We have all of day 7 to get through. I mean, there's a good chunk of breaks. There's the mid-morning break, the lunch break, which is like for over an hour long lunch break. So we'll get through all of today, and there's no court today. But I need to take a break. I need to take a breather. That's too much. Let's take a break. It's 1:22, 1:32. Well, let's come back at 1:35. Go take a little break. It's just, I'm just getting so, I'm getting frustrated because Karen Reed, her life is on the line here. And that does not negate the life that was lost, but Karen's Reed life is on the line. This is not a time for games, you know? Oh, we'll be right back. All right, let's not waste any time and get right back into it. We're back.
Mr. McCabe, describe your mental state when you were speaking to 911.
I guess the best way to describe it was I was in shock. My heart was racing. I was trying to be as helpful as I could and get the information to the most important information out as quick as I could to the 911 operators. But also the scene there with Karen and Kerry was a bit chaotic between the two of them. So I was just trying my best to be as calm as I could, to get help there as fast as I could, and to answer their questions the best that I could.
Before you told the 911 operator John O'Keefe's name and his age, you said there's a man in the snow. Do you know why you chose those words?
I think I just wanted to get out the most specific details. So a man in the snow versus, John O'Keefe and into a story. I think I just was get the details to them as fast as possible to get help there to him as fast as possible.
When you told the 911 operator that your friend John O'Keefe was the person lying in the snow, how did you know his age?
We used to joke because he was a couple months older than me. So I would, say, oh, you're older than me. It was a silly little thing between friends.
When you called the 911 operator, had Kerry and the defendant already been around or near John?
Yes.
Do you know if they had begun trying CPR before you called 911?
I'm not sure if they had, because Karen had straddled him and was lifted her shirt, was warming him up. And then Kerry was yelling at her to get off. And I think when Kerry got the blankets and was trying to put him under John, I think as she started to move him and wipe him, blood started to come out. And then Karen was afraid that he was going to choke on his blood and wanted to move him on his side. But then Kerry was yelling at her, we can't move him. And this was kind of all going on while I was talking to 911.
You described what you saw, and you said at some point he was bleeding from the face area. Was that before or after he was moved?
After.
Before he was moved, did you see any active bleeding?
No.
Did you see them move him over? This
After
is
you call
another point.
911, what do you do next?
There's another point of continuity. And it's almost like everything else lines up so well, right? Like between these witnesses, everything else is lining up so well. I hit him. She said 3 times. Everything's 3 times. Everything's 3 times. I hit him. But then the moment of how he was found, was he face down on the ground or was he face up on the ground? Jen right here is saying that he was face down. They had to roll him over and get the snow off of his face. Don't think that's how snow accumulates. From down up. If your face is on the ground, snow's on your head, you roll you over. There might be like a couple, some little chunks of snow or something. But Carrie said she had to remove snow because he was face up. So she is saying something that in my opinion, she is saying something that someone told to her and she is just misremembering, or she is misquoting, because she did not see if he was rolled over. This is all my opinion. I don't think she saw if he was rolled over or if he was face up or not. I don't think she ran as fast as Carrie did to Karen because Karen saw something in the snow. I think just like she took her time to get a cup of coffee in the morning, she took her time to get out of that car. So I think she either is assuming, or someone said through the grapevine that he had to be rolled over, and she's just repeating that. That's what I think. And I think that the internet is going to be the goddamn death of me.
I think I called my sister and she didn't answer. And then as I called her as I was walking over to John and she didn't answer. And then I immediately got down on the ground and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over.
How long did you try to help John for?
I'm not sure.
How long were you and the defendant and Miss Roberts there before someone else arrived?
Police officer was the first to arrive. In the moments, it seemed like a long time, but I think it was fairly quick that they arrived.
Did they take over
Any point during
CPR?
the time when you tried to help Mr. O'Keefe and the first police officer arrived, at any point did you see any signs of life from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
When the police officer first arrived, do you remember what happened next?
I remember it was very chaotic, but there was talk about a spotlight. And I remember, I think I got up and ran to kind of wave the, to get the police officer's attention so we could see where we were.
And then what happened?
The police officer, I'm not sure specific. I do remember him asking about John. I think he said, is he a drug user? He was just asking some basic questions.
And what's the environment? What's going on around you?
This is
Karen's
Officer
just
Saraf.
running around crazy, like just
Officer Saraf was the first one on scene.
yelling, screaming, kind of like a ping pong.
What are you trying to do?
I was just trying to talk to the officer. I guess I just went into this like type of mode of, all right, I have to just talk to him, get the information out, figure out like how we can best help John and like what happened to him and try to save him ultimately.
Okay,
And
was
what
he
happens next?
More officers begin to come, fire and EMT. So the scene becomes active with a lot of different presence. John, I think they lift John onto a board at one point. The officers are asking us questions. Karen's kind of coming over, talking to the questions, and then kind of just running away. And then she just runs back over. She's doing a lot of screaming, a lot of repetitive, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Kerry, I think, Kerry's off kind of making phone calls, I believe, to
Who's she
John's family.
Okay, right.
Do you know what time the first responders lifted John from the ground and put him on that bed?
I don't know what time, but it was.
Okay, that's the only question.
Okay.
You heard your 911 call. Do you know the time of that 911 call?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, hey
At some
Jen,
point, did
what time did Kaylee call you to wake you out of a slumber?
you talk to a number of different people at the scene?
Not
Yes.
saying she
Who
should
you
have
talking to?
remembered.
Um,
That's not me saying she should have remembered, or what time he put him on a stretcher, or what time she called 911, all that time. I'm just saying it doesn't look good to people hearing about this for the very first time, that I remember these very minuscule moments to the T, and then also not. Jurors need to realize that this is a moment of chaos and trauma as well. So like your memory is going to be super weird. Your memory is going to do really weird things in this very moment. But this is going to be played on by the defense team. Defense attorneys are going to eat this up. So, well, you remember this, but you don't remember this. You remember this, but you don't remember this. You said this, and now you don't remember this, but you said this, and but when you remembered this, you said this.
the first officer was Officer Saraf. I know I spoke with him. I spoke with an Officer Lank, an Officer Good. There were other officers. I don't remember their names. There were EMTs.
Sorry, internet. So we heard Seraph, Officer Seraph, who was the first officer on scene, Canton PD, Officer Lank, EMTs, fire personnel. They were all rolling up. She's talking to everyone. But what she is not saying to anyone is that this is my sister's house and my sister's husband is a Boston police officer. What she's not saying to anyone is, go get this Boston PD out of this house. What she's not doing is running to the front door, ringing the doorbell 18 million times until someone wakes up, because she has a big, nasty German Shepherd in there. Hold on. Okay. I'm going to, hold on 1 second. Sorry, we're back. The internet is still gross. What was I saying? She's still Brian Albert is in that house sleeping, snoozing, allegedly like a baby. He's allegedly snoozing. My opinion is like a baby. Like a baby. If I was a juror, I would be feeling the frustration, probably not to the level I am right now, but I would be feeling frustration because we have heard nothing but the name Jen McCabe for a week. And now we are being served nothing. We're getting nothing to eat from this. It's just easy strolling along, easy peasy. It won't be easy when she gets crossed, but easy peasy. I'm just waiting for the internet to come back to good.
I don't remember their names either.
You have lived in this area for a long time?
Yes.
Active in the community?
Yes.
Did you know Sergeant Good from before that night?
I knew of him. I didn't know him personally.
Did you know Detective Lank?
Yes, I knew him.
How did you know him?
We were friendly.
Do children ever associate with each other?
Not until recently.
After you had a chance
funny
to speak to some of the
how
officers, did you move around
death
at all
can bring
yourself?
people together.
Yes, I the officers would talk to us here and then a little bit over to the side. I tried to comfort Miss Reed. At one point, Miss Reed was very upset. And one of the officers thought it would be best if maybe she went and just sat in one of the cruisers for a little bit because she was just doing a lot of screaming and yelling. And I think they were just trying to, work on John and make the scene a little less chaotic.
You don't want to wake
so
the
I
neighbors.
went into the back of the car with her, and Kerry Roberts came over. And then we all were just sat in the back of Karen and I kind of were scrunched and sitting in the back, and Kerry was at the door of the cruiser.
Why did you get in the car with the defendant?
She was crying. She asked me to get in. We held hands. We prayed. She did have blood on her hands, and she said, could I have gotten my period? Who's going to take care of the kids? She just kind of was all over the place. And
this brings me back to did she get drugged? Like, did Karen Reed get drugged somehow? Like, did she get drugged? If all of these things are true, her screaming the 3 times, she sees blood on her hands after she was just all over John O'Keefe, and she says, could I have gotten my period? Is this girl drugged? Like, was she drugged? And that's a legitimate question. That's not me being sassy. This is a legitimate question that I've had throughout this entire case. Was she drugged? Because if all of this is true, her mind is not right now. It's not right. It's all over the place. No, hun, you didn't get your period. You were just touching a person who has been through it. I cannot comprehend her saying that while experiencing what she's experiencing. She's at a level that I don't think I'd ever been at, and probably hopefully never am at, with her, anxiety. And I don't want to say hysteria because of the history of the word, but hysteria. I just cannot comprehend her seeing blood on her hands, looking up at you and saying, did I just get my period? While she's in the back of a cop car after she just tried to give her own breath to John O'Keefe. It was so loud. Here, let me show. Can I show the stream? Dan's probably watching, like, get out of that. We have an event this weekend, and we have some new items that we've never seen before. Friday the 13th, sour cherry candy cleavers. Look at this. We're not opening them right now, but
I'll text them.
we might be opening them right now. Dan, and then Rain Stick, Super Nintendo wired wild berry candy. I have absolutely no idea what this is. But, oh, and then there was grape flavored Game Boys, which I'm sure is like gummy Game Boys.
Yeah, they're little D-pads.
Little D-pads. Ah, it's so funny.
I just texted
Is this
you.
like Nerds?
Yeah.
So it's like a wired, wild. It sounds like Big Nerds.
I was trying to be so quiet, like just.
That's so funny. Oh, are they in? They're probably, so they must be in the like cases that are shaped like a Super Nintendo controller.
I already texted with your chat. You and I each require one.
He's probably like, absolutely not. They're made to make a profit. That's so funny. Okay, well, let's get back to it. We just needed a moment of.
And at one point, we saw them moving John towards the ambulance. And at that point, Miss Reed started yelling to Miss Roberts, "Go check on him. Are they working on him? Is he dead? Is he dead?" And at that point, myself and Miss Reed got out of the car, and she started yelling and pulling on me to Google hypothermia and Google how long it takes for somebody, to die in the cold.
When the defendant first asked you to Google an inquiry about hypothermia, were you still inside the police cruiser or were you outside?
Outside.
What was the weather? I know it's an obvious question, but how cold was it?
It was very cold. Wind, the snow.
What are we doing? We're getting to it. It was so cold. My fingers are frozen. The MS, it's hard to type. So I misspelled everything and nothing came up because I kept misspelling everything.
It was blowing. As I stated, I have multiple sclerosis. So when I'm out in either extremely hot or cold temperatures, I lose the feeling and sensation in my fingers, which obviously made the Googling very hard for me to do because of my, motor skills.
So when you were outside of the car with the defendant and she had asked you to do a search regarding hypothermia, did you try to do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the exact time from your memory? Not from reading or learning, but from your memory. Do you remember the exact time you did that?
No.
Was it after the police came that morning?
Yes.
Had you ever attempted to search about hypothermia any time before that moment, that morning?
No.
Or that day?
No.
That week?
No.
Was this the first time that morning after the defendant asked?
If someone asked me, is this the first time you've ever Googled anything about hypothermia? I'd be like, no. I've definitely Googled hypothermia before. For anything. What is hypothermia? How long does it take to get hypothermia? What temperature of water does it need to be to get hypothermia? Like, I have those little curiosities. My Google history would be, if I search everything, I look up everything. Even if I know the answer, I'm going to double check. So like, I don't know. It's tough.
And asked you to search, that you searched that phrase.
Yes, it was.
And did you complete your search and get a result?
So I don't know what came up because I think as I entered it, I think I misspelled things. And so then I think I tried a second search. And again, I don't think I even paid attention to what came up because we were already on to the next thing. Karen was already moving and screaming about, the next thing to Kerry. Are they working on him? Is he dead?
Did the defendant move somewhere from the point when she first asked you to try to Google about hypothermia to something else?
She was next to me and then I think she took off. Like she kept kind of running off.
What did you do?
I believe as they were I think I stood there, I believe as they were putting John into the ambulance, I went back kind of to the original spot where we had been talking to the police. And at that point, a new officer might have come because I remember talking to multiple officers there.
At some point, did you go back towards the area of Ms. Roberts' car?
Yes, that's where I'm referring to. Sorry.
At some point, were you with the defendant when she spoke to an officer and a first responder?
Yes.
Do you remember if the first responder was a man or a woman?
I remember there was a woman right next to us. Yes.
Do you remember if that was before or after the defendant asked you to search about hypothermia?
I'd be guessing if I then don't.
Don't guess.
Mm-hmm.
When the defendant was speaking to the first responder, the woman, were you near?
Yes.
Did you hear or do you remember the defendant saying anything to the first responder?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told the first responder, I hit him.
When she told the first responder I hit him, how did you react?
I was like startled, kind of like, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Did you say anything to the defendant?
I think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying?
Why were you trying to interrupt her?
Because I thought she was just talking crazy. And I'm saying, why is she saying she hit him?
Were you trying to look out for her?
Yeah.
Okay. She just looked at you in the back of a cop car with bloody hands and said, did I just get my period? Then she is talking crazy. Then this person is crazy. This person is unwell right now. She doesn't know what she's saying, right? It doesn't make sense for her to have hit him. She's not saying correct things. She's saying some really odd things. Nothing's making sense. Okay.
Sustain. I'll spank it. You can ask it differently.
What was your motivation for trying to interrupt the defendant making the statements to the first responder?
Karen was hysterical, irrational, kind of.
I'll move on.
Oh, okay, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Sidebar.
Yeah. After you made the search at the defendant's request for an inquiry regarding hypothermia, did you have a chance to speak to the officers further?
Yes.
Did they ask you to do anything or go anywhere?
Yes. Officer Lank asked me to go into my sister's house and to wake them up.
And your sister's name again?
My sister, Nicole.
And that is the house you were in the night before?
Yes.
How did he know that was your sister's house? How did he know? And was he asking you to go get your sister or your brother-in-law, the Boston police officer?
Yes.
And after you spoke to the officer, they requested you go in to speak to your sister, did you?
Yes.
Was there any directive on what you should speak to your sister about?
No.
After the officers asked you to go into the house, did you? Do
Yes, I did.
you remember what door you went through?
Yes, I went through the front door.
Was the door locked?
Yes.
How did you get in?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said, was it unlocked?
No, I asked if it was locked.
Oh, sorry. It was unlocked.
As you're approaching the house, were there any lights on?
No.
Was it dark?
Yes.
Their front door was unlocked.
Any sign of any movement inside the house before you went in?
No.
Take us through walking through the front door. What happens?
So I went in the front door. I opened the door. I walked up the stairs into their hallway, and then I think I knocked on their door.
Bedroom door?
Their bedroom door. And then I opened the door. I went in and I walked over to the bed and I was like, Brian, Nicole. Because I was in a position where I felt like the world was going on around me. So much was happening. But I also was aware that I was just about to wake up two people that are sound asleep and they're going to see me standing over their bed and be startled, wondering, what am I doing here?
So what happens?
So it took a minute or two, and then Brian woke up and he immediately was like startled and was like, Jennifer, what's going on? What are you doing? And then I believe I tried.
I know that a lot of cops sleep, a lot of people, not just officers, but cops in particular sleep with a weapon nearby, a weapon that can do a lot of damage. I would have been concerned about getting shot. I also would have been concerned about getting attacked by the German Shepherd. You know, I don't know if you've ever startled a dog, but it doesn't really end well, especially if the dog has the biting power of a shark. Essentially, it's just a ground shark. No, thank you.
I did the best I could to say what
Not like a big
was going
shark.
on. I think I said we found
You
John.
don't need to describe
Okay.
again, but I want to know their reaction and your interaction with your sister and Brian Albert.
They woke up startled and confused.
Did you have a conversation with them?
Yes.
How long was that conversation?
Brief. They got up, got dressed. I spoke to them.
And where did you go and where did they go?
Then all three of us went down the stairs.
The upstairs to the downstairs?
Upstairs to downstairs,
And
yes.
upstairs is the second level, is downstairs the first level?
Yes.
As you come down the stairs, can you see the front door?
Yes.
Is there anybody in the house at that point?
I saw Officer Lank.
In the house?
Yes.
Do you know if he had been invited
You just
in?
entered.
I have no idea.
When you came down the stairs and saw Officer Lank, where was your sister and Brian Albert?
They were walking with me down the stairs.
And did you see whether or not the officer spoke with your sister and your brother?
He did.
Brother-in-law? I'm sorry.
He did, yes.
Were you there during that conversation?
No,
How long was that conversation? Do you know?
not sure.
Where did you go when the officer was speaking to your sister and your brother-in-law inside their home?
I was standing at the front doorway, and then my husband, Matt, had just arrived.
What happened next?
I started talking to Matt, and almost immediately Officer Lang came, got Matt, and asked if he could talk to him outside.
At this point, I want to go back and show you some video. Have you seen video in this case before?
Yes.
I'd like to ask the court's permission to display Exhibit 4, and I'd like to walk through some of the video.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you kindly put on Exhibit 4. I'd like to start at 6:09:57. Ms. Gilman, if you can take us to the arrival at Fairview. Could you stop there, please? Ms. McCabe, do you recognize this scene?
Yes.
Is that morning?
Yes.
The car directly in front of this dash cam, do you know whose vehicle that is?
Kerry Roberts.
On the left, we see somebody with a blue parka or jacket. Do you know who that is?
I believe that's me.
Can you continue to play, please?
This is sped up to 1.35 speed. I get why we're playing it again, because Jen is in the video. It's probably the worst video ever. I also really hate that the first officer on scene asked questions.
Does that fairly
and
depict
did
your
not
first interaction with law enforcement?
Yes.
someone who is trained in preserving life, basics of preserving life, did not try to do that. He just asked questions. Suraf did not get on his hands and knees and start doing CPR, or even like fully assessing him, John, on the ground.
Do you see the flagpole in that video?
Unless there's some sort of protocol that I'm not aware of, I'm pretty sure that that's like the ultimate main goal. That was what I always thought. That officers also know CPR, like the basics. Thought that was the goal. But what do I know? I'm just a girl over here waiting for internet to not hate me.
Video?
Yes.
And is that the area where you found John?
Yes.
I'd like to move forward in the video. If we can move forward to 6:14:45, please. Could you stop there? Can you identify people on that video from right to left, if you can?
I don't know the officer. That's myself. I believe behind me, that's Miss Reed.
And this is about, let me get the time correctly. 6:14:47. And do you know where John is at this point?
Are they lifting him to the left?
Are you asking or are you telling?
Could you stop there? The person all the way to the left near the flagpole. Do you know who that is?
I believe Kerry Roberts.
And is that the area where John was found?
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 a.m.? If you don't know, that's okay. Do you know what Ms. Roberts was doing at 6:15 a.m.?
This is not Kerry Roberts. Are they seeing something that
My
we
guess
aren't?
is
I
that,
don't want you to guess. Just
I don't know.
Okay. Now, you're over to the right. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please.
Oh, I guess they could probably see this figure over here a little better in court than we could. But it's hard. Everyone's wearing dark coats.
Is that Carrie on the left?
Yes.
Stop, please. On the right, do you see yourself?
Yes.
And which person are you?
I'm the
Do we have any thoughts? Do we have any thoughts about Carrie retrieving her towels and blankets and putting them in the car? Do you think? I don't even think I would. I don't even think I would think about putting the blankets and towels back into the car. I don't even think I'd think about that. And I honestly, I don't think I'd want to. You know, if I did think about it, I don't think I would want to. I never sent the message that we'll be back at 1:35. I'm an idiot. I don't think I'd want to do that. This. You can walk up and see. This is something that someone did to this person. I don't know who it is, but we're at a crime scene right now. Do people just not think about that? It's surprising for people who are surrounded by police officers to not be not able to comprehend maybe this is a crime scene.
I'm the one next to the one with the fluorescent yellow.
Is your back to us?
Yes.
To the right in yellow. Do you know who that is?
I don't.
Continue, please. Continue. Stop, please. Do you see the defendant move from the right to the left?
Yes.
Do you see the yellow jacket?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not that's the woman first responder?
I believe so. Yes.
Do you know
I need you
why
to
the
know.
officer
I don't want to
moved the
believe.
defendant over from right to left?
I don't.
Continue, please. Stop. At that part, is there a conversation between the defendant and the first responder?
Yes.
Are you listening?
Yes.
Continue. Stop. Do you see the officer that was with you in that group?
Yes.
Do you see him now turned away from the group speaking to somebody else?
I do.
Continue, please. Thank you. If you could move ahead to 619, please. Is that you,
I
Ms.
don't see
McCabe?
how-
Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
I don't see how what we're doing. What are we doing right now with this video? What are we leading up to? Because you can say, well, how many times do you say I hit him, I hit him, I hit him here? Well, she could say as much as she wants because there's no audio.
Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Stop for a moment. Do you know at which point you went to the officer's car and sat in the back with Ms. Reed?
I believe it's right after this.
Can you continue, please?
Did they sit in Officer Saraf's car? I don't think they did. I think they sat in a different cop car. What are we doing here? Where's that person going?
Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Stop, please. Was it before or after that moment that you sat with the defendant and Ms. Roberts stood outside the car and you prayed?
I'm not exactly sure from that video.
That's fine. If we could move forward to 6:23:40, please.
What was that?
Sure from that video. I'm not exactly sure from that video.
That's fine. If we could move forward to 6:23.
What was that?
Or from
Sorry, we're going into normal speed. You don't know that. You don't know that.
I'm not exactly sure from that video.
That's fine.
Who was that Judge Canoni whispering to someone, and then in the time the camera moves, she sits back down?
6:23:40, please.
What was that? That was weird. That was weird. All right. Back to 1.35. Screw it, 1.4.
Still with the defendant behind this car in some spot?
Yes, I am.
That person
Is it during
comes
this time,
back.
6:23 and 6:24, you tried to make those searches at the defendant's request?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you can move forward to 6:26:15.
Who is that? Oops, sorry. I'm in the way. Who's this person?
Pause, please. Ms. McCabe, did you see anybody returning to Ms. Roberts' car in that area?
Yes.
And who did you see?
I saw myself, and I'm standing outside of the car speaking to Officer Lank. I saw Carrie go up and near her car. I'm not sure if she went into it, and I saw someone walk Miss Reed into the car.
Is it around this time you have a conversation with Mr. Lank?
Yes.
And what does he tell
So
you again
this
around
is
this time?
Lank.
He's at this point, I think, asking me questions about what had happened, and then soon after, he asks me to go into my sister's house.
Ms. Gilman, if you can fast forward to 6:34:15, please.
That's in the dash cam video. Probably from a phone in the car or something.
Stop, please. You described that the house had no lights on. Is that a fair depiction of,
Yes.
of the view?
Yes.
Do you see a figure walking up the driveway?
Not on this pause clip, but I did see it. Yes.
Let's play it and see if you can identify.
Yes, I can see myself walking up.
Where are you now?
I'm walking up the path to go up to the stairs into the house.
And this is at the request of?
She just walked down the road, up the driveway. So that's a car in the driveway. That's a car in the driveway. She walked the path and is going to the front door.
Officer Lang?
Yes.
Terribly difficult to see.
And you described first you went in and woke up your sister and brother-in-law?
Yes.
Could we move forward to 6:39, please?
The alarm's still playing. It is still playing.
Stop. And do you see something happen with the house at that point?
Yes.
And what happens?
Light went on.
I'll note at 6:39:08.
Looks like
Thank
two
you,
lights
Gil.
went on. Cool. Great. Awesome.
After first responders took John and you had gone in your sister's house, what did you do next?
Next, after Officer Lank spoke to my husband, Kerry Roberts, her and I had a conversation. She was going to go pick up John's parents in Braintree. At first, I had told her I would go with her, but then Officer Lank said that one of us had to stay at Fairview to speak to I believe it was the state troopers that would be coming.
Did you stay at Fairview?
I did, yes.
What was your mental state at that point?
Again, I was in shock. The best way I can describe it is the feeling of I'm present and everything's going on around me, and I'm just trying to process and make sense of everything.
Did you speak to your sister about what happened?
Yes.
Did you speak to your brother-in-law about what happened?
Yes.
And were they giving you any comfort or support?
Yes, they were being very comforting and supportive.
As you were waiting at Fairview, did anybody else come to the house?
When my husband, Matt, had arrived. A little while later, Julie Albert had arrived. She was dropping something off, and then Brian Sr. called her in.
Is Julie Albert the wife of Chris Albert?
Yes, she is.
And Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers?
Correct.
When she arrived, did you talk to her?
Yes.
Were you in a group? Were you talking to people privately?
No, we were all sitting around the kitchen table.
And why were you talking to everybody?
We were trying
Julie
to figure out
Albert
what had
is the
happened.
one who
They were trying to be supportive, tried to
off
help me.
What was your mood?
the donuts.
I
in the
was
car?
extremely concerned. I was calling Kerry, trying to get updates about John. I was worried about John, his family, about Kaylee.
At that point, did you know whether John was going to live?
I had a very strong, I think deep down I knew that John was gone. But you know, until you hear it, I think there was that little bit of hope maybe.
Did you speak to anybody but Kerry, who was not at the home that morning?
I
Read
believe I
through
spoke-
all of
yeah,
this.
Miss Reed.
You had a conversation?
Yes, I spoke to her when she was in the ambulance.
Did you speak to her again later that day?
No, I think I texted her asking her for Kerry's number because I didn't have it.
Did you hear back?
No.
Did you ever speak to Miss Reed again?
No, I've never spoken to her again.
When you were trying to get information from Kerry and you were in Fairview, did anybody else other than the people you described arrive at Fairview?
Chris Albert. Oh, Brian Higgins showed up and Chris Albert.
you know
Oh,
Brian
Brian
Higgins?
Higgins showed up.
I knew him as a friend of Brian's.
Did you see him at the waterfall that night before?
Yes, I did.
And after you arrived at Fairview that night, after leaving the waterfall, was Brian Higgins one of the people there?
Yes.
Why did Brian Higgins
And
show
did you talk about what had happened in front of
up?
Brian
Was
Higgins as
he
well?
there, or
Yes.
Was there a group discussion?
Was he asked
I
to
wouldn't
show
say
up?
discussion. I would just say, like, for instance, someone would ask me a question because everybody this didn't make sense to anybody. No one knew what had happened.
Agreed.
So just move on.
And so was there a lot of questions about what you saw and heard?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that you felt like you were in a state of shock. Did you feel like you were still in that state, or were things changing mentally?
Little by
I'm still
little,
in shock.
as I sat there, I started things started coming back to me that had been said to me earlier.
Did something significant come back to you about what happened earlier or what you heard?
Yes.
And what is that?
When Miss Reed stated to myself and the female, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And did anything else over the course of that morning come back to you about that moment?
Throughout when I was still at Fairview or throughout the day?
Still at Fairview.
I believe that was maybe the main thing. I can't be sure what memories came back.
When you remembered the defendant's statements to the first responder,
Can't be sure.
you tried to do
That's a
something with that
crazy
information?
sentence.
Yes.
I can't be sure what time, what memories came back. Just can't be sure. But most likely it's after me and Carrie and everyone else just got together and made a timeline.
Officer Lang had said if I, remembered anything or needed anything before the state, the state police came to give him a call.
Did you?
I did, yes.
And you knew Officer Lang?
I did, yes.
Were you comfortable calling him?
Yes, I was.
Did you tell him the information that you had remembered?
I just asked him to come back to Fairview.
Did he?
He did, yes.
When he came back, did you speak to him?
Yes, I did.
Were you with the group or were you alone?
No, I was with the group.
And did you tell him what you had remembered?
I did, yes.
How long did you stay at Fairview for?
I believe somewhere between 11:30. I'm being approximate with my times. Officer Proctor called me from the state police.
Do you know how he got your number?
No.
Did you have a discussion with him?
He said he would like to come by and question me. And I'm not sure if he said at your house or if I said I need to go home because I had 4 kids at home that were still sleeping. And, I knew that I had to go home to them and eventually break this, news to them and comfort them. And I knew that was going to be a whole nother situation to deal with.
Did you speak to him on the phone before you went home or after?
A quick phone call. I'll see you at my house.
At that point, did you share any information with him?
Did you have to tell him where you
No,
lived?
not on the phone.
No.
Did you return home?
I did, yes.
Do you remember about what time that was?
I'm going to say 11:30 or after,
that a-
approximate.
General?
General, yeah.
When you got back home, did you have a meeting or speak with Mr. Proctor?
I did, yes.
Was it a phone call or an in-person conversation?
He came into my house with Officer Buchanan.
Okay, him and Trooper Buchanan came in?
Yes.
Was there anybody else at your home?
My husband was home and my brother-in-law, Brian Albert, came over.
Did you speak to them?
Yes.
you tell
Hold
them
on.
any additional-
Okay. And all your kids. You said they were home too. Unless you scooted them out to someone else's house. And Brian Albert came over. Why? Why did Brian Albert come over knowing you knew? Did you call him? Did you ask him to come over? You knew the troopers were on their way to your house to question you about the deceased Boston police officer in Brian Albert's front yard.
Information at that point.
The troopers or
The troopers.
yes, I know I had said what Karen had said to me, and then she had said I hit him. Could I have hit him? I told them how she showed up at my house. I just basically gave them the events of that morning.
At that point, did you mention anything about the defendant's broken taillight?
At that conversation, no.
Why?
Did they leave?
They did leave, yes.
At some point, did they reach out to you again, or did you reach out to them?
At some point, I had another conversation with them a few hours later. I'm not sure if they called me or if I called them.
Do you know what generally the content of that conversation was?
Yes, I had remembered that Karen had told me about her taillight.
As you are processing that morning, are you trying to think and recreate the event, or are you trying to put it out of your mind?
I couldn't get it out of my mind.
Stop. Oh, stop.
While you were home, did you
Brennan.
receive any updates from anybody, Kerry Roberts or anybody about John?
Yes, when I was still at the Alberts, Kerry had given me word that John had passed. Then once I got home, I know different friends.
So you knew that John had passed away before you even went back home to your husband and kids, and then Brian Albert followed you after everyone knew John was gone, and the troopers were on their way to interview you, have a post-murder conversation. And you didn't switch up mindset. We are now talking about a homicide of a Boston police officer. I should probably tell them about the taillight. I should probably tell them that Karen told me all these things. Oh, I can't remember when I remembered. I can't, it's hard to say when all my memories came back. But y'all were just having group chat, IRL. Find out John's gone. I'm sure everything sort of exploded a little more. Okay, we need all the details. We need all the information. Brian Albert, in my opinion, was not happy with what you told him. That was not enough information. So he followed you back home. Essentially, she went home and he also showed up at Jen's house along with, at the same time as the troopers who just got put on the case, because the troopers don't step in until it's an actual murder. Until someone is declared deceased, there's no decedent. Ooh.
Who was starting to hear
this.
Without content, were you receiving contacts, calls, text messages from other people?
Yes.
And were you reaching back out to other people?
Some, yes.
At some point, did you go over to Meadows Road?
On Sunday, I did, yes.
Was Sunday the next day?
Yes, it was.
Why did you go over to Meadows?
Kerry and I went over with my daughter and her daughter to see the family and to offer support and sympathy.
You said you and Kerry. How did you get there?
Kerry picked me up.
Prior to that evening, you and Kerry, you described
you are
familiar?
Correct.
Besties.
Were things changing?
Yes, rapidly.
When she picked you up, who else did she pick up with you?
Y'all kissed?
My daughter, who was Kaylee's friend.
And was anybody else?
That was great.
Miss Roberts' family in the car?
Yes, her daughter was in the car as well.
So it was you, Miss
Was
Roberts,
she?
and your two daughters?
Yes.
You said you went to Meadows.
Yes.
Why did you go there?
To offer our condolences, sympathy, support, to be with the family. I love them.
Did you bring donuts?
Were they staying at Meadows?
They were at Meadows, yes.
When you went there that next day,
That's
can
not
you
the answer
describe
the question.
the traffic and the people that were there?
There was a house full of family, friends, coworkers, loved ones. The car repairman, anyone and everyone.
Did you ever see the defendant?
No.
While you're at the house, did you have a chance to speak to Miss O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
At some point that day, did you leave the house?
Yes.
Who did you leave with?
Kerry and my daughter stayed to be with Kaylee, and we left with her daughter.
Where did you go?
We were heading home.
That by far is the best thing. The best part of this case is that the kids K and P, I don't need to say their names. They had friends. They had families around them. They had neighbors. They had people. A tragedy hit them again. For the third time, a major tragedy has struck them, but they had people. I'm just so grateful that the parents of those kids might be terrible, they might be great, they might be awful, they might be wonderful, they might be murderers, they might not. I don't know. But their friends, the kids that they were surrounded by, their classmates, their schoolmates, their sports mates, their friends were there. And they kept the house full. They have grandparents, they have aunts and uncles, even if those are bad people, they still had people, and the love and support I was still there for them. That's unfortunately their support system was well seasoned. Yes. Yeah. Sadly. Yeah. No, yeah, for sure. Yeah. It's two young children losing a parent and having the family surround them is one thing, but when they lose a second parent within that same year, and then a few years later they lose their guardian, someone who took over a massive role in their lives, they are, I don't want to say used to it, but they've done it before. They've been there, done that with we gather, we support, we feed, we cry, we talk, we get it all out, we feel for each other, we share stories, and that sucks. And looking at it from Peggy O'Keefe, she's lost two of her own children. She's lost the love of one of her child. That is horrifying. You're seeing your family suffering and full of pain. I don't wish that on anyone. Right? That's awful. That's terrible. But those people are not up for life in jail right now. I would be happy to let them go grieve on their own and in their own time and in their real life. But we have someone who's potentially going to spend the rest of their life in prison because of memories that did not return in the right time frame, because people kept putting words in people's mouths and showing up and having conversations and driving around and talking and not actually knocking on anyone's doors when they should fucking go knock on a damn door. So that's, like the two things can be true situation very much exists for me in this case. I'm sure some of these people are super nice, but we have some real darkness over here. I just feel darkness in this case. It's just so dark.
Home, but then we ended up dropping off her daughter at her friend's house.
Now, who's her daughter? Don't give me a name. Carrie's daughter?
Carrie's daughter, yes.
And was Carrie's daughter friends with any of the Lanks?
Yes, Carrie's daughter's good friends with Mike Lank's daughter.
When Ms. Roberts drove over to Mr. and Mrs. Lank's house, did you meet anybody?
Yes, her daughter, Carrie's daughter, went in the house, and Mrs.
Why were none of these parents who are cops called? Why were none of these parents of the friends, the parents of the kids that are friends with my kids, that are also cops, why were they not called? You all show up and have drinks at each other's houses all the time. Y'all not close enough to call when someone's gone fucking missing?
Mrs. Lank came out. Her and Carrie are very good friends, so she came out to offer support and condolences.
Was it still cold outside?
Yes, it was freezing.
When she was offering her support, was she inside or outside of the car?
She jumped into the back seat.
During that time,
just call 911. It's not like they were doing anything. Like, legitimately, what did you think they were busy with in Canton, Massachusetts, in a blizzard? That had been foreshadowed, it had been talked about for like 2 weeks. It was like the blizzard of the century, right? Like, it was a massive plop of snow. I think they eventually, like within that same like 72-hour span of storm, they got like 18 inches of snow. Like it was a big deal. It was a big deal. Like people were calling it weeks out. Like we got a nor'easter on the way. Everyone go get your bread and butter and milk. You're going to be inside for 3.5 days. School's already canceled on Monday, that type of stuff, you know? Like that type of stuff where shit's already canceled before it even happens. Like they were calling it and the weathermen were right. So what were they doing? Yeah, they might have a little call here, maybe a heart attack here, but overall, it was going to be a pretty probably chill evening. You know, like there were no cars on the road because people took that seriously. Like I don't want to die in a blizzard, so I'm gonna settle somewhere. When the sun's out, maybe it's a different deal. You know, we'll let the plows deal with it, right? It's a small little town. Call the cops. Sorry, I just get so when I think about it, the more I think about it, the more heated I get.
I have a faint memory. I think I went in and used the bathroom at one point.
When you were having a conversation with
Faint
Mr.
memory,
Lang's
go
wife,
and pee.
were you talking about what had happened?
Yes, Carrie was just explaining the morning, the phone calls, the scene, things like that.
Were you trying to get any type of inside information or push the investigation in any particular direction?
No, I didn't speak much. It was mostly Carrie and Trish was just being a supportive friend to Carrie.
At some point, did you get together with Ms. Roberts and try to memorialize what you had saw or thought that morning?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Peg had asked Carrie to do a timeline. So Carrie came over and we were sitting down talking about it. And so my sister was there and she said that she would jot it down for us.
And so when you got together, it was at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe?
Yes.
When she made that request, did you ask you to do that? Did you question why?
No, she wanted us to do it, so I did it.
Why?
She wanted us to remember and try to jot down everything we remembered so we wouldn't forget.
So I'm going to sustain this position. Sure, as disregarded.
Did you speak to officers further in the future?
Yes.
Can you count how many times you spoke with police at the interviews you had?
There were a lot, or a good amount, I should say.
At some point, did any of the police officers ask if they could take your phone and copy everything on it?
Yes.
Did you have any hesitation about that?
Objection. Ask it differently.
Were you cooperative?
Yes.
Why?
I wanted to help in any way I could.
May I approach?
Yes.
Except by pulling the biggest police officer lifesaver you know out of a slumber to save a man's life.
Paper. Do you recognize that?
Whatever.
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's my signature.
Do you know what that document is?
Yes, it's the consent form that I signed for my phone.
I can produce this as an exhibit.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we can deal with this sidebar. I have no objection to the identification of it. We did it.
Okay, I'll see you at some point.
All right, I'll see you at sidebar. Sidebar. We are getting so close to cross-examination. So we know from Carrie's testimony that Jen and Carrie went together as a couple, as a team, as a duo.
After that day when you met with Ms.
Turn their
Roberts,
phones in.
and you try to memorialize your memory
That's just
about what happened. After that date, have you discussed what happened that morning with other people?
Yes.
And have you discussed it with police over time?
Yes.
I have no further questions at this time.
Okay. Very, very different direct examination than trial number one. Very different. Very different. No mention of being harassed. No mention of witness intimidation. No mention of false claims and being followed and being stalked. Other than one little slip of, media showed up, so I called Carrie. We're just mothers. We're just mothers. We're not used to this, right? Let's see what cross-examination looks like. Alan Jackson.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
When was the last time you spoke with Carrie Roberts before your testimony today?
She called me last night.
Oh my God. I love that so much. He said, so, hey, real quick, were you on the phone with Carrie on your way in here today, this morning, for your second day of testimony? Were you on the instructor? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Last night.
What did y'all discuss? Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
When was the last time you spoke with Carrie Roberts before your testimony today?
She called me last night.
What did y'all discuss?
She asked if my daughters were going to be staying home from school today because her daughter would possibly join them.
Did you discuss anything having to do with your testimony?
Not my testimony, no.
Did you discuss anything in that conversation with her prior testimony?
No.
Are you aware that she testified last week?
Yes.
Did you discuss anything after that, after she testified with her about her testimony?
No.
We know that
you sure about that?
Her testimony that you had a conversation with her the morning that she testified.
Yes.
Right? Did you discuss what you anticipated to be her testimony in that conversation before she testified?
No.
Have you and Ms. Roberts ever discussed anything about either one of your testimonies, either in the last proceeding or in anticipation of this proceeding?
No.
So for the entirety of the last year, even though you both went through a proceeding last year where you both testified under oath and it was highly, highly publicized, neither one of you, your good friend Carrie Roberts and you, have ever discussed either of your testimonies between that time and this time?
No, we've discussed the case and we've discussed what happened that moment, the moments of the morning, but we have not discussed testimony.
Okay, so let's break that down for a second. I'm talking about, because the timing matters. I'm just asking at this point, if you'll bear with me, just the year from last year at a different proceeding to this year, you have discussed this case.
Yes.
With Ms. Roberts.
Many times, yes.
And you discussed the specifics of her memory, which would be reflected in her testimony, correct?
We talked about what happened that morning.
So you were talking about what she remembers happening that morning, correct?
No, what happened that morning.
Okay, so not to put too fine a point on it, Ms. McCabe, but if you ask me what I had for dinner last night, it's my memory of what I had for dinner last night. Would you agree with that?
Sustained.
Did you talk about her perception
Kind of liked that,
of what happened that morning during the last?
I kind of like that though. You know, like if I talk about what I had for dinner last night, it's my memory of what I had for dinner last night. I'm not actively having it right now. It was last night. It was past. I liked that. I like that. The jurors heard it. You can sustain and you can strike anything you want, but the jurors heard it. And yes, questions are not testimony. Questions are not evidence, but questions are a great way to get the jurors to look at different angles of answers, and maybe think about things in a different way, shine a different light on a different response. And that's why why jurors deliberate. They don't just say, I think this, I think this, I think this, and then that's the end result. They deliberate, they talk, they look at things from different angles.
We've talked about what has happened, yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to break it down between you and Ms. Roberts. You discussed her perceptions.
Buckle up, y'all.
As well as, and separate apart from, your memory and your perceptions, correct?
Correct.
So there have been circumstances in which you and Ms. Roberts have compared, by definition, what she remembers versus what you remember, correct?
I wouldn't say compare.
Now let's move to what would you say in terms of what you've discussed and why?
I would say that we've both talked about what we've discussed, but it wasn't like a comparison. We weren't comparing anything.
You've talked about what you discussed. What does that mean? Talked about your testimony?
No, we've discussed what happened that moment and in those moments. So, when I got a phone call, and that's my story. I got a phone call in the morning, and then Carrie can say, yeah, I got a phone call as well.
As you said, that's your story, correct?
Not my story. It's the truth. It's the truth.
Okay. So for instance, when you got a phone call at 4:53 in the morning, Carrie Roberts wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
But you've discussed that with her.
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception of that, your memory of that phone call was, even though she was not recipient to and did not witness that phone call, correct?
I've told her about the phone call, correct.
As well as many other details that she was not privy to personally, correct?
Correct.
Conversations that you've had, for instance, conversations that you claim you've had with Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception is of those conversations, or your memory was or is of those conversations with Ms. Reed, correct?
Which conversations with Ms.
Any
Reed?
conversations, just anything that she wasn't privy to. You've discussed that with her.
Some things, yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And conversely, Ms. McCabe, obviously, she's also discussed certain perceptions and memories that she has about this case, and the facts of this case, as she recalls them, that you were not necessarily privy to, correct?
Yes.
Things that may have taken place outside your presence, correct?
Correct.
And you've talked about things, she's talked to you about things, now I'm getting myself confused. y'all have talked about things that were outside of her perception and outside of your perception, and you've shared those with each other.
We've shared our experiences. We've become very close. We both lived through a traumatic experience.
How many times would you say you and Ms. Roberts have discussed your individual perceptions of what you remember happening on the 28th or the 29th of January 2022? How many times?
It would be hard to put a number on that. We talk about, it's hard. We're bonded. We talk about the trauma that we relive every day. Karen called us for help and we both answered the phone.
And that bonding is the glue that holds you together. Is this case, correct?
Yes.
So that probably, by definition, is the foundation of many of your conversations. Do you agree?
We've grown into friends where we talk about many other things besides the case.
Sure. The movie you saw last weekend and what kids are doing yesterday.
Yes, and yes, absolutely.
Okay.
We talk many different things, just like girlfriends do.
I'm just concerned with and asking you about the subject matter of this case and the details and the facts of this case. You two have probably talked hundreds of times, that's fair to say, about your individual perceptions, your respective perceptions of this case, correct?
This happened 3 years ago, and we've talked about it time and time again. This case has traumatized us, so
And
it's a huge
talking
part of our lives.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I believe it just traumatized our lives.
Okay. It would be impossible for you two to have had so many conversations about your respective perceptions of the details of that day without that influencing the other person, correct? You've somehow been influenced by Ms. Roberts' perceptions and her memories, correct?
I don't think I would say influenced.
Would you say that she's been influenced by your perceptions and your memories?
Objection.
Would you say that, Ms. McCabe?
No, I wouldn't.
Next question.
How many times have you met with anybody from the DA's office? And I'm just going to limit the time frame right now in anticipation of your appearance in this trial yesterday and today.
I'd say roughly 4 or 5.
Can you give me a time frame when those 4 or 5 meetings were?
I don't have dates. I do remember at one point I met with Mr. Brennan. He was new to the case. So I went in and he introduced himself.
How long ago was that? Weeks or months?
Maybe I can't give you a time frame. I'm sorry.
Do you think it was last summer?
No.
Do you think it was?
No, it was more recent.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
sorry.
wasn't in the fall of last year?
No.
It was in 2025 sometime?
I believe so, yes.
You think it might have been February, January?
Again, I can't give you an exact. I'm sorry.
All right. I want to talk about the time frames of those conversations, and I'll ask you a little bit more about those conversations. So that was the first meeting that you had was with Mr. Brennan in anticipation of your testimony. What were the subsequent 4 meetings or so that you had? With whom and approximately what time?
Okay, so another meeting with Mr. Brennan. Are you looking for who was
Sure.
there?
Who else was there?
I mean, can I give you a general answer? I didn't write down like every meeting who was there,
Of
but
course.
generally. Okay.
Was Mr. Lally there?
During 1 or 2 of the meetings, he was, yes.
Was Ms. McLaughlin there?
Yes.
Was there anybody else from the DA's office there?
The officer or Trooper Tully was there at one. Trooper Buchanan was there at one. The witness advocates were there. And again, give or take the particular meeting.
Those are 2 meetings that you've talked about with Mr. Brennan and others. What about the 3rd meeting?
No, I'm sorry. I was lumping a few of them together.
Sure, understood.
I apologize.
How many meetings would you have? Let's just start there. How many meetings have you had with Mr. Brennan and either staff or colleagues?
So after the first initial meeting, I would say, again, I didn't write them down off the top of my head. I can think of 2 or 3 more after that.
Okay.
Excuse me, first initial one.
So that's either
Hey,
4 or 5.
quick question, Jen. What's the exact time you got a phone call the very early morning of January 29th? I'm just saying. She knows an exact time down to the very minute she got a phone call, January 29th, 2022. But she doesn't remember the month that she had a meeting with Special Prosecutor Brennan. We just stepped into month 5 of this year, and it was this year. How does that look to the jury?
5 meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues, Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin, perhaps, Mr. Nelson, perhaps, the other employee of the DA's office, and Troopers Buchanan and Trooper Tully.
Correct.
You asked questions about any of these meetings. I'm just going to lump them all together.
Sorry, the internet is getting wonky. So, cross-examination so far. We are, I don't know, 10 minutes in to cross-examination? 10 10, 13 minutes in to cross-examination. She's already said, that's my story, and then made the claim, nope, not a story. Oops, sorry, my bad. Truth. So she is underlining truth. She speaks truths. Is Alan Jackson going to make it very clear that she may not speak truths and only truths? I think it was an odd fight for her to battle with the Carrie and Jen influencing each other and their testimony and what they remember and what they don't remember. I think it's an odd battle because you have the evidence. I mean, we could pull your phone records right now. How many times do you and Carrie actually call each other? You know, how many text messages have you guys actually sent to each other? You know, are you guys Facebook friends now? Because apparently that's a big deal to this community. So I don't think that's something you should have fought. You should have just accepted, like, maybe, but I know what I saw and I remember what I remember. She filled in the rest of the picture for me from what she saw, and I did the same for her. But our memories are separate. I think she should have just accepted it, you know? Like, yeah, maybe, but I have very vivid memories about the things that I can remember, and if I can't remember something, then I won't say that I remember it. And that's how it's been throughout this entire process. You know, if you had that, but she can't say that right now. Because there is testimony from trial 1, testimony in front of the grand jury, police reports, all there to negate whatever she is saying if it is wrong, if it's different, if it has changed, if it has morphed into something else.
Okay. These 5 meetings. By the way, when was the most recent?
Last night I had a Zoom call in regards, I think the court asked them to.
Yes, I'm going to stop you right there.
Okay.
I'm going to ask a different question, and if you don't mind, I'm just going to lead you through.
Come again. Okay. Sorry, I just needed to write that down, and then I heard a noise.
Okay.
You had a conversation last night. I'm not interested in that particular conversation.
Call in regards.
These 5 meetings. By the way, when was the most recent?
Last night I had a Zoom call in regards, I think the court asked them to.
Yes, I'm going to stop you right there.
Okay.
I'm going to ask a different question, and if you don't mind, I'm just going to lead you through this question.
Okay.
You had a conversation last night.
Okay. So Judge Canoni stepped in. She said, I'm going to stop you. I'm going to stop you right there. Yeah, I'm going to stop you right there. Shut the fuck up. No, if Judge Canoni has approved a Zoom call with this witness, it probably has something to do with words she can't say, why she can't say certain words, or names or stuff like that. Or, hey, please don't bring up that this is trial number 2. You know, be careful about your word choice. And our attorneys will do the same type of thing. I'm going to trust that the court knows what they're doing. And I'm sure that it is on the record somewhere, somehow. If there was a Zoom call with attorneys, both sides, and the court, there was someone taking record for it.
Last night, I'm not interested in that particular conversation. It's like a sidebar. That was for a very specific purpose. I'm asking you about everything leading up to, but not including last night's conversation, okay?
Okay.
So let's just leave that one out. You had, I think you mentioned either 4 or 5 other meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues and or law enforcement.
Yeah, and I might have, in the 5, included that one from last night.
Okay, fair enough. Were you asked questions in those, we're just going to call them 4 meetings. Were you asked questions during those 4 meetings about your testimony at the first proceeding last year?
I reviewed my, I did review some of my testimony, yes.
In what format?
I watched.
Paper transcript or?
No, we just watched a little bit of it.
Do you watch your direct examination?
A little bit, yes.
Did you watch your cross?
Uh-oh. Do we think we're going to lose a juror or 2 after this? Sorry, there's a noise that is very distracting to me right now. Do we think we're going to lose a juror or 2 after this? She just told them that it's publicly available to watch. I not in so many words, but like I think someone, you know, who's a little knowledgeable of the internet, they'd be like, wait, how did you watch it? Like, oh, is this one of those trials you could watch on the internet?
Cross-examination?
A little, yes.
Who cross-examined you?
You did.
That was me.
Yes.
And did you watch the redirect or any part of it?
No.
Did you watch any part of any subsequent version of recross or additional questions that you were asked?
I don't believe so, no.
Was there a specific area that Mr. Brennan asked you to look at and review in terms of your direct or your cross-examination?
No.
Did you watch the entirety of the direct examination and the entirety of the cross-examination?
I do not believe so, no.
Were you questioned by Mr. Brennan following your review of that direct and cross-examination?
No.
So he didn't ask you any questions about any of your answers?
He showed me dash cam and would ask me to point out who's this, who's that, waterfall video, is this you, is this somebody? Those were the type of questions that he asked me.
What about any discussion about your demeanor and how you performed in the last proceeding? Objection.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. What about your demeanor? I'm using probably a poor word, perform, how you came across your demeanor in the last proceeding. Objection.
Sustained.
Did you discuss changing your demeanor in any way, shape, form, or fashion from the last trial to, the last proceeding to this trial?
Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. He did it. He did it himself. Alan Jackson. Puppy dog. You did it yourself. I love this line of questioning, though. Can we just go back and listen to it one more time? I was very distracted by a loud banging noise, and it's really annoying.
Dash cam and would ask me to point out who's this, who's that, a waterfall video, is this you, is this somebody? Those were the type of questions that he asked me.
What about any discussion about your demeanor and how you performed in the last proceeding? Objection.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. What about your demeanor? I'm using probably a poor word.
Demeanor. Oh, I don't understand. Her demeanor seems fine. Is saying the jurors, was her demeanor not fine? Last time they were doing something, a hearing or something like this, I'm sure they have all figured out by now that this is trial number 2, because
how you
y'all suck at keeping a secret.
Your demeanor in the last proceeding. Okay.
Sustained.
Did you discuss changing your demeanor in any way, shape, form, or fashion from the last trial to, the last proceeding to this trial? My mistake. From the last proceeding to this trial, was your demeanor ever discussed?
No, I was just told to slow down, answer the question, and answer it to the best of my memory.
Was there any discussion about talking about your background, for instance, your family and your children, and being a sports mom, as you talked about in your direct examination?
No, I believe I did that in the previous one as well.
Was there any discussion about crafting your testimony in any way to suggest a softer approach?
No.
Was there any discussion about how to develop your testimony from beginning to end? Okay.
Sustained.
Yeah,
Did Mr. Brennan ask you about, or let me ask it a different way. Did Mr. Brennan take you through a series of questions, for instance, as almost a test run of questions that you might be asked either on direct examination or cross-examination?
No.
Did you practice your testimony with any member of the DA's office?
No.
Were there any sessions where you sat and was subjected to a cross-examination, like a fake cross-examination or a fake direct examination?
No. A mock trial?
No.
What were the things that stand out in your mind? You said you had at least 4 meetings. How long was each meeting, by the way, ish?
The first meeting, I think, was fairly quick.
Yeah.
It was just the introduction.
30 minutes, less than 30 minutes?
Right. I don't want to give a time because I'm not sure.
Okay.
But it was fairly quick, yes.
Okay. What about the second meeting?
What time did you get that phone call?
Again, I don't know specific meetings, but I can tell you that there was a longer one where I did watch some dash cam video, look at different pictures, things like that.
What kind of pictures did you look at? Other than the dash cam video?
The pictures of John's house.
Okay. The same photos that we saw today?
Yes.
How long in total would you say all of those meetings were? Just taking them all together.
I really can't give you a...
I'm just a busy Botoxed. Sorry, I don't know if she has Botox. I mean, at 49, her forehead is super slick. So I'm just assuming, and like, there's nothing wrong with having Botox. Get your Botox. You know what I'm saying? Get your Botox. I don't care. But like, I'm just a 49-year-old like sports mom, you know? Like, I'm just a sports mom. I'm over here just making sure all of my girls get to where they need to be. And then I get pulled in to this drama. You know what I'm saying? I'm just a sports mom. Me, sports mom. I have peanut butter and bread in my car because I'm so busy and I just could not give my kids Dunkin' Donuts again, or Denise or whatever. I mean, They're talking to a jury. they're talking to a jury. She is in a jury of her peers. Well, Karen has a jury of her peers, and it just so happens to be a similar group of folks that are also Jen's peers. So they are from the community. They are probably super familiar and empathetic with a sports mom. Now, if someone rolled up here, well, I mean, we do have we have a couple of sports, but we're in a more diverse community. And I mean that as you heard it, whatever way you took that term, I mean that because it's all of them. It's all of them. A more diverse community, that's not going to work. Like that's not going to fly. A more wide ranging of like financial statuses, that's not going to fly. That's not going to be it. And Brennan does not need to say it for him to say it. So it's very easy to answer the question. No, he never, we didn't talk about my demeanor. Yeah, that was all objected to. But, like, let's take that for example. It's really easy to be like, no, we never talked about my demeanor because he never said anything about my demeanor. He mentioned, oh, I love your new softer hair color. It really brings out your features. Like, oh my goodness, blue is such a like it's so calming on you. It doesn't have to be, I need you to calm the fuck down, you crazy bitch. Stop looking at everyone with those eyeballs. It doesn't have to be all that. But playing up the I'm just an innocent sports mom, they're always the murder. They're always the bad ones though, right? I don't know.
I really can't give you an estimate. I think the first one was fairly quick. The second one, one of them was.
But while we're on that thought, when it came to, for those who have watched the first trial, when it came to her direct examination, comparatively, Lally, no prep, obviously. There was no prep. Not an ounce, not a moment, not a glimmer, not a hope, not a speck of prep, especially with Jen McCabe, because boy, she was off. She was off the handle. There definitely was a hell of a lot more prep for this one. It felt so very like it felt, I don't want to say scripted, I don't want to say rehearsed, but it felt very easy. It felt easy. I want to see the Commonwealth ask a couple of tough questions and give them the space to explain. It's like, you never know how you're going to react in a situation like this. And I froze. I couldn't get out of the car. My hands were cold on top of my MS. My hands were cold. It was hard to get out of the car. Walking through the snow was really difficult. I couldn't tell. I don't know if he was flipped over. I couldn't even dial 911 when I actually saw that he was there. My hands were so cold. I had no idea what was going on, and I froze. Like, give me a reason why you are saying a different story about John being face down versus face up. Give me a relatable reason, an empathetic, a sympathetic reason, like hit her with a couple of hard questions that really open her up to be a believable, a comfortable, an all-knowing witness. Like, we was like, well, everything is going to be compared to Jen McCabe. Why not make sure her testimony, and I know that Brennan can only do so much, but why not do everything you can to make her testimony be the testimony that everyone compares everything else to? She is the center. She may not want to be the center, but she is now. I don't know how it happened. I mean, because they're all nosy. They're all nosy as hell. She has become the center of this case. Not even Karen Reed. She has become the center of this case, and you want her to be a solid totem of truth that bounces everyone's testimony off of. So everyone else could just be like, I don't believe anyone else, but I believe Jen McCabe. But now She's just so happened to be there. I'm just a sports mom. I didn't really see anything. And I Googled how long to die in cold at 6:30 in the morning. But then Brian Albert came to my house to help me speak to the troopers because I don't know how to do that. Bro. She's gonna get eaten alive out here.
Everyone was a little bit longer, maybe a couple hours.
Okay. Then the third one, was that also a couple hours, or was that one fairly quick?
That was fairly quick, yes.
So fair to say between 2, 3, 4 hours total meeting times?
Again, I'd have to probably go back and look at the date and the time. I really can't give you a specific
your calendar
amount of time. I apologize.
Your sports mom calendar.
Trooper Tully or Trooper Buchanan ask you any questions during the course of any of these meetings?
Regarding the case, no, but we did briefly talk about how my kids were, how their kids were.
But they didn't ask any questions about your testimony, about your case, about the case, about your memories, about specific facts?
I do not believe so, no.
During any of these meetings, was anybody taking notes? Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Lally, Mr. Brennan, any of the troopers?
No, I don't believe so.
So there was several hours worth of meetings with you, and nobody scribed any notes that you saw?
None that I saw, no.
And these meetings were not recorded?
I do not believe.
I am taking notes. My pen is almost out of ink. I am taking notes on a video that is already a day old. And you're telling me no one in the district attorney's office thought maybe I should pull out my Word document or a pen and paper or record this and maybe take some goddamn notes. This is a super important witness to the second trial. Because we're working on the second one now. Wow. Lazy.
I do not believe so, no.
This whole town's lazy. This whole area is lazy. It's lazy and sloppy.
Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you a series of questions about your family because I just want to make sure it's crystal clear who's who. You're married to Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
Your sister is Nicole Albert.
Yes.
Nicole is married to Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was Brian Albert's home that you were at 34 Fairview that you arrived at where John's body was found, correct?
Front yard.
Yes. The same home where that late night gathering was on January 28th going into the morning of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Would you consider yourself to be close with your sister Nicole and Brian?
Yes, very close.
Your families, it's not just you and Nicole, your whole families are close, correct?
Yes, we have a very close family.
How long have you known Brian Albert?
It's kind of weird.
Since I was in kindergarten.
You consider him, even though he is not blood related, you consider him family?
Yes.
In
addition to Brian and Nicole Albert, you're also...
I want that to sit. I want that to sit. Oh my God. I'm saying things thrice. I want that to sink in. She's known Brian Albert since kindergarten. You're 4 or 5 years old in kindergarten. She's 49. She's known this man for 45 years. She's listened to his voice drop. She watched as he went through puberty. She saw him go through college and become a cop and become a big cop and become a big cop. And now I have a super fancy house and a wife. And the wife is her sister and a dog and the kids and everyone's growing up together and they're besties and they're so super close. And you didn't call him. You didn't wake him up. You didn't say there's a man dying on your front yard. And it just so happens to be John O'Keefe, who was also a Boston police officer, your peer, your coworker. But we're crazy to think that you might have had something to do with it. But we're crazy to think that you might be playing a game here. You know, like this is the problem. This is the problem. You're sitting here, you're under oath, you have raised your right hand. I don't know where your cross is, but you had it on yesterday, and you're talking to the jury and you're telling them, I've known this man for 45 years. 45 years, but I did not even think to call him. I did not even think to let him know that there's a man dying on his front yard. But we're the weird ones to be like, that's suspicious, right? Like she calls out the people, and this is going deeper than this trial, but there's been activity and actions and words to people who think that she might have some involvement or other people might have some involvement that it may not be Karen Reed, but this is what we're hearing in testimony. This is what we're hearing in the actual trial is that you have known a man for 45 years. You have known him to rise ranks within police departments, so much so that he's a big name. And there was a, he's got all these cop friends, and there was a man dying in his front yard, and you had to be told by someone else to go wake him up. And that someone else just so happens to be a friend of the family who is also a cop, who also just walked into the house uninvited. Just walked in, because it wasn't a big deal if he walked in or not, because they're so close. They're so friendly. They know each other. It's just an early morning visit. Want me to put some coffee on? I know where it is in your kitchen. This is insanity. This is absurd. And then to point fingers like we're weird because we don't want blood evidence in red Solo cups. We haven't even got there. Sorry for any spoilers, but golly, I can't. You've known him for 45 years, and someone had to tell you to go get him?
Very close with Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
Yes.
Just to be clear, and I'm going to do this slowly.
Okay.
Brian Albert's younger brother is Chris Albert, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is married to Julie Albert.
Yes.
You consider Chris and Julie family, even though there may not be a blood relation as well, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is a Canton Select Board member. Is that right?
That wasn't even supposed to be the got you moment. That wasn't a gotcha moment. That wasn't a gotcha moment from Alan Jackson. Her sitting there saying, I've known him for 45 years. I've known Brian Albert for 45 years. That's not a gotcha moment. That's not a clueless, whatever, lawyer movie gotcha moment, you know? That was just a fact. And it sent me over the edge. That was just a straight up fact. And the problem is the facts of all of this are so absurd. They're so absurd. Like, the absurdity is within the facts. But the problems, the unknowing of all the rest of it, makes the facts look even more absurd. Oh my gosh.
And the Canton, that's in Canton. I said Select Board member. Did I mention Canton Select Board member?
It is in Canton.
Okay,
Sorry.
right, obviously it's in Canton.
All right. The Wi-Fi is if icky. The Wi-Fi is icky. My own mental stability is icky as well. Holy cow. It is hard. You've known a man for 45 years. You've known a man for 45 years. And you referred to the place as the Albert residence. You didn't say my sister's house. Just like in the 911 call, there's a guy. There's a man. Right? She said there's a guy. She said there's a man. She said the Albert's residence, not my sister's house. Wow. Wow. How groggy were you? Did you ever finish your coffee? It hurts, you know? It hurts.
The Canton Police Department reports to the Select Board, correct?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware of that echelon?
No.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Albert, your friend of, I'm not going to say how many years, but since kindergarten.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say it, 45.
Was a Boston police officer.
Yes.
He had been a lifetime law enforcement officer for some 30 years before he retired recently, correct?
Yes.
He's a trained first responder, obviously.
Yes.
Brian Albert and Chris Albert have another brother named Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert is a detective with a police department, correct?
Yes, I believe that's his title. I'm not 100%.
Which police department is Kevin Albert associated with?
Canton.
And you've grown up in Canton your whole life, you indicated?
Yes.
Your entire family has grown up in Canton, correct?
Yes.
And you, Ms. McCabe, have three sisters. Nicole, we've talked about. You also have a sister named Shelley, is that right?
Michelle, yes.
Michelle.
Gets drunk
and Denise, who you mentioned in your direct examination.
Yes.
Nicole is also known by nickname, is that right?
Yes.
What is Nicole's nickname within the family?
Coco.
Does Shelley also have a nickname? Well, I guess Shelley is the short name for Michelle, correct?
Yes.
What about Denise?
She's Dee Dee.
Dee Dee?
Yeah, like Deedee.
Your father lives close by in a neighboring town, correct?
Yes.
Don't tell me the town, but it's relatively close to Canton.
20 minutes, yes.
Okay. His name is Tom Weeks?
Yes.
Which one gets drunk and dances with the umbrella?
There are, I'm not going to go through all of them right now because the family tree is getting large. But there are
Shelley,
children,
or Dee Dee?
Cousins, second cousins, nephews, aunts, uncles. There's a combination of familial relations within that set of folks that I just talked about, Chris and Brian and Nicole and you and Matt and the folks that we just talked about.
Yes.
Yes, it's a very dense tree.
That family, that large family, celebrates holidays together, I'm guessing?
We don't typically, celebrate with Kevin and Chris, but my family does, yes.
Along with Brian, Albert, and Nicole?
Yes, of course.
Birthdays are celebrated within that family?
Yes.
Go on vacations together, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Gatherings like the one on the 28th?
Yes.
Special events?
Yes.
Spend weekends together?
Yes.
You mentioned a lot of sporting events. There's a lot of sporting events that y'all go to together?
Yes.
Yep, I'm a big
So it is
busy sports mom.
Very, very easy to see that it's an extremely close-knit family.
Yes.
And naturally, you're very protective of your family, as anybody would be.
Yes, I love my family.
You also said that you knew, and your words, liked Karen Reed, my client, on the 28th of January 2022, correct?
Yes.
But she very much is not family, correct?
Correct.
She certainly was not as important to you as your actual family, the Alberts, the McCabes, the folks associated with them. Is that right?
Yes.
She didn't want to say it, but she had to.
2022, members of the Albert family and the McCabe family all went to a bar together, had drinks together that night. The Waterfall, we've heard a little bit about that, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, you went back to your sister's house for the after party that we've heard so much about. That was at Brian Albert's house, is that right?
Yes.
She hates that
You've been
you
interviewed,
called
I
it
think
an
you
after
indicated
party.
multiple times. You didn't even give a number of how many times you've been interviewed by police in this case, is that right?
Yes.
Your family is connected to people at Boston Police Department. We've just talked about that. Brian Albert, is that right?
Well, Brian was a Boston police officer.
Right. So when I say connected, there's some familial or family or friendly connection to that police agency, Boston Police Department. It'd be Brian Albert in this case, correct?
The objection sustained.
Stop one.
There's also a connection to the Massachusetts State Police through your family, is that right?
Objection. So define connection.
Julie and Chris Albert are very, very close to you. Right.
I'm close with Julie and Chris, yes.
You're aware that Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney, is basically best friends with Julie.
No, I'm not aware of that. She's best friends with Julie's sister, Jillian.
Okay, so Courtney's best friends with Jillian, who's sisters to Julie,
Yes.
who's married to Chris, who's an Albert, who's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Yes.
Okay, and Canton Police
She
Department,
loved
there's also some
doing
connections
that.
there as well. Kevin Albert being most obvious of them.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department?
Not with the department, but with Kevin Albert.
Right, who's a member of the department.
Who's a member?
Yes, but my relationship's with him.
Understood. You've indicated that you've been interviewed by law enforcement agents associated with mass.
Just, I feel like pick your battles, Jen. Like, yeah, I have a connection with there because my brother-in-law is a Canton PD officer. Just pick your battles, because this is not it. This is not the one.
With Massachusetts State, I'm sorry, with Canton Police Department, that'd be Officer Lank.
Yes.
Can I
and
stop
Officer
for a
Good.
second and see counsel at sidebar, please?
Sure.
Okay, why is he going through all of these names? Great question. Thank you for asking, Brain, because we haven't heard them before a lot. We've heard Seraph, we've heard the EMTs, the paramedics. We have not really heard about the officers. We've heard them in opening statements. We've heard a little here and there. The investigators, the troopers, we don't really know too much about them because they have not testified yet, right? They have not taken the stand. We've had EMTs, firefighters, paramedics, and then peeps.
See in about 20 minutes.
Oh, we're going on a break.
Please rise for the jury. Jury, break this way, please, with your notebooks and chairs.
Oh, wow. We're going on a long break.
When last we left off, we were talking a little bit about some of the familial connections that your family has with certain law enforcement agencies. We talked about Boston Police Department, obviously, Brian Albert. We talked a little bit about Massachusetts State Police and knowing friends of friends with regard to Chris and Julie, correct?
Yeah.
Knowing friends of Chris and Julie?
Friends of friends of Chris and Julie.
Is that your relationship?
With who?
I'd asked you about, I'll ask you a different question.
Okay.
A little bit vague. Courtney Proctor is friends with Julie's sister.
Yes.
And obviously Courtney also knows Julie and Chris, correct?
Sustained.
And there's also a connection to Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert. Is that right?
Yeah.
Can you answer that? Is there a connection? Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert?
Not with the police department, but Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother.
Right. And Kevin works for whom?
The Canton Police.
Thank you. So you've been interviewed many times by different law
I don't
enforcement
know why he
agencies,
needed to
be
get
they
that
Massachusetts
out, but
State
he
Police, Canton
did.
Police, or otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. those interviews have not.
I feel like, okay, why did he keep going with that? I feel like it was something that he might have won over at sidebar and then just maybe lost the rhyme and rhythm once he got back at the podium. You know, he won at sidebar. He probably argued. You can keep going. Keep asking these questions. And then she's like, what did you just say? Friends of who? No, stop that nonsense. So he had to keep going. I don't know why. I don't think he had to, but I think he thought he had to. Also, he doesn't get to pause. You know, Brendan doesn't get to pause. Ellen Jackson doesn't get to pause. They don't get to pause and rewind during the trial. They just keep going. So we have a section of Jen McCabe, and then they go on a super long lunch break, and then they have some more Jen McCabe at the end of the day. So we're like halfway done with this day, which is pretty cool. All right, Wi-Fi.
Not just been over the period of weeks; it's been over the period of weeks and months and even years since this occurred. Correct?
Yes.
You were contacted by another law enforcement agency that was not Massachusetts State Police and not Canton Police Department at one point in April of 2023. Do you remember that?
The FBI.
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about that series of interview or that interview. You were contacted at your residence by these members of this law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
All right. Later that same day, you did sit down with those same law enforcement officers for a formal interview.
On that
same day that you were contacted by them, they also went into your home and actually interviewed you, correct?
Yes, it was brief.
All right. Those law enforcement officers identified themselves as being associated with an agency that is not Massachusetts State Police. You understood that?
Yes.
And you understood that they were not involved with Canton Police Department either, correct?
Correct.
Completely separate agencies, is that right?
They are not allowed to talk about the federal investigation. They're not allowed to say FBI. They're not allowed to say Federal Bureau of Investigation. They're just allowed to say it was another law enforcement agency, but it was not Canton PD and it was not state troopers. Now, are the jurors that dumb for them to not figure out that it's the FBI?
Is that right?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, those officers informed you very specifically, Ms. McCabe, that it is a crime to lie to them, even during an interview, correct?
Yes.
Those law enforcement officers informed you that they were investigating certain circumstances attendant to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
They were very vague on what they were.
Understood.
I don't know what they were investigating.
That's
But
fair.
you did
That's fair.
understand that it was having something to do with your involvement at 34 Fairview on January 28th, 29th, 2022. As a witness or otherwise.
Sustained as to
But also, why else would the FBI be interested in having a conversation with you, Jen? If it wasn't about this case, if it wasn't about this overarching case of John O'Keefe, his strange passing, his strange, manner of death, all of that. If it wasn't about that, why else would the FBI be interested in talking to you? Huh?
certain terminologies.
Sure. Let me see if I can rephrase that, Ms. McCabe. You were aware of the subject matter of their interview, right? They weren't interviewing about a car you bought last year, correct?
Correct.
They were interviewing you basically about what you're testifying to here, correct?
When I first spoke with them, the conversation was pretty vague.
But the subject matter, vague or specific, was about this subject matter.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh, God.
They first contacted you telephonically, called you on the phone. Is that right?
Telephonically.
Actually, they walked up to my car.
They walked up to your car?
Yes.
Okay, that was the very first introduction, correct?
Yes.
At that point, they had not identified themselves, correct?
They didn't know.
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something, so I was like, oh, no, I'm not the homeowner.
Fair enough, fair enough. However, after you said, I'm not Jennifer McCabe, you walked into the house, they then called you on the phone.
Yes.
They were still sitting outside your house.
I don't know where they were, but they did call me.
They were close by.
I'm not aware.
Well, the call came almost immediately after you walked back in the house, correct?
I'm not sure how much time passed.
Give me an idea.
Come on,
It wasn't an hour,
Jackson.
it was
No, it was
5 to 10
soon after. I'm just not sure. I can't tell you where they were located. I'm sorry.
Okay. They told you that they would, at that point, they identified themselves as being law enforcement agents, correct?
When they called me, yes.
And they told you at that time that they were not with Canton Police. You knew at least they were not with Canton Police Department. They were not with the troopers with Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they told you that they would like to have an interview with you. They'd like to have a sit-down talk with you, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you would be willing to submit to an interview, but you needed about 10 minutes to get ready, correct?
Yes.
You ultimately did allow them into your home, and you did sit down for a formal interview with them, correct?
Yes, brief, but yes.
And it was during that formal interview inside the home that it was explained to you that it would be a crime for you to lie to them on any material issue, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your interview, your husband, Matt McCabe, came home. Is that right?
Yes.
Why? Why? Was he scheduled to come home? Was it like 6 o'clock? He got off work? What day was this? What time of day was this? I need more information, Alan Jackson. I need more information. What time of day was this? What was the weather like? What was the month? I need to know more information. Now, if someone's approaching me, if I'm at my car and someone's approaching me and it's 10 o'clock at night, whoa. Whoa. I don't know. I don't know who you're looking for, but that ain't me. See you later, alligator. Peace, you know? No, thank you. I'm not here for that. I don't know who you are. It's dark and I can't see you. Get away from me. Ring, 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 ring. Hello. This is not the FBI. FBI. We just talked to you. You said you were not who you were. We need to have a conversation. Then I would say, I would love to see your badges. And then I would love to put you in contact with my attorney. Click. Stop talking to cops. I'm so over it. I'm so over it. Y'all out here just saying anything to police officers. Like, the fuck? And like, the worst thing is, okay, it's one thing to lie to local PD. Whatever, you know, like grand scheme of things, you know, if it's a little lie, if it's a little white lie, it's not hurting anybody, whatever. I mean, if you're like, oh, I did not drive drunk, but like you're blowing like a 0.12, come on. But if it's the FBI and you invited them in like goddamn vampires and they're sitting on your couch and you're telling them a lie, which I'm assuming is about to come up into this cross-examination because he said it 17,000 times. And they have already told you before they sat down, by the way, we can literally arrest you right now, right here, right now, if you lie to me. Because we're the FBI. Duh. Like, I can't. Also, stop talking to cops. But just like any other law enforcement, city, county, state, FBI, I don't want to talk to you. Talk to my attorney. I want a lawyer present. I'll talk to you. If I have a lawyer sitting next to me, telling me what I can and cannot answer, because lawyers know your job better than you. That's the point. Well, I mean, it's not the point for them to know the job better than them, because cops should know their jobs, because maybe people will stop dying. Okay.
As these law enforcement agents continue to question you, as law enforcement officers continue to question you at some point, you inform them that you did not feel comfortable with any further questioning and you suspended the interview, correct?
Yes.
Before leaving, however, those same law enforcement officers asked you if you had contacted anyone in those 10 minutes when you indicated, I need 10 minutes to get ready, between the time they called you and the time that they showed up and came inside your house, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe.
Yes.
Which is why he came home, right?
Yes.
And you told them that you had called Carrie Roberts before they interviewed you, correct? At that moment.
I'm not 100% sure, but if you have it, I'll...
What?
It seems like something I would do, but if you have it, could show me.
Absolutely.
Seems like something I would do. Call Carrie when anything happens.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay. Called husband, Matt. Called Carrie. Okay.
Recognized that as being a report of that interview, just generally. Yes or no?
It appears to be, yes.
May I approach the witness stand and stand by the witness stand for a couple of questions?
Yes.
I can have that.
Sure.
I want to direct your attention, if I may, for court and counsel, page 3 of 4, starting with the second to the last full paragraph, going into page 5, top full. I'm sorry, page 4, top full paragraph.
Okay.
You could review those two paragraphs, read them to yourself, and then look up and let me know when you're. Sure.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McCabe.
Yes.
Did reviewing those paragraphs refresh your recollection as to whether or not, as to what you told those agents initially? I'm sorry, what you told those officers initially from that other law enforcement agency, about who you contacted in that 10-minute interval?
Yes, I told.
When you say agents and you have just been, when you hear the word agents and you have just been told it's not local PD and it's not state PD, the only conclusion that you can draw is that it's the FBI. The only conclusion, right? Unless John O'Keefe just so happens to be like one of the president's guys and this is like a CIA situation, you know, which it's
I
not
told them.
because it's not. But like, hello, we all know it's the FBI.
And
Right.
you told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe,
Yes.
and Carrie Roberts.
Correct.
I want to stick with that for just a quick second. One of the first calls you made after being contacted by these other law enforcement officers from a different agency, one of the first calls you made was to Carrie Roberts. Is that right?
She was the first one.
That's what I'm asking. One of the first two calls you made, your husband,
Right.
come home, there's law enforcement outside my door. I'm guessing is what you said, correct?
I don't remember my exact words now, but I did ask him to come home. Correct.
And
Yes.
Carrie Roberts.
She asked
Okay.
him to come home.
Yes.
Okay.
You wanted to let Ms. Roberts know that you had been contacted by certain officers from a different agency, correct?
I was curious if they'd already been to her.
That was my next question.
Yeah.
You also wanted to find out, have these law enforcement officers from this different agency contacted her, correct?
Yes, because typically if you enter our
Yes or no?
town, she's.
Ms. McCabe, yes or no?
Oh, sorry, I was just trying to
That's
explain.
okay.
I'm sorry.
Is that why you
Let her
contacted her to
finish
find
the
out
sentence.
if in fact they had contacted her before you? Yes or no?
Yes.
And you also wanted to find out what she told them, if she had been contacted by them, correct? That was your motive in calling her.
No.
So you just wanted to find out had she been contacted, but
Yes.
if she had said yes, you weren't going to say, and what the hell did they say? What did they ask you?
Well, I can't say what I would have answered, what I would have asked her, but I know I was calling to see if they had been there. Yes.
That was your
correct.
intent.
I called to ask her if they had been there. Yes.
So that was your intent, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
He's like, let's
Your motive in
recall
calling
Carrie.
Roberts at that moment before your interview was to ensure that your story would line up with her story, Ms. McCabe. Isn't that right?
No, that is not.
You wanted to find out if she had talked to these particular law enforcement officers and what she had told them so that your story could somehow align or it could inform how you responded to questions that they asked you. Isn't that true?
That's not true. We both know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story. There's what happened, and that's it.
So if that's true, Ms. McCabe,
She's looking at the
No
juror.
reason.
Jury's the
call Carrie
juror.
and ask her if she had been contacted by these law
She's looking at the
enforcement because
jury
it's just
a lot more.
We're going through this whole experience together. We call each other about everything.
There would
That's
be no
nothing
reason
more
then.
than that.
So
I'm
let her-
sorry.
Let her finish her.
She's looking at the jury a lot more like, no, he's making stuff up. Like, here's the truth. You know, like she's giving the, can you even believe he's saying this? Like, oh, of course, I did not want to align my story. Guys, can you even believe it? Like, I'm a sports mom.
Go ahead, Ms. McCabe, you can finish that.
There's nothing more than me calling and saying, hey, did they come to your house? That's what we did when the media showed up, when Miss Reed's private investigator showed up. We just give each other the heads up. Hey, somebody's coming. Because we're just like normal moms. We're not used to this.
And that's helpful in making
Normal
sure
sports
that the
mom.
stories she tells are consistent with the stories you tell to different law enforcement agencies, correct?
No, we are not telling stories.
So let her finish. You said no what?
I said, no, we're not telling stories. We don't have to compare.
And if in fact what you're telling is just the truth, there would be no reason for you to inquire about who's contacted her when.
There's no inquiring. It's like when you're
the mic.
when the ice cream truck was at the street next door and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come? It's really that simple.
So you asked a question,
Not nice.
an argumentative question, and she responded in kind. Next question.
Thank you.
Whoa. Okay. Just like all of, wow. That could have been handled in sidebar. Judge Canoni should have said, please approach. You asked an argumentative question and you got an argumentative answer. Ask better questions. Now get back out there, team, right? That is so crazy. For the jury to hear very little from Judge Canoni throughout the trial, them hearing, let her finish right now so far, let her finish, let them finish, let him finish answering the question to the defense team. And then that. I don't like it.
You also testified in your direct examination, staying with Ms. Roberts for just a second,
I don't like it.
about a timeline that you and Ms. Roberts put together, correct?
Yes.
That's another example of the two of you talking about your own perceptions and comparing and contrasting those perceptions and putting it down on paper, correct?
No,
Yes or no?
it's a no. Can I explain or no?
I'm sure Mr. Brennan will have
No.
follow-up questions.
That's the point.
After you gave
Now's
that,
not the time to explain.
answer to those law enforcement officers at that separate law enforcement agency, they asked you, was there anyone else that you contacted in that 10-minute period before we got a chance to talk to you? And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
It wasn't a lie. No.
Was it true? Was it the truth or a lie?
It wasn't a lie.
Okay, so it was the truth. You had not spoken to any other person between the time they contacted you telephonically and you said, I need 10 minutes, and then they came in the door. During that arc of time, you didn't talk to anybody else or contact anybody else other than Matt McCabe and Kerry Roberts. Now you're testifying that was a true statement.
I can't answer that yes or no.
It's pretty binary. Had you talked, well, let me ask you this. In point of fact, you did talk to other people. Did you contacted others in addition to Matt McCabe and Kerry Roberts, correct? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so when you said no to the answer, did you contact anyone other than Matt and Kerry? That would be, by definition, Ms. McCabe, a lie, correct?
No.
It's not a lie.
What?
Is there some shade of lie?
What?
It's the way you're asking the question. If I could explain,
No.
Let me ask
it will make more sense.
No. Did you call anybody else? Did you call anybody else other than your husband, Matt, and Carrie? No. Okay, well, the lie detector test determined that was a lie because in here, in your call logs, in those 10 minutes before you even started your interview with the FBI, which is noted, timestamped, probably audio, video recorded to UTC time, you made 17 other phone calls. What do you mean? And then you saying one thing, oh no, that's true. It's not a lie. It's not a lie. Now I want to hear her explain. Now I want an explanation. Because what are you? Wow, she's got some nerve.
Sense to you.
The agents asked you, let me go over this one more time, then I'm going to move on. The agents asked you, in fact, did you contact anyone between the time we called you and set up the interview and the 10 minutes before we walked in the door? They asked you that question, correct?
The objection is sustained. Watch the choice of language.
I'm sorry. I meant the law enforcement agency. That law enforcement agency.
The judge is pissed because he keeps saying agents, and clearly, if you say agents, you think of FBI. When you're told law enforcement agents, oh, it's the FBI.
The members of that law enforcement agency contacted you.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, they asked.
He's getting
who
heated.
you had contacted between the time they first telephoned you and walked in the door 10 minutes later. Correct.
Correct.
Okay. Data point number one. Data point number two. You told them Matt and Kerry. Correct.
Correct.
You had actually contacted. They then asked you, did you contact anyone else other than Matt and Kerry? Correct.
Correct.
And you said no. Is that correct?
At that moment, I said no. Yes.
Correct. At any moment.
No, at that moment, because they had just come in my house.
Only one
Do
person
not
can talk at a time.
talk over
You
each
said
other.
the word no.
She was finishing her answer. Finish your answer.
That is so
I had said no because I was in a situation where there are two officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions, or
Well,
they had said, can I
have
come in
to
and ask you
explain.
questions? At first, I thought they were selling something. Then they identified themselves. I just dropped my kids off at school. Going to be completely honest. I hadn't brushed my teeth. So I kind of made some phone
Objection, Your
calls.
Honor. This is
No,
not
that's
responsive.
it. So next question is.
Thank you.
That's the Jen McCabe from trial number 1. That right there, that was trial number 1 demeanor. That right there is what Brennan did not want her to show on the stand. That right there is what caused a lot of problems in the first trial. She's caught in a lie, and she's pissed, and she is defensive.
Ms. McCabe,
Mhm.
after you said no, that you hadn't contacted anybody else,
Mhm.
those two law enforcement officers from that separate agency who had told you it was a crime to lie to them, they left, right?
Yes.
Subsequent to that, Mr. McCabe, your husband, objection.
Sustained.
They left you their card so you could call them if need be, correct?
Yes, they did.
And you, in fact, did call them back, correct?
Yes, I did.
Without telling me the content of the conversation you had, did you have a conversation with Mr. McCabe?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you call them back and say, I'm calling you back because my husband told me
Objection.
that I lied to you, and I'd better clear that lie up?
So sustained. Jurors, remember I told you before that only answers to questions are evidence? Be mindful of that.
Maybe
Next, yes.
Judge Cannoni's pissed, but guess what? This all could have been avoided if the trial didn't actually start when there was an FBI investigation of the case in the first place, right? That might have changed the way words slip out. She's pissed. She's mad.
Yes. Thank you, Your Honor.
She's big mad.
You ultimately called these officers back, correct?
Yes.
And you explained to them that you had been untruthful with them, correct?
I explained that I had forgotten to mention a couple of people that I had reached out to.
You had forgotten. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You had forgotten.
Hey, Jen McCabe, what is the exact time that your phone rang on the very wee hours of the morning of January 29th?
You remembered Matt and you remembered Carrie, but you had forgotten the others that you had just contacted maybe 30 minutes before.
Yes.
There were 5 people that you contacted, weren't there?
How many?
I
5?
contacted Matt.
Let's go through them.
Yeah.
Yes, no.
I know 4 off the top of my head.
Okay, let's go through them.
Okay.
You contacted your husband, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Peggy O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Then, Ms. McCabe, you contacted the district attorney's office, correct?
My witness advocate.
The district attorney's office.
My witness advocate who works for the district attorney's
Thank you,
office.
Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
And you also left out that you contacted Brian Albert himself, correct?
Oh,
yes, my brother-in-law.
For some reason, your brother-in-law, who's the
good.
30-year Boston police detective, correct?
Yes.
And on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found dead or dying. Objection.
I'll allow that.
Correct?
That's true.
Yes.
It's a fact.
For some reason, you did not want these officers to know that you had communicated specifically with Brian Albert, the homeowner, just before.
I am going to scream. I'm going to scream. She called Brian Albert because you were about to speak to the FBI. Do you know how bad that makes you look? What inside of your soul made you think calling Brian Albert right now, in the 10 minutes the FBI gave you to tidy up your house and brush your teeth and to put some deodorant on and then have an interview about a case that involves a deceased Boston police over, why did you think that was a good time to call Brian Albert? Why? What inside you makes you do that? What did you want from that conversation? What did you need from that conversation? What are you fucking talking about? That is absolutely absurd. Not a you called the district attorney's office a witness advocate, but you didn't call a goddamn actual attorney? Like a lawyer, like your lawyer. Like you need a lawyer. Wow. Oh my God.
Correct?
No, incorrect.
There was some reason that was important enough for you to lie about that, even though you had been admonished that it's a crime to lie about that to those officers, correct?
Incorrect. I didn't lie to them. I had forgotten who I had called.
And all of a sudden you had an epiphany
In 10
right after they
minutes.
walked out the door?
Yes.
No. Screw that. Screw
Matt
that
said, who have you
nonsense.
spoken to?
Objection.
Screw that nonsense.
I'm going to
Screw
allow
that
it. It's out and you're not to go any further, Mr. Judge.
Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention to January 28th. You had gone out drinking with your family at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
I went with my husband and met my sister, yes.
And met the other family, correct? The other family members, meaning
My niece.
Matt McCabe, Nicole, Chris, Julie, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
I think you mentioned Tristan was there as well.
Yes.
You were later joined by Nick and Karina Kolakithis, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, Brian Higgins showed up
Yes.
and Brian Albert showed up.
Yes.
You previously indicated that Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, left early for whatever reason. He had errands to run or had to get to bed early for some reason, is that right?
He left before us, yes.
So he didn't stay through the shank of the evening.
Through the what?
The shank of the evening, through the course of the evening.
Oh, okay. Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, at the waterfall, John O'Keefe and Miss Reed showed up as well.
Yes.
You didn't see any tension at all between John O'Keefe and Karen that night, did you?
No, I didn't.
They appeared to be getting along.
Yes.
Sort of a normal couple having a nice evening out together.
Yes.
Neither John nor Karen Reed appeared drunk or inebriated, out of sorts.
No, I wouldn't categorize them as drunk or inebriated.
And not
But again, I don't know what the definition of drunk is.
Well, that's a fair statement. I'm not asking for their BAC, but they didn't appear to be stumbling around, falling all over themselves and sloppy drunk, correct?
No.
Out of control, nothing like that.
No.
Okay.
I don't know what the definition of drunk is.
You did see Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at a high top table sort of together through the course of that evening, correct?
We were all kind of around like a long high top table.
And John O'Keefe, and as you look at I'm going to use the perspective of the video that we've seen, that camera angle that we've seen, John O'Keefe and Miss Reed were sort of further off in the corner, closer to the bar rather than to the tables, correct? Along with the Colaquitas and those, and you, as a matter of fact.
Yes. At different times, everyone was kind of moving around. I spent the majority of the time that Karen and John were there speaking with Karen.
And that was sort of over toward the bar.
We weren't in the bar. We were at the table. So it was one side of the table and the other. It wasn't like far away.
Right.
Kind of, yeah.
I'm using the bar sort of as a landmark for nothing. I didn't mean you were sidled up to the bar, but just sort of as a landmark. You were closer to the bar than, for instance, in the foreground, which would be the high top tables in the foreground, correct?
We were just on the other. I'm confused about this. We were just on the other side of the table.
Okay. You did see on the opposite side of that high top table, that's where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were standing, talking and communicating with each other. Is that right?
I believe so. I was talking to Miss Reed. I wasn't really paying attention to them.
Did you ever see those two men get physical with one another that night?
Oh, here we go.
I did not that night. I did not see that.
Have you ever seen a full review?
This was a hard sell for me last trial, and we're doing it again.
In all the hours that you've sort of prepped for your testimony, have you been shown that waterfall video from the time you got there until the time you left?
Not the full video, but I have seen a good portion of it, yes.
Okay, and you've certainly seen the portion where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins get up from the table and sort of get physical with one another, correct?
I would say more like play fighting, and Nick Colaquitas was a little bit like doing it with them as well.
Okay, so the physical part is, all I'm asking is, did they touch each other? Yes.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
And you described it as play fighting, correct?
But I don't, if we could watch the video, it might explain it better than I could.
We probably will.
Oh, okay.
But right now, I'm just asking about your memory. You remember them squaring off on one another, squaring off on one another, correct?
I don't remember them squaring off. Like I said, I just watched the video. I don't remember it from that night, and I didn't really pay attention. It looked like foolish, like guys just, I don't even know how to describe it.
From your perspective, having watched the video, it appeared that they squared off on each other and sort of took fighting stance.
I didn't look at it that in depth, so I could not say that.
Did you see them walk up to each other and grapple with one another? Like they were, and nobody's punching each other.
Right.
I get that. Were they grappling with one another, like faking punches to each other?
I don't know.
Almost like sparring a little bit.
I don't honestly know.
But you did see them.
I saw them together. It's blurry, and they're kind of, I don't know really what they're doing.
Okay, but they weren't standing there holding hands, right?
Oh, God, no. No.
They weren't on their phones, right?
They were engaging with each other, playfully, grabbing at each other. I don't really.
Playfully grabbing each other, like fighting, correct? That's my point.
I'd have to watch the video to categorize it as play fighting.
You don't have that in your head?
I didn't know. It was a quick clip. I wasn't like focusing on Brian and Brian. I was just identifying that was myself in the video, and there was Miss Reed. And I believe Miss Reed actually did some play fighting to Matt.
There was, in fact, to Matt.
Yeah, I feel like she was about like this to Matt at one point. Yeah,
Okay.
in the video.
So let's talk about Brian and Brian Higgins and Brian Albert. Those two men, very large in stature, correct?
They're the guys, yeah.
Big boys. A lot bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
They took a fighting stance with each other and started grappling, playing, coming toward each other as if they were engaging in a fake physical altercation, correct?
I did not see that. I'm sorry.
Okay. You didn't even see it on the video.
I saw them on the video grabbing at each other. I didn't see stances but again, I didn't pay much attention to it.
And that's your best memory as you sit here today?
Yes.
Okay. Eventually, your husband, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Nicole, Caitlin, everybody went over to 34 Fairview at the end of the night.
Yes.
Correct? The bar closed at, I'm guessing, midnight.
Okay.
Is that right?
I think we were wrapping up around then. I don't know what time it actually closes.
When you left Waterfall, the people that were still there included Matt, your husband, and John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes.
You walked out with Karina Colaquitas and Karen Reed.
Yes.
And you said to Miss Reed something along the lines of, "You're coming with me," correct?
I said, "Why don't you come with me?"
Okay, fair enough. You were prompting her to join you for the ride over to 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
You even went outside and sort of waited in the cold. There's a video. Have you seen the video of you outside? The surveillance video of you outside in the cold?
Yes.
And you're sort of waiting there, moving from foot to foot like it's freezing out, which I'm sure it was, correct?
Yes.
In a big puffy coat of some kind, right?
So the question was, I moving foot to foot in a coat? Yes.
My question is more, did you see yourself waiting outside the cold?
I saw myself convert. I believe I was in a conversation at that point when I was standing out there with John and Karen.
And that's when you were asking Karen to come with you.
No, I had asked Karen previously when we were at the door to come with me because I didn't know how long Matt and John were going to be in the bar because they were in there still.
And that would have, by definition, brought Karen to 34 Fairview separate and apart from John O'Keefe if Karen had come with you.
Yes.
Ms. Reed ultimately declined your invitation and did go with John. Is that right?
John ended up coming to the door, so they just went together. Yes.
And finally, you walked away and went with your husband, Matt, over to 34 Fairview in your personal vehicle, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview, were you the first among the group that we've just talked about to arrive, or had others arrived before you?
Others had arrived before me.
When you walked in to 34 Fairview, where was everybody generally located? Give me a layout of the interior of the home, how you walked in, and where everybody was located, the people that were there when you walked in from the waterfall.
So I walked in through the front door. I took a right into the kitchen. And then there were people sitting around the kitchen table, Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Caitlin Albert. My sister was over more towards like the counters in the sink, and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were, there's like a room right off of the kitchen, like a TV room, and they were in there just talking. I think Nicole had like put up some new pictures, so, or maybe the sun and the Marines, they might've been looking at a picture. Vaguely have a faint memory of that.
You indicated that you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Can you just take a look at that photograph for just a quick second?
Yes.
Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize that photograph as being?
It's my sister's house.
34 Fairview?
Yeah, sorry, 34 Fairview.
Brian Albert's house as well.
Yes.
No, I want to mark this as.
That's so funny because you didn't call it your sister's house when you talked to 911. You didn't call it that when you were on the phone with 911.
As marked for identification. There's a
Identification's fine.
thank you. If I may be the next in order.
See that for identification?
Thank you. Three. Your Honor, with court's permission, I'm going to show a different exhibit until the other issue can be resolved. Publish.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this photo? I know it's a little bit of an angle.
Yes.
What is that?
That is 34 Fairview.
Okay. Can you? I think this laser will work. May I approach?
Yes.
Use that laser and point to the front door that you entered when you walked in the house. Okay, that's directly in the middle of the just to the left of the flagpole for this purposes of this photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another entry door on the house that you may not be able to see, but you know the general area?
Yes.
Where's that?
We talked about
So
this
that
the
would
other
be,
day.
see where these two windows are?
Yes.
The door would be kind of behind that right there. So it's right to the left of those two windows.
And Ms. McCabe, just staying with doors for a second, is there another door associated with the garage?
One right
Oh, actually, yeah, there is. Right there.
Right there next to that side door.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Weird that she like
Thank you.
just discovered that. Like, oh yeah, actually there is.
You didn't go
Oh,
inside,
you're right.
or you went in the front door that night.
Yes.
Um,
God, Judge Canoni's so pissed.
you indicated that once inside the house, you were sort of in the kitchen area. Is that right?
I was in the kitchen. Yes.
You weren't paying special attention to Brian Albert or Brian Higgins, what they were doing. As a matter of fact, I think they went into a different room. Is that right?
There's a room, kind of the kitchen opens up into the TV room. So they were in there.
So the only two that you recognized at this point in the night, not being sort of with everybody else, were Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, separated out in the family room or whatever that room's called, living room.
Yeah. I feel like just right there, right where they are, just
Okay.
kind of right in the next room.
When you first pulled up, did you notice any vehicles in front of Brian Albert's house?
Yes, I did.
What vehicles did you notice? Vehicle or vehicles? Did you
Just
notice?
one.
What was that vehicle?
It was a Jeep.
Can you describe the Jeep for us, please?
Really can't. All I can say is that when I pulled down, the Jeep was on the parked on the street in front of the mailbox, and I turned into the driveway.
Okay. Did the Jeep have any special features on it that you remember that you
No.
describe?
Not that I can recall.
Big giant snowplow on the front?
Again, it was dark. I didn't really pay much detail to it beyond I just asked whose Jeep is that.
And did you learn whose Jeep that was?
I did,
I
yes.
Whose
don't
Jeep was
remember
it?
if there was
It was Brian
a
Higgins'
flower in it
Jeep.
or not.
And you said that it was parked in front of the mailbox. Is that right?
Yes.
So as you're looking at the house, the mailbox would be closest to the driveway. Is that right?
Yes.
Rather than, for instance, the flagpole on the other side of the lawn.
Correct. So if the flagpole's here, there's the lawn, and then here's the here's the mailbox, and then the driveway's over here.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does to me.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Does that make sense?
You've previously indicated that the back edge of that vehicle, Brian Higgins' Jeep, was at the side, basically, of the driveway, which is what you just described. It would be blocking the mailbox, the rear end associated with the driveway entrance, correct?
Yes.
She's calmed down quite a bit since
Have
her
you ever
moment
discussed
of
having seen
exasperation.
that Jeep in that spot with anybody else in this case?
Is that including previous testimony or?
It is. At any time. Before you testified at the previous hearing, had you discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else? For instance, your husband? Okay.
I like how he says, for instance, your husband,
Was there any other car on that,
because he's going to be showing up
line,
next.
if you will, other than the Jeep when you pulled in?
Not that I remember.
And
Probably not.
Brian
I
Higgins,
don't know, like, if
he's
right
in the house,
after
that
her,
Jeep's not moving, correct? So it stayed where it was.
He
Yes.
probably will be testifying. It will not be as in depth because he was not there for a lot of it. But he was at 34 Fairview.
At some
and
point,
then
did
he went
you
home.
observe
He was there when she got the call.
Miss Reed's vehicle pull up to the driveway? I'm sorry, pull up to the house.
I was told there was a vehicle outside, so I went and looked.
Where
Yes.
was that vehicle? When you looked that first time, where was Miss Reed's SUV?
When I went to the front door and looked out, it was straight ahead.
So that would be parallel, actually in line with the Jeep, correct?
Yes.
Directly in front of the Jeep.
I don't know the distance, but yes, you're correct. It was in front of the Jeep.
So if the Jeep was a normal, it's a full-size Jeep, correct?
I don't know what size it is.
Certainly the SUV is a full-size SUV.
Yes.
All right. So that would take up much of the room of the curb area in front of 34 Fairview, between the Jeep, assuming there's a snowplow,
Right.
and a full-size SUV, correct?
I'm not really sure of the
Assuming.
whole area, but there was the Jeep and then there was the car. I just don't know the distance between them.
We
You
know
gave
there
a
was a snowplow.
Description of the vehicles that were out in front of 34 Fairview in your
They don't.
January 29, 2022.
No one has said yes.
interview
There's
with
no
Trooper Proctor.
pictures. There's
Correct?
He came to my house and asked me questions, correct?
When you gave that interview to Trooper Proctor, you indicated to him that you first observed Miss Reed's vehicle parked on the street by the driveway, correct?
I never said by the driveway, no.
So if that's in a report, Trooper Proctor got that fact wrong, got that detail wrong.
sustained.
If in fact, well,
Okay.
let me ask it this way. What did you say to Trooper Proctor about where that vehicle was?
Miss Reed's vehicle?
Correct.
I told him it was straight out front, the window. The straight out front of the front door. Sorry.
Trooper Proctor wrote a report about his interview with you, correct?
Correct?
You've seen that report in other hearings, is that right?
Yes.
Your interview with him was on January 29th. Do you remember the date? I'm sorry, I just said the date. Do you remember the time? My mistake.
I don't remember the exact time. I'm assuming
Wait, I didn't even
afternoon.
catch that. So on January 29th, do you remember the date?
Like after 12, or I'm not 100%. Sorry.
You had been contacted by Trooper Proctor while you were still at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, instead of coming from the Canton Police Department to 34 Fairview, you went home to your house,
I did.
to
Yes.
the Country Lane address.
Yes, I did.
And Trooper Proctor ended up meeting you there, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to you and Matt being there,
Mhm.
Brian Albert showed up, correct?
I asked him to come.
So you asked your brother-in-law to come to the interview that you were having with Trooper Proctor formally in furtherance of his investigation surrounding the circumstances of this case.
No,
But Brian Albert did show up at your house,
he did. I asked him to come.
and he
Yes.
was inside the house when Trooper Proctor ultimately interviewed you, correct?
He was in the house. Yes.
And you'd spoken to Brian Albert before Trooper Proctor had interviewed you formally, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
Matter of fact, several times you had to have spoken to him at 34 Fairview. You've already said that, right?
Oh, right. Yeah. We were all there in the
And then
kitchen.
obviously you spoke to him about the interview before Trooper Proctor got to your house to interview you on the 29th as well, correct?
We were just talking about what happened. It wasn't specifically about Trooper Proctor.
Right. Not about Trooper Proctor. You talked to Brian Albert about the circumstances of this case before you spoke with Trooper Proctor.
Yes, I had.
And Brian Albert was allegedly asleep for the whole thing.
Do you remember exactly what you said to Trooper Proctor about
Well,
the location of the SUV?
After everyone left his
in front of
house,
the
he went to sleep.
I know what I said. Yes.
Okay, what exactly did you say?
I said the car was straight out front of the front door. When I was looking out the front door, it was straight ahead.
Isn't it true that what you actually said, Ms. McCabe, is that you first observed the vehicle parked on the street by the driveway facing in the direction toward Chapman? Okay.
Oh, no, is that what you said?
Those are not my words. No.
Okay, next question.
You've already indicated that following the events of January 28th and 29th, you have spoken extensively with your family and your friends, members of your family and your friend group about what happened that night, correct?
Yes.
And that includes Brian and Nicole Albert, is that right?
Yes.
That includes Matt McCabe, your husband, correct?
Yes.
That includes Chris and Julie Albert?
Yes.
Includes other people that were there that night, including Brian Higgins?
I haven't spoken to Brian Higgins since, I believe, John O'Keefe's wake.
But you did speak to him that morning at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yeah. Oh, yes, he was there. Yes.
As a matter of fact, he's the one that told you to call Officer Lank back and have Officer Lank come back for the additional statement that you wanted to give Officer Lank. Is that right?
He may have suggested it. I'm not sure.
So in those discussions that you've had with all these folks, you've talked to the details about that night, being at the bar, the house, who was where, all of those things, correct?
Yes.
You've talked about the timing of the night, who arrived, when people arrived at 34 Fairview, when people arrived at Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
No, those really aren't details we discuss. I mean, everybody kind of knows when they came and when they left. We talk more about, living with everything that we've gone through.
Well, what about on the morning of January 29th, when everybody was still in that sort of friends and family gathering inside 34 Fairview?
When I was there with my husband and sister and brother-in-law and, then Brian's friend and Julie Albert, I was trying to piece together what had happened. They were all being supportive. They had no idea what happened. We were just kind of sitting there in utter shock, waiting to hear from Kerry about John. It was nothing more than just us being together and trying to figure out what had happened. I had gotten a phone call from Karen to help her.
And during that conversation, or that series of conversations, you were sharing what your observations of that evening were, what your story was, how the evening started, how it ended for you, correct? Or the morning ended for you, correct?
No, I'm not correct.
During the time that you folks were inside the house discussing this, there was no law enforcement agent or officer inside that house, correct?
Correct.
So the entire family and the friend network that we're talking about, with whom you discussed all these events, everybody was entitled to and did coordinate their statements without any separation and without any law enforcement oversight, correct?
I was with my family. My sister, my brother-in-law, wasn't really a big group of us. As I've mentioned, I had 5 or 6 people. I was in shock. I didn't know what had happened. They were just asking me what happened.
And
questions like that, and I absolutely told them. But it was no story. There was no us being allowed to do it. That was my family. They were just there with me.
But nobody was separated by law enforcement, correct?
I don't believe there was a reason to separate us.
Nobody. Well, notwithstanding what you think was the reason.
That's not up to you to decide.
I'm not. No.
You're not a trained investigator.
No.
You're certainly not a homicide detective, correct?
No.
None of you witnesses were ever separated, were you, that morning?
There was no reason to separate us.
I'm not asking you if there was a reason. Okay? I'm asking you whether or not actually anybody was separated in the house, or was everybody allowed to talk amongst themselves?
I was with my family. We didn't need to be allowed.
Okay. I'm trying this again.
Okay. Hold on. So by her logic, family crime people, if they're related, they don't need to be separated. They're family. That's not how that works, ever. That's absolutely absurd.
Who are witnesses? For each other? By law enforcement.
At that point, I don't think anyone but myself and Matt were maybe even witnesses.
Okay. I'm not asking you what your determination of who the witnesses are.
Really? You think the event, like you think just you, wow, you are so full of yourself. At that point, no one else was even witnesses. So like, what does it matter? Even if they weren't witnesses, they are now. After you sit down and have a 2-hour fucking conversation with them over another cup of coffee and some snacks and fill them in on literally everything, they are now. What do you mean? How are you going to sit here and be like, they weren't even witnesses? This is a woman's life on the line. And she could go to jail for the rest of her life. And you are the ultimate decider of who is a witness and who is not at that point. At what point? It doesn't matter when some legal advisor just determines when if someone is a witness or not. What are you talking? Oh my God. At that point, they weren't even witnesses. Who are you?
I'm asking you whether the folks in that house were separated by law enforcement before you were able to have discussions about the events of January 28th and 29th. That's a yes or no question. Are you separated or not?
At one point, when Mike Lank was in the house, he had separated and talked to Nicole, then Brian, then Matt.
And then he probably left everybody in the house, correct?
House.
He left us, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. To just
nobody was taken down to the station, is that right?
Shoot shit as a group.
Trooper Proctor didn't even come over to 34 Fairview, the scene of the incident, to interview you, correct?
I asked him to meet at my house because I had to go home to my children.
And he accommodated you, didn't he?
He did, yes.
And he accommodated the fact that
Garbage.
Brian Albert escorted you to the house for your interview.
Privilege.
Correct?
Brian didn't escort me,
Privilege
no.
is running rampant.
Well, he went to your house at the same time that Trooper Proctor was there to interview you, correct?
He came at some point, yes, by himself.
Before Trooper Proctor did the interview.
I'm not sure if he was there, if he got there before or when
Well,
he arrived.
you testified in the past that
Yes.
Brian Albert came to your house alone. I don't mean you came in the same car.
Yes.
But he followed you over to your house before Trooper Proctor ever got there. And he was in the house while Trooper Proctor conducted his interview, correct?
Yes, Brian was
All
in
right.
the house for the interview.
Thank you. You've already indicated that you have been discussing this case with certain other witnesses, not for days or weeks or months, but literally for years, most specifically Carrie Roberts, correct?
The case in general, yes.
Just before Carrie Roberts testified at a grand jury proceeding in this case,
I'm so
You were with us.
frustrated.
I don't recall what you're talking about.
do you remember being at the grand jury?
Yes,
You remember testifying at the grand jury?
yes, the one back
That was
in
probably super
April-
freaky.
April. Yes, yes,
2022?
yes.
That sounds-
Yeah, it sounds about right, yeah.
You remember being there in an ante room with some other folks?
What's an ante
An
room?
ante room, a waiting room?
Oh, yeah.
waiting for testimony?
Yes,
You remember Carrie Roberts being with you in that exact same ante room?
yes,
And that was right before her testimony, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So in answer to my question, you two were together literally just before she testified at the grand jury.
He goes, "Let me
First
walk
formal
you through
under oath
this."
testimony that she ever did. Is that right?
Yes,
They were attached at the hip from the middle of January 29th and on.
When she testified at the grand jury, was that before or after you two had gotten together and created this timeline?
we did the timeline right after John had passed.
So she testified, the answer is she testified after the timeline was created,
Okay.
correct?
Yes,
Okay.
Brian Albert and his family had a dog on January 29th, 2022, did they not?
yes, they did.
What was that dog's name?
Chloe,
What kind of dog was Chloe?
Here we
German
go.
Shepherd.
Was it do you know if it was a purebred German
Chloe
Shepherd or a
with
mix
a
of Malinois
C
and
or
German
a
Shepherd?
kit?
Do you know?
I have no idea.
Big dog,
Yeah, good sized dog. Yes,
70 pounder.
I don't know its weight.
Wasn't a little munchkin dog, it was a
No,
full-size German
it's a
Shepherd.
full size. Yeah,
I feel like 70 pounds might be a
On the
little
morning that
small
you
for a German
described
Shepherd.
going
no?
into the house, January 29th,
I don't know.
6:40 a.m. or so,
Wait.
you indicated that you burst into the bedroom
Adult
to wake your sister and Brian Albert.
German.
Is that right?
yes, I went into the bedroom.
It's
Male,
still dark out,
66 to
correct?
88. So 70 is a little
There
on the
had been relative
smaller
chaos
side.
on the lawn. For a
If
number of
that's
minutes,
true.
From about 6:10 until at least 6:40. When we went in, there were still emergency vehicles with lights on and engines running. Chaos, relative chaos, bedlam, as somebody has said, on that front lawn, correct?
It was more on their side lawn and down the street, kind of like all the cruises. A lot of them were behind their lot,
Right in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
to the side, in the side yard of 34 Fairview. Yes,
And on
Ma'am, you heard Karen Reed screaming your name from your driveway in the middle of a blizzard, but the owners of 34 Fairview did not hear sirens from multiple vehicles with sirens, did not see the lights, did not hear Karen Reed screaming, did not hear Carrie screaming at Karen Reed for a long time. And now you're going to have the battle of not in the front, to the side.
the
Okay.
lawn of 34 Fairview.
yes,
That's all on you.
First responders were responding, correct?
yes,
You said my client is screaming to the top of her lungs, is that right?
yes, she was.
And Carrie Roberts was screaming back at her.
Yes,
Shut up, shut the fuck up, right?
yes.
Then 6
Was that a laugh or like an emotional, like gulp word? Was that a giggle? Because I too would giggle if this defense attorney dropped the F-bomb in court.
6:40 a.m. under the cover of darkness, you walked in the front door of the unlocked front door of Brian Albert's house, correct?
I went
Unlocked.
into my sister's house, correct?
It wasn't Brian Albert's house.
And Brian Albert. Yes, I'm sorry.
You then climbed the stairs up toward the bedrooms, correct?
Yes,
You walked into the bedroom door where Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, according to you, were sleeping. Is that right?
yes,
So you would agree that you unexpectedly, in terms of their view, unexpectedly walked into their house basically in the middle of the night, middle of the morning.
yes,
You indicated that when you went through their bedroom door, you sort of burst through, correct?
I opened the door. I don't know if I used the word burst.
You previously indicated that when you went through the door, it was chaotic because you were so amped up from the events. Is that right?
I don't know if I use those words.
Okay. You
Would
really
you say
want
that
to
you
play
were
that
loud or
game with
quiet?
Alan Jackson?
I think as I explained earlier, I was like where everything was going on around me, and I was kind of like in just a state of shock. And I remember thinking, I don't want to startle them, but I have to wake them up, because obviously when I wake them up, they're gonna be panicked and think something terrible happened.
Well, why didn't you want to startle them? Something terrible had happened.
I didn't want to give them a heart attack when I woke them.
I did. I have multiple things here. Don't play the game of, I don't think I used those words with Alan Jackson, because this motherfucker will pull up every single time you use those words while answering this question, because this is not the first time. This is not the second time. This is not even the third time these questions have been asked to you. All right. In so many words in different shapes and forms. So do not come at Alan Jackson with that. I don't think that's what I said. And Yannette, I feel like Yannetti might even be worse with it. I feel like there are multiple times throughout this where Jackson could have been like, oh, really? Well, last testimony, to do a slight version of like impeaching. But can we go back and listen to this again?
It's like where everything was going on around me, and I was kind of like in just a state of shock. And I remember thinking, I don't want to startle them, but I have to wake them up, because obviously when I wake them up, they're gonna be panicked and think something terrible happened.
Well, why didn't you want to startle them?
I didn't want to wake them up and startle them and have them think something terrible happened.
I have to wake them up, because obviously when I wake them up, they're gonna be panicked and think something terrible happened.
Well, why didn't you want to startle them? Something terrible had happened.
I didn't want to give them a heart attack when I woke them up.
But you didn't walk.
Somebody is actively dying on their front yard. I'm going to categorize that as pretty fucking terrible.
Up and just nudge them and say, "Hey, Nicole, honey, can you wake up?" Or something. You didn't do that.
No, I was like, Brian, Nicole, wake up.
Okay, exactly. But you weren't saying it in that voice either. You were saying, "Brian, Nicole, get up."
I'm not sure if it was that loud, but I definitely was. You definitely like trying.
To be fair, we have heard you talk louder than that in a courtroom. So for him to do a slight little demonstration of Brian, Nicole, get up, I'm pretty sure that was fairly accurate. That's just my opinion, though.
Trying to wake them up, yes.
What was the dog's reaction?
I don't recall seeing the dog.
So, according to you,
boom,
to the dog at least, when you get in the mind of a dog, a relative stranger walks in the front door, climbs a set of stairs, the house is completely dark, walks into a bedroom door,
boom,
and starts barking. The person starts barking, "Get up, wake up, Brian, Nicole." And you don't remember seeing or hearing a dog at all. Objection.
Sustained.
As you indicated, it's not that the dog wasn't reactive, it's that you don't remember the dog even being there, correct?
I have no memory of the dog, no.
But you do know that dog
That's
sleeps in Brian and Nicole's room, correct?
It may, I don't know for sure.
It may? You're close as hell. Y'all probably like
The reason you don't remember
transfuse
the dog
each
being
other
there
in
is
your
because the dog
living
wasn't
room
there,
with
was it?
your own blood if you need it. Come on, what are you talking about? You don't know
I
where
don't
the dog
remember the
sleeps?
dog.
Right. So when you walked out of the room, when you walked in the house, didn't see the dog?
No.
When you walked up the stairs, no dog?
No.
Walked down the hallway, no dog?
No.
Walked into Brian and Nicole's bedroom door, no dog?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
I realize that.
Mhm.
Dog or no dog? No dog.
I don't remember seeing the dog. Doesn't mean it wasn't there or it was there. I just don't remember seeing it.
Well, no dog came up to you and barked at you, correct?
No.
You didn't see or hear a dog whining or howling, did you?
No.
You didn't hear or see a dog scratching at the door?
No.
There's no sign of a dog at all in Brian and Nicole Albert's house at 6:41 a.m. when you walked into that house, correct? Or 6:40?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
And this was a
She's not
70-pound
gonna give
German
in.
Shepherd,
She's
correct?
just going to say,
I don't know the weight of the
Have you
dog.
ever heard the description given about that dog by Brian Albert? Anybody else? That dog was not good with strangers.
Yeah.
Did you know, as you said, you're very, very dear friends, and obviously dear friends with Brian Albert, relations with Nicole Albert, your sister.
I hate that he says
Are
relation.
you aware that dog was not good with strangers?
Just sisters.
Object.
Do you know that?
I don't. It wasn't good with other dogs is what I knew, so I could never bring my dog over there. That's all I know about the dog.
Right. Had some
That's
aggression.
all you know.
Correct? At least with other dogs.
That's all you know about the dog, your sister's dog, that you're at all constantly at her house. You've gone to her house a lot. Is this the first time you've ever been to Brian Albert and Nicole's house? Or is this the first this is the first time. You have gone over there a lot. How friendly is the dog with you? Does the dog come up to you and wag their tail and give you bellies to rub? Or is the dog barky and mean and they have to slap its butt and throw it into a room somewhere? Where's the dog? Where's the dog? You don't know. I don't see my sister's dog all the time, but I know that dog because I love that dog. Because I love that dog. And when that dog sees me, it's game time. When that dog sees me, I could see that dog separation time of 3 years. And that dog would come up to me like, "Oh my God, I am so happy you're here. I can't wait to play and run around and cause problems." And it's just, if that dog could wake up from the dead of sleep and smell me in a safety area and just go, "Oh my God, this is great. I know she's here. This is wonderful. This is the best day of my life. I'm so freaking excited. I'm gonna bite on things. I'm gonna play with things. I'm gonna eat treats." And he's just so excited. But I also know that if I snuck up on the dog at 6 o'clock in the morning and I was pounding down their door, walking up the stairs, screaming her name, that dog would very quickly change its mind after its first reaction, I'm sure, but initially have not a good reaction to me. Not a very good reaction to me. So, where's the damn dog?
Other dogs.
Possibly. Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could remind the jurors, in your memory, who was the last person to leave the house at 34 Fairview on the early morning hours of January 29th?
I believe Caitlin left after us, my niece.
Thank you. At some point, we've already talked a little bit about this. You said you looked out the front door glass. Was it a window or the whole door glass?
The whole door was glass, I believe.
Is it like and pardon my ignorance, is there like a wooden door that is open and there's a storm door that's all glass that was closed? Is that what we're dealing with?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, just want your honor.
Mm-hmm.
And both doors were
unlocked. Can we take one more glance? I'm going to back up for a quick second.
Okay.
Can we take one more glance at that exhibit 3? And can you, I apologize, Mr. McCabe.
Thank
one
you.
more point of reference.
Mm-hmm.
Can you please show the jurors where Brian and Nicole Albert's bedroom window is in that photograph?
Sure, it's right there.
Uppermost left window, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you approach?
Yes.
It would only be closer if it was on the first floor to where all the commotion was happening. It would only be closer if it
Let
was
me get back on
the
track.
first floor.
You indicated that you looked out that storm door and saw Miss Reed's vehicle, her SUV, directly in front of you, correct?
Yes.
That was the first time you noted or clocked that SUV being there?
First time. Sorry.
The first time you noted the SUV, in other words, that you visually saw it, it was directly in front of you.
If I know it's a storm door, I get it. But if it's really cold and dark and it's windy and it's noisy outside and it's cold, right? It's really cold. And it's really, really blizzardy, which it is. I probably would make sure that my front door, both doors, are closed when people are over. Especially if those people are actively coming on in or leaving, because one, heat is expensive. 2, I don't want my dog to get out. And 3, it's cold. Don't stop bringing all this cold air in with you. Open the storm door, go into the door, close the storm door behind you, take off your shoes, and then close the door. But they apparently left the door open. So Jen could just walk up to the storm door and just continue to see all the car activity. Does that seem weird? Is that weird, or is that just me? Is that an odd thing, or is that just me? I feel like
it was not back
I don't
by
know.
the mailbox, correct?
Correct.
Did you still see the Jeep parked back by the mailbox?
I looked out the window. I saw the car. I really didn't pay attention to details of other cars. I just looked and saw her car.
When you first looked out that window and looked out the door
Mhm.
and saw the SUV, what time was that?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Does the time 2:23 a.m. sound familiar?
2:23?
I'm sorry, 12:23. My mistake.
I'm not sure.
When you looked out the door, did you see any other vehicles at that time, other than the Jeep, other than Miss Reed's SUV?
I believe I saw lights. Oh, sorry, lights like over here somewhere. If the Jeep's there and the car, sorry, is there.
Okay, can you describe for the record what you did? The theirs don't come across on the record.
Oh,
so
sorry.
to your left,
yes,
is
straight out would be Miss Reed's vehicle that I looked at.
Okay.
I kind of looked at that. I remember my peripheral vision seeing lights over there to the left. Sorry.
All right. So the way that you're describing this, and that's lights to a vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, you know what vehicle that is.
I do. Yes.
What vehicle is it? Describe it for the jurors, please.
It's Ryan Nagel's.
Ryan Nagel's what? Car, truck?
I believe he has a truck.
Okay. So what you're describing is you looked out
Mhm.
the window, you saw Miss Reed's SUV directly in front of you. Right behind that, in line, was Brian Higgins' Jeep, and behind that was Ryan Nagel's truck. Is that right?
I'm not sure where his truck lines up. I just remember seeing lights. I just quickly saw Miss Reed's car and went back into the room. I apologize, paying attention for like specific details about cars.
At some point, you did become interested in exactly what time Ryan Nagel's truck arrived, correct? This is after the fact, well after the fact, months after the fact.
Yes, I did.
As a matter of fact, you took it upon yourself to ask Julie Nagel, Ryan's sister, to send you something, correct?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask her to send you?
I ran into the two of them.
I didn't ask you who you ran into, just what did you ask her to send you?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. A text message.
A screenshot of a text message.
Yes, a screenshot of a text message between Julie and Ryan Nagel.
You knew at the time that Miss Nagel, very obviously, was a recipient witness in this case, correct?
Why do you want a screenshot of a text?
I believe so. It was very early on.
Well, I mean, she was in the house.
Yes.
She was in the house when Miss Reed's vehicle appeared, correct?
Correct.
She was in the house when you were looking at the vehicle.
Correct.
She was in the house when everybody came home came to 34 Fairview from.
Why did you want the screenshot?
Correct.
She was interacting with everyone inside the house. The very time we're talking about, right?
Yes.
She went outside at some point to talk to her brother outside the house, right behind the SUV that you're describing as Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that she was, and you knew all this when you asked her for that screenshot.
I was trying to piece together.
You knew all this when you asked for the screenshot. You
Yes.
knew what her position was in this case, correct?
She had no involvement. What happened
I didn't
outside
ask
is
if she had
different.
How do you
Yeah,
know?
finish your answer.
Go ahead.
Ms. McCabe, finish your answer.
I didn't. What happened outside was separate from anything that happened inside.
I'm going to ask you again. You knew all of that information.
Just
That
ask
she
her
was,
again. Don't
Julie
say
Nagel was a
it.
recipient witness in this case, as was everyone else inside 34 Fairview when you asked for that screenshot, correct?
Yes.
That is another example
Boom.
of you coordinating information with other witnesses in this case, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Were you ever advised by Michael Proctor not to coordinate information with other witnesses in the case? Did he ever say, don't do that?
I don't recall.
So you don't recall? Or he
Did
did?
any law
I don't recall if he
enforcement-
did or not.
Okay. If he did tell you not to coordinate with other witnesses, this would be a breach of that agreement, wouldn't it? Objection.
Sustained.
Indeed, once you got that screenshot, we'll talk about that in just a second. When you got the screenshot, did you ever share that with law enforcement?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
You never provided that to Michael Proctor or any other investigator, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
As a matter of fact, Ms. McCabe, the only reason we know about that screenshot is because of the extraction on your phone. Isn't that right?
Oh shit!
If that's how you know about it, I'm not sure.
You asked for that screenshot for your own personal use, for your own personal information, for your own personal coordination, correct, of what happened that night.
That's what are you asking? There's 3 questions there.
Did you ask for that screenshot for your own personal use?
Yes.
And indeed, you do know what time it was that you looked out and saw Ryan Nagel's truck because the screenshot told you that, correct?
The screenshot told me when Ryan Nagel pulled up. It didn't tell when I saw.
And what was the time when Ryan Nagel indicated that he pulled up?
I'd have to look at the screenshot.
You don't remember?
12:23 a.m. sound right?
If you have it and that's what it says, absolutely.
Oh, she's pissed. And you're allowed to be pissed. But guess what? Hey, Jen McCabe, what time did your phone ring? Very early morning, January 29th. Just those little things. We're playing the memory game.
Yeah,
And she is remembering all the times right now that she weaseled her way in to parts of this case that she shouldn't have.
Is the page available
I'm
before
sorry,
this?
just a yes or no, does that refresh your recollection about anything that we've been discussing?
It's just what we've discussed. It doesn't really refresh.
Okay, so it does not refresh her memory. Next question.
I don't think that's what she said.
That's what you
Yes, that's what I said.
That was her answer.
That does not refresh your recollection?
Objection.
That was her answer. Next question, Mr. Jackson.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, Roach, yes.
Tight.
About anything we were just discussing.
I'm watching her read it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, having seen these, does this refresh your recollection about what we were just discussing concerning that conversation?
Regarding me asking Julie Nagel for the time?
Correct.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what time did that?
Boom, there we
that was
go.
attended to a screenshot. that
Recollection
you asked for, correct?
refreshed.
Yes.
And that time was what? Objection.
Do you remember the time?
Can I look at the paper? I was reading everything. I didn't
So
look at
the
exact
question is
time.
whether you remember the.
Oh, do I remember it? I don't remember the exact time,
Sitting
but I
here
can read it
right
off
now,
the
do
paper.
you remember?
That's different than a memory.
That's different. Next question.
So this does not refresh your recollection.
I think Judge Canoni is getting a little upset with her. I think her annoyance, it gets to be targeted at the attorneys and right now Alan Jackson, but I think a good chunk of it is coming from this witness.
The time that was reflected on that screenshot.
I can read the time, but in my memory.
That's not my question.
Golly.
Okay, sorry.
Just
Does it
answer the
reflect your
question.
recollection as you sit here, having read this, as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot.
I remember. I don't. Sitting here today, the only reason I know there's a time is because of what's on that paper.
But you did ask for a screenshot from Ms. Nagel, correct?
Yes, I
And that-
did.
and
It's
that
okay, you
screenshot said
don't
something
remember.
to the effect of outside. Is that right?
It's not a crime to forget.
What's wrong?
Just
Not
that
remember
question. The screenshot said something about outside.
Is that right?
I believe it said here. Yes.
Or maybe it's
Yes. Something
And
similar.
it was a screenshot from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel indicating that he had arrived.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure, it was a screenshot of a text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel saying, "I've arrived." In other words, I've arrived at 34 Fairview.
Yes, it was.
Because he was intending to give her a ride home, which he had asked for. Is that right? Objection.
Sustained.
You did see Julie Nagel go outside and approach the vehicle, correct?
I never saw her go near the vehicle. I saw her go outside.
Got it. Did she ultimately come back indoors?
Yes.
Did she come back in with anybody else?
No.
About what time would you estimate that to have been in the course of that evening?
When she came back inside,
When she walked out and then came back inside?
soon after she went out, she talked to her brother. She came back inside.
And about what time of day
Well,
was that?
you don't know what she did outside.
If you know.
I mean, this was all happening while we were at my sister's house.
Right. Was it 12:15, 12:30, 12:45, 1 o'clock?
Well, according to that paper, it would have had to
That's
been.
not what I'm
Not
asking.
according. Not according.
Do you have an independent recollection of about, if not
I'm
down to the
just
minute,
so
about what
over
time
it.
that was?
Come on, you know what they're
I
at. This is not
could
your first
say-
rodeo.
I'd have to be. I wasn't looking at my watch that night, so it's very hard for me to give a time.
You weren't looking at your watch that night, but what you were doing is looking outside, going on your phone, 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 looking outside, going on your phone. That's what you were doing.
Just off of my memory, I know what I've seen, but
Is it because you had
Okay.
some alcohol? I don't
You
know.
did see both Ryan Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV in front of the house at the same time, correct?
I saw his lights in my peripheral vision on the
Right.
left.
The lights are attached to what?
Where was the
The
Jeep?
car, but it wasn't out front. Miss Reed's vehicle was up front.
Right. When I say in front of 34 Fairview, we're going to talk about the spacing in just a second. I just meant out in front of the house.
Did I miss
Yes,
when
over
she
to
said
the
Brian
side.
Higgins left?
And you're indicating that, and I want to be clear about this,
Mhm.
as you're looking out that storm door window,
Mhm.
going from right to left, it was
We have been she notes that Karen's SUV was in front of Brian Higgins's Jeep, right? But if she looks out again, Brian Higgins's Jeep is gone, but the SUV is still there. That means someone went to the Jeep. Someone left the house, walked to the Jeep around the same time John was getting out of the car. Right? Is that I
it
feel like
was Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes,
proper assumption?
Then Higgins's Jeep, is that right?
his Jeep was in front of the mailbox.
Then behind that, was there a space? And then Mr. Nagel's truck, or was the truck right behind the Jeep?
That's
She
what I
don't know.
can't tell you. I just remember seeing lights. I didn't look over and pay much attention to it. I was just quickly looking at
Was the light big
Miss
or was
Reed's
it
car,
little?
and then I went back and sat down.
Do you recall testifying at a prior hearing that it was, your perception was Miss Reed's car, her SUV, the Jeep,
Mhm.
a space, and then Mr. Nagel's truck from right to left?
I remember Mr. Nagel's truck over to the left in my peripheral vision. I can't give you an exact location.
But there's no question in your mind as you sit here that Brian Higgins'
Whatever.
Jeep was between Brian Nichols' truck and Miss Reed's SUV. You remember that very clearly, correct?
I know that this Miss Reed's vehicle was here and there were lights in my peripheral vision over here.
Okay.
I wasn't, I just was looking quickly.
So let me ask you a question again.
Okay.
Assuming that the lights are attached to something, Brian Nichols' truck, we've already
Aren't you somewhat interested in seeing who's getting out of these cars and like who's coming into your house and who these people are? It's 12:30 at night. There's a goddamn blizzard going on. Like, aren't you somewhat and it's not your house. Sorry, your sister's house. Aren't you somewhat interested? Like you're clearly the nosy one, right?
already established that.
Mhm.
What you're looking at, you look out
We
the
know-
store window, is Miss Reed's truck,
Mhm.
or SUV, rather. So just behind that is the left. As you're looking at it, Mr. Higgins' Jeep, correct? And behind that, Mr. Nichols' truck. You remember the Jeep being between the truck and the SUV, correct?
I remember looking out the window. It was dark. I remember seeing lights over to the left. That is what I remember.
Where was the Jeep as it relates to the lights?
I'm assuming the Jeep was still parked at the mailbox.
You saw it. I mean,
Come on.
Jeep, right?
It was dark. I wasn't studying outside. It was a quick thing I did. I looked, I saw it, I went back to the table.
Okay, and I'm asking for what the saw it part was. Let's just slow down on the saw it.
Okay.
You looked, and you saw Brian Nichols' truck, then you saw Higgins' Jeep, then you saw Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
I saw Miss Reed's SUV parked straight out front, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights that yes must have been attached to a truck, but I didn't study the line.
You knew the lights were attached to the truck, but you don't know where
I
the
have one more
goddamn
One more
car
question.
was.
Where was the Jeep? Was it in front of the SUV, behind Mr. Nichols' truck, or was it between the two of them? It's a simple question.
You're asking what I saw when I looked outside. I didn't, and I'm telling you exactly what I saw. It was dark. It was Karen's car there, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights, and then I went back to the table.
What is she holding?
That's the last
Oh,
question.
the
we're gonna
laser
wait for.
pointer.
Very well.
All right, jurors, we'll take our lunch and recess, and then Ms. McCabe, you can follow up right behind the jurors and see what her for the time.
All right, we're gonna take a little break too, and then we're gonna get back into it. We'll take a little break. I'll actually put the time in the comments. Was it 4:26? 4:40. And we should be able to finish. What does it start at? Like 5:20 and ends at 7. So what's that? Hour and 40 at 1.35. You know, we should be able to finish that. All right. BRB. I'm back a little early. Is that okay? That's okay. That's okay.
Right, sorry about the delay, jurors. We were told that we blew a fuse, and that's why we couldn't get started on time.
Oh, no!
These old courthouses. So, all right, we appreciate your patience. Go ahead,
blew
Mr.
a
Jackson.
fuse?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, when you
Blew
first
the
saw
fuse.
Ms. Reed's SUV pull up, very shortly thereafter, you sent a text to John O'Keefe, correct?
I walked to the door, saw the car, and that's when I sent him a text. Yes.
Right. So you walked up to the door, saw the SUV outside, and then texted him something at that, basically while you're standing at the door.
I believe so. Yes.
What did you text him?
Here?
Okay. That was, do you remember the time?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to look at a series of text messages contained in a Celebrite report? I think you've seen this before.
Sure.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. May I ask one foundational question?
Okay.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you about a series of text messages. It's not a memory contest in terms of the timing. I'm going to ask you about probably 5 or so.
But
All
it
of those
is.
purport to be contained in here. Do you remember the times of those 5 texts?
I don't off the top of my head.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to look at all those in one fell swoop as you look at this document? So I don't have to go back and forth?
Are these in evidence?
This is not in evidence to my knowledge. Not yet.
Would it help you to remember?
Yeah.
Okay, why don't you bring it to Ms.
Thank you.
McCabe?
Ms. McCabe, if you wouldn't mind, take a look at the tabs, not that whole document. Two tabs. Content of text messages.
I'm not going to have to remember the exact times of all 5, am I?
I'll help.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, did you see a text on here that was consistent with your memory that you texted here?
Yes.
And was that at 12:27 a.m.?
I don't know if, exactly. I'm assuming if it's on that paper.
She doesn't have a good memory. She doesn't have a good memory. She's not going to remember the times of the text.
May I?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer the following stipulation at 12:14:27 on January 29th.
They went to sidebar. They said, can we just agree that these texts exist at this time? And that's what a stipulation is. It's an agreed fact from both sides. So they're like, can we just agree? Brennan, can we just agree? And of course they were like, yes, it's in the Cellbrite from her phone, from John's phone. These texts exist at this time. That's when she sent these messages.
9th, 2022, text message from Jen McCabe to, text message from John O'Keefe's phone to Jen McCabe's phone, where to? At 12:20, all these are on January 29th, 2022, at 12:27:33.
I'm sorry.
From Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone, here, exclamation point, question mark. Same date, 12:31 and 47 seconds. From Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone, pull behind me. Same date, 12:40 and 31 seconds. From Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone, hello. 12:42 and 9 seconds. Text message from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone, where are the letter U?
Okay, thank you.
Finally, 12:45 and 53 seconds from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone, hello. I would offer the stipulation that those are correct times and dates and contents of text messages between John O'Keefe's phone and Jennifer McCabe's phone on January 29, 2022.
All right, and that's what you're agreeing to, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, Your Honor, is contained in the Cellbrite report.
Okay. All right, folks. So I told you yesterday about a stipulation when I talked about something in the front line. This is similar. So what you just heard, both lawyers agree that that's information contained in a Celebrite report.
Thank
I
you,
should
Your
have just
Honor. May I
kept
continue?
playing.
Yes.
That's
At some point, you indicated
hey Ray,
that,
what's going on?
and by the way, Ms. McCabe, at 12:27, it's now been stipulated to, you texted a single word, here.
Did you have a good
Exclamation
day
point,
at
question
work?
mark, correct?
Yes.
You indicate that you saw the SUV move up after it was in
Oh,
front
now
of
back.
the 34 Fairview residence. It moved up some number of feet, correct?
The next time I looked, it was at a different location.
Now, you did not see the white Jeep move from the place that you originally saw it in front of the mailbox, correct?
I never looked out at the white Jeep.
But you never saw that move ever.
No.
I hate that statement. I never looked out at the white Jeep, but you saw all the cars. When you look at something, you're not like, I'm looking at my camera right now. I am also seeing a light here, everything in the background, my monitor, my computer, my microphone, my box of frosted mini wheats that are not name brand. Like, I'm seeing everything. I can see a big Pikachu all the way back there. And not just because I know it's there, but because I can see it. Ma'am, the fuck? Have we got to the point where she lied? And yes, I love my job. Oh yeah,
As a matter of fact, Mr. Higgins,
existing in the
that Jeep
point
was in
where
the same
she
spot
lied.
while Mr. Higgins was inside the residence until he left, correct?
Yes,
That's what I would assume, yes.
Okay. And you never saw him go out and move his car and come back in or anything like that?
I never did, no.
I highly suggest going back because I kind of went off.
It's fair to say that once you noted that the SUV, Ms. Reed's SUV, was in front of the location, you started paying some attention to it.
I went to the door a few times to look out, yes.
As a matter of fact, in the course of about 19 minutes, you went to the door no fewer than 5 times, correct?
I'm not sure if it was 5.
You've indicated in previously that for every time you went to the door and saw the SUV, you texted something, which are the texts contained in the document that was just stipulated to. Is that right?
I did text 5 times. You are correct.
Okay. So it's fair to say if you texted 5 times, then you went to the door 5 times, if those were associated with one another. You walk up, look at the door, see the SUV, and text something. Here, pull behind me, where are you? Those texts, correct?
I remember going to the front door, seeing the car, and texting here. When I went to the door the second time, the car had moved up towards the flagpole, and I texted, pull behind me, because I thought, did they not know where to park? Did they think they were at the wrong house?
So my question is this. Every time you went to the door, you texted something.
I'm not sure that I did, yes.
Do you remember
I'm not sure that I did,
Do
sorry.
you remember a year ago testifying that every single time you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something?
Am I aware that I said that?
Correct.
Could you
testify to that?
Could you show that to me, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
I love that because that's what you said last trial. And Ellen Jackson is ready, rip roaring, ready to go to show you
Yeah,
that's
right.
exactly what you
Take a look
said.
at the highlight
So
portion.
has it changed?
And
Were you
just
lying
use that
then or are you
to-
lying now?
Finished.
Pretty plain and simple. That's not the end all be all of lies, but it's a lie. It's a continuous time, another time, an added time, an additional time that this witness jury is not telling truths.
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
So why? You have to ask yourself why.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection about the issue we were just talking about?
I see what's written down, yes.
Okay. Did you testify in answer to the following question?
Answer the question though.
And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct? Answer correct.
I answered correct to that,
Okay.
yes.
So if you looked out, I'm sorry, if you texted 5 times, that's all I'm getting to, you went to the door about 5 times.
I'm not sure. I remember definitely going twice. And again, if I misstated or I said I went 5 times, 4 times, I apologize.
Well, do you think this
It
testimony
doesn't
is
matter
an
if you're
error?
sorry or not.
No, I don't. I'm thinking with my memory. It was 3 years ago, and I'm thinking that maybe I wasn't clear on that detail of how many times that I went to the door.
Here
What I
comes.
can tell you I'm clear on is that I did go twice, and I saw it. I saw it
Sorry.
straight ahead.
Sorry.
I saw it at the flagpole, and a third time further up. I cannot say
Sorry.
with certainty with my memory today that I was up at that door every single time. I'm sorry.
And then, and by the way, when you testified, as you just saw, that was a year ago, correct?
Yes.
A year earlier and a year closer to the event, correct?
Yes, it
So
was.
your memory would have been a little bit fresher then than it is now, a year later.
I don't think I can compare my memory then to now.
You can't compare your memory. Do you think your memory gets better with time or fades a
Sometimes.
little with time?
Well, some things, unfortunately, I think about every single day with this case, the trauma of
Sure.
it and what I experienced and went through. And there are some things that I am certain I will never forget. And I know for sure where the car was, and I know for sure I sent those 2 texts. But I apologize if
Great.
I
I love it.
misstated. I went out more than I did.
I'm sorry.
just
How many
trying
times
to
has she
give you
said
what I
sorry in the
remember,
last 2 minutes?
today.
Let's talk about those texts and and you looking out the door. You did approach the door and you saw that the vehicle was there the initial time, correct? That's 1.
When I texted here, yes,
And you texted here, exclamation point, question mark. Is that right?
correct.
And you indicated that when you first saw the vehicle, it was straight out ahead of you in front of the front door and it was stationary. Is that right?
Yes,
Then you said you went back to the door and you saw that it had moved up, quote, a little bit. Isn't that right?
yes.
Toward the flagpole. Is that right?
Was that the flagpole? Yes.
And when you saw that it had moved up toward the flagpole, then you texted again at 12:40, which has been stipulated to hello. Is that right?
When I saw it move up to the flagpole, I believe I texted pull behind me.
When you
I don't want this to be the hill that Alan
When you hit the
Jackson
second
dies
time,
on today, though. Anxiety.
and by the way, it's my mistake. I jumped over one. It was 12:31,
Anxiety, stress.
47, which
Also-
was stipulated to pull behind me.
Also, to be fair, when it comes to the body language, it can be a little difficult when we watch it because I do speed it up. So we're at 1.4 speed. So normal speed is 1, we're at 1.4. So we're almost at 1.5 speed. So almost like a time and a half. So that's a consideration to take into when checking people's body language as well, which I think is a great question. That I probably should mention a little more often. It's still comical. It still is. She clearly is blinking more than she was. I'm going to talk right now because the internet zipped out on me. She clearly is blinking more than she was previously before the lunch break. Is that because maybe her tummy hurts from eating? That can happen. That happens to a lot of us. Is she in physical pain? Is she anxious? Is she nervous? Is she stressed out? Is she blinking longer than she was before? It's an indicator for a bunch of different things. So it's hard to pinpoint, but it's definitely something that people notice. Humans notice it. You noticed it, and you're a human. And how many other jurors are noticing it?
That's when the
all
SUV
these things.
closer to
Is it the
flag,
feds?
correct?
I believe so,
Did
yes.
the feds
Then you
roll in?
went yet again at 12:40 and saw the SUV yet again and texted hello. It was the second hello.
I'm not sure if that was when I texted hello.
But you did see
Also,
that the SUV had moved again.
Yes.
Now where was it?
At first, it was straight ahead. Then it was at the flagpole, and then it was further up.
Then at 12:42, 2 minutes later, you texted, "Where are you?" Correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, it
I
was
don't
still
trust
up
your
on the flagpole.
eyesight.
No, I'm not saying that it was still outside.
Where was it?
I'm not sure where the vehicle was.
At 12:45, you texted yet again, "Hello." Is that right?
Yes, I did.
You indicated that was you texted hello the last time you saw the vehicle. Is that right?
I'm not saying that today, no.
Well, did you say it previously?
In my testimony, did I say that the last time I texted? Do you have that written that I could see?
You just read it.
Well, that was your question that you had read to me. I never came out and said that.
Ms. McCabe, I asked you if you testified to that a year ago. That's not a question. Did you testify to that a year ago that when you went, every single time you went to the door, you texted something because seeing the vehicle prompted you to text something to John?
That's a summary of maybe the
Did you testify to that a year ago?
to what?
Don't die on this
that when I
hill.
went
Don't die on this
to the
hill,
door.
Jackson.
Yeah, different times when I went to the door, I did text. Yes.
All right. And then you testified as well that you went to the door a final time and saw that the SUV was gone. It had left, correct?
Yes, at one point I did.
And that was just a couple of minutes after your last text at 12:45. Is that right?
I'm not sure of the time.
As a matter of fact, you testified previously that it was around 12:50 that you last went to the door and noted that the car was completely gone. Is that right?
I'm not sure of that.
You're not sure of that?
No, if you could show me, I'd appreciate it.
At some
Still being
point,
shown.
did you note that the vehicle was gone? Let's get to that.
Yes.
Around what time was that?
I do not know.
12:45, a little before, a little after?
I'm not sure. I can't give a time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at how you testified to that particular time last year?
Sure.
May I?
Yes.
As to what time last year you indicated that you went to the door and saw that the SUV was gone?
It says on the paper that I was asked if after 12:45 it was gone, and I answered correct.
Okay.
I never gave a time.
All right. And that coincides with the last hello that you texted to John's phone, correct?
Again, I don't have that paper in front of me. Is that the
Well, that's
time?
the stipulation. That's what you don't need to worry about that. That's been stipulated to your
Jen.
last hello text was at 12:45.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
So that coincides, that testimony from last year coincides with your last text message saying hello. You noted that the SUV at that point had gone, had left, correct?
Correct.
So if I hear your testimony correctly, you saw the SUV in position 1.
Yes.
There was a text or something, or 2 maybe. Then you saw it in position 2. You went back to the door and noted that SUV had moved and it was now closer to the flagpole, correct?
We've just asked 2 questions.
It had moved closer to the
The
flagpole.
first question is you said I saw it and I sent a text or 2. I know I just had 1 here.
Okay. Then you saw it a second time,
Correct.
and now it's closer to the flagpole.
Yes, correct.
And there's texting going on. I'm not getting down to the minute of the text, but there's texting going on. You're sending texts.
I'm sending, yes.
Then you went back to the door a third time and saw that it had moved beyond the flagpole, correct?
Correct.
Then, according to your testimony last year, you went back to the door at least a 4th time to see that it was gone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so at bare minimum, based on your testimony today, you were at the door looking out the window at that portion of either the yard directly in front of you and in front of the house or toward the flagpole or beyond the flagpole 4
At
times,
least 4 times.
correct?
From last year's testimony, but what I remember today
No,
with
Ms. McCabe, that's not
certainty
my
is
question.
twice.
You need to let her answer the question. Answer your question, please.
Go ahead.
What I remember certainty is looking at it out front, at the flagpole, and beyond. I don't remember how many times I went up to the door. I was back and forth.
Right, but according to you, you saw the car in 3 different positions, correct?
Correct.
So that's at least 3 times to the door, correct?
Correct.
And you saw the car gone, right?
Correct.
3 plus 1 is 4, correct?
Correct.
So now you're telling us that you went to the door a minimum
Not
of
the
4
math
times
question.
and then you crossed that yard at the SUV, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You had a clear view of that SUV as you looked out that storm door every time you went to the door, didn't you?
It was dark and snowing, but I could see a vehicle out there. Yes.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, you
didn't-
indicated that it was a clear view. There's nothing obstructing your vision, correct?
No, there was nothing but the weather conditions.
And you indicated that, and by the way, the blizzard had basically just started. There was a dusting on the ground.
It was snowing. It was accumulating.
Right, but it was early in the storm.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Right. And when asked about whether or not you had a view, well, let me ask it a different way. In terms of your view of the SUV and the distance from the storm door to the SUV to that curb line, there was nothing obstructing your view. You had a clear view of that, a good view of the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the window, I could see the SUV in front of me. Yes.
At no time during any of this interaction with the door, meaning going back and forth to the storm door, texting, looking outside, seeing the SUV in position 1, seeing the SUV in position 2, seeing the SUV in position 3, at no time did you hear any noise that was unusual, did you?
No, I didn't.
You didn't hear any screaming?
No.
You didn't hear any yelling?
No.
No loud voices?
No.
No foul language?
No.
You didn't hear a door slam?
No.
You didn't hear a verbal argument or a fight of any kind?
No.
You didn't hear a revving engine?
No.
You didn't hear the squealing of tires or the scraping of tires on pavement?
No.
You didn't hear a collision take place?
No.
Or a crash?
No.
Or screams for help?
No.
Moaning, groaning, as if someone was in distress?
No.
As you looked at the SUV the first time, you've already indicated that you had a clear view straight out the door, right? It's right in front of the front door as a crow flies, right? It's not at an angle.
Right there. Correct.
Okay. You also previously indicated that you saw tire tracks in the roadway.
Yes.
In that very, very light dusting of snow, the accumulation that you talked about, you saw tire tracks of some sort.
Yes.
So that's down on the ground, beyond the yard, somewhere in the roadway.
In the street. Correct.
You had a good view of those tire tracks as well, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were able to describe those as sort of almost a wave, I think.
You're able to see tire tracks in the road, but you're not able to see a second car when you're looking at one car and they're parked butt to nose. I look at one car, I see one car. But you can see tire tracks in the road through snow. Okay, ma'am, your eyesight sucks. Where's your glasses?
Yeah, across the street. I could see it because of the street light that was across the street.
Okay, and that presented at least enough illumination
What's the street
based
light out
on your view. You could see the tire tracks in the snow.
Yes, over to the left. Yes.
And you detailed not just the shape of those tire tracks as being sort of like a wave, but where those tire tracks were, correct?
No, yes, yeah.
Where did you see them?
I believe over to the left. If I'm looking out straight. Oh, sorry. Straight.
So if you're looking outside at the SUV, I'm just going to turn my back to the jurors for a second. For perspective. If you're looking outside the door, when you say straight out, the SUV is straight outside. When you say to the left, you mean to the left of the SUV on the ground. That's where you saw the tire tracks.
Yes.
Like somebody might parallel park or something.
Kind of a wave. Yeah, I can't really explain what it was. I just saw it.
You weren't paying special attention. You weren't looking for tire tracks, were you?
No, when I glanced out, I saw it.
You weren't looking for anything in the roadway at that point. You just glanced out. There was something in your peripheral vision, and you made note of it.
Yes.
And the only thing between you and the SUV as you looked out was the lawn.
Correct.
There's no ditches or hills in that lawn. It's a flat lawn, correct?
I wasn't
Pretty
looking
damn
at the ground.
flat.
I was just kind of looking like I am at you right
Some
now,
of us-
straight.
That's not the question.
You know that lawn. You've been to that house 100 times, 500 times. There's no ditches or berms or hills or mountains on that lawn. It's just a flat lawn, right?
I guess you could categorize it as flat. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty damn flat.
Can we
Doesn't
take
even have a
look?
curb. There's not even like a curb on the damn lawn. Come on.
34 Fairview.
That's the same photograph with just a little modification on it that you saw a few minutes ago.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that you mark this identification.
Not for identification.
Showing it
Okay. All right.
as a chalk at this point.
May I publish?
Yes.
Thank you.
Page for identification.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just one minute. There you go. Thank you.
That lawn looks pretty damn flat to me.
What's depicted in that photograph?
34 Fairview.
Do you see the front door that you went in?
I do. Yes.
Can you point it out for the jurors, please?
Sure. Right there.
Okay. The one with the brick steps leading up to it.
Yes.
Now, with this perspective, can you point out the side door?
Sure.
That looks like a screen door just to the right of the hedges.
Yes.
With that perspective, can you point out the garage door?
Or that one. Sorry.
That's just to the right of the window inside that recess of the home?
Yes.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the lawn as it was on January 28th, 29th, other than the fact that it's different weather?
Right.
The shape of the lawn?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll put that down this wall.
That lawn's all toe up.
So what was that marked as, Madam Court Reporter?
H.
Thank you.
You know, I would ask them to move that in evidence. If we need to take a minute on that, I'm happy to, but that is my request.
Is there an issue?
No, I wanted to.
Okay.
It's just a picture of the damn house.
46.
Thank you. May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
The first time you looked out over that lawn to the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe, did you?
No, I did not.
He was not outside that SUV.
No,
He was not standing or sitting.
not that I saw.
He certainly wasn't on the ground, was he?
Not that I saw.
The second time you looked out and saw the SUV, now the SUV is more toward the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
And you had a clear field of view between you standing at that door and the SUV. You've already described that view, correct?
I can see the SUV, correct.
Correct. And you can see everything in front of the SUV as well, couldn't you?
I just would go to the door and look at the SUV. I wasn't taking in all the surroundings of.
I mean, goddamn, you went to the door and you saw tire tracks. You saw other things.
Sitting right in front of you, you saw the peripheral vision, you know, the tire tracks.
Yes, and that's lighted where around the SUV was very
Oh,
dark.
my God.
We'll get to that.
I'm sorry.
Tire tracks, even though you weren't looking for tire tracks, right?
Yes, I did.
Something stood out to you in your peripheral vision. Just looking out, there they are.
Yes, absolutely. Mhm.
That second time you looked directly at the SUV with no obstruction between you and the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the SUV?
No.
He wasn't sitting down?
No.
He wasn't lying down?
No.
You certainly did not see his body in the snow toward that flagpole?
No.
And you would have been looking directly toward that flagpole, correct? Directly.
I was looking at the vehicle.
Directly toward the flagpole, Ms. McCabe.
Where the vehicle was?
I was looking in the direction of the flagpole
Right.
at the vehicle. Yes.
Right. And you saw no body in the snow, did you?
I didn't look for a body in the snow.
I didn't ask you if you looked for one. You weren't looking for tire tracks either, were you? But you saw those.
I did see those, yes.
And you did not see a body in the snow.
I liked that.
No, I did not.
I liked that. You weren't looking for tire tracks either, but you saw those. You weren't looking for a Jeep, but you saw that. I'm not asking if you were looking for one. I'm asking if you saw one. I'm asking if you saw it. Come on, girly pop. Come on. Come on. Come on.
I did not.
John O'Keefe, 6'2", 216 pounds, brawny guy, big boy, right?
I don't think I'd refer to him as a big boy, but he was tall, yes.
Ew,
Right.
I
You
don't
certainly
find
didn't see
anyone
him
saying big boy.
Prostrate in the snow the way you found him the next morning, correct? Later that morning,
I didn't see anything on the ground, no.
correct?
Correct.
The third time you looked out toward that SUV, it's still in the direction of the flagpole, but a little further up, a little deeper to the right, correct?
Yes.
Again, looking directly in the direction, at least, of the flagpole and that area of the yard, you were looking beyond that to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
You did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the vehicle?
I did not know.
He was not sitting outside the vehicle,
No,
and he certainly wasn't lying on the ground, was he?
I didn't see him.
And the last time you looked out, Ms. McCabe, this is now 12:45 or so, the last time you looked out, the SUV was gone. Is that right?
Yes.
But you were still looking in that direction because that's the last place you saw the SUV. Is that right?
I looked out the window like this. I wasn't searching anywhere, but just glanced out the window, and I didn't see it.
I'm just asking you a direction. Not whether or not you were searching. I know you didn't send out a search party. That's not my question. My question is, were you looking toward the area where you last saw the SUV around 12:45 a.m.?
Yes.
That would be directly across the lawn, directly past the flagpole, and directly into the street where you last saw the SUV, correct?
I glanced out. Yes, correct.
And the same way you glanced out at the SUV, to use your words, glanced out and saw the tire tracks, right?
Correct. Yes.
But you did not see John O'Keefe standing on the lawn.
No.
You did not see him sitting on the lawn.
No.
And you certainly did not see his body lying on the lawn, did you?
No. No, I did not.
Ultimately, you left the location that night, the gathering at 34 Fairview. Is that right? You didn't spend the night there?
No, I went home.
About what time was it that you left the location?
Approximately, it was after 1:30. Approximately 1:30, 1:45.
So this is maybe an hour later, later than what we've just been discussing.
Yes.
Seeing the SUV. Who did you leave with?
I left with my husband, Matt, and Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
Who was driving?
Sorry, my husband, Matt, was driving.
And where was Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel sitting in that SUV?
They were in the back seat.
By the way, what kind of SUV were you in that night?
A Yukon.
Four-door,
yeah,
extended
big-
seating?
Yes.
She's got kids.
When the SUV pulled
She's
out
a-
of the driveway, it was
she's
in
a
the
sports
driveway?
mom.
Yes.
When the SUV backed out of the driveway, doing a 3-point turn, backed out of the driveway, did it go toward Chapman or did it go toward Cedar Crest?
It went towards Chapman.
So as you backed out of the driveway, you would have been heading up toward the flagpole side of the property rather than back toward the driveway side of the property, correct?
Correct.
And she just so happened to be turning
You
her
would have
back
driven
towards that
directly
area,
adjacent.
looking in the back seat.
To the area where John O'Keefe's body was later discovered at 6:04, 6:03 a.m., correct?
Yes, correct.
You were seated in the passenger seat of the vehicle, not the driver's seat.
Correct.
You were seated in the front of the vehicle, not the back seat.
Correct.
You would have been closest to the yard as y'all drove past, correct?
Correct.
That's a newer model Yukon. I'm assuming that the headlights automatically turn on at night.
Yes.
So the headlights were illuminated.
Yes.
Did your husband, Matt, did he turn on the brights or did he leave the beams on low? Or do you know?
I don't know.
But certainly the area in front of that SUV, that Yukon, was well lit.
Sometimes
The
brights
lights were on, yes.
are not good in the snow.
You did not see anything
Turning
out of the
your brights
ordinary
on
as you
isn't
drove
always the
right by
best
that
choice.
location, did you?
I was
It's
looking in the
better.
back seat when we were driving.
Did you see anything out of the ordinary on that lawn as you drove by in that SUV?
No, because I wasn't looking at the lawn.
You certainly did not see John O'Keefe dressed in dark clothing laying prostrate in the lawn.
No, I did not.
You said that you were turned around talking to the other young ladies in the SUV, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you were engaged with them about a conversation having to do with bread and maybe peanut butter or something.
Yes.
You didn't, as you passed by that location adjacent to where John's body was later discovered, you didn't hear Julie Nagel say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
You didn't hear Sarah Levinson.
Because last trial, Julie did say that she saw something. Maybe
Say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
mound-like.
No.
According to you, you were turned around, directly engaged with both these young ladies as you passed by that area where John's body was later discovered. Is that right?
When we pulled out, I turned around and I was talking to them about the bread and the peanut butter. I'm not sure exactly where we were driving, but it was when we pulled out. Yes.
You certainly never heard anybody say anything like, what was that, or anything close to that.
No, I didn't.
That's what Julie Nagel testified to last year. Trial
I'd like to
number 1.
Turn your attention to your arrival back at 34 Fairview just after 6 a.m. the next morning. You indicate that the visibility was relatively poor and that you could not see John O'Keefe on that lawn from your perspective, correct?
The visibility was extremely poor, and no, I could not see him.
You were in the front seat, passenger side.
Yes, I was.
It was Karen Reed who actually saw Mr. O'Keefe, jumped out of the car, and began attending to him immediately, correct?
Karen got out of the car and ran to John O'Keefe.
And you stayed by the car, and Ms. Roberts ran over to assist
okay to
Ms.
answer
Reed in
yes
giving
or no.
first aid to, at least initially, to Mr. O'Keefe. Is that right?
No, that is not. Carrie got out and walked over, and then I got out and walked over.
You indicated that. Well, let me ask a different question. Yesterday, you testified in pretty significant detail that when you got out of the car, you could not see anything even close to the flagpole, correct?
Visibility was very bad. Yes.
Matter of fact, you used the word whiteout conditions. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Whiteout conditions, you basically can't see your hand in front of your face.
I wouldn't say that extreme, but I used whiteout as there's just snow coming at you.
You were specifically asked by Mr. Brennan, how close did you have to get before you could actually see anything of note where Miss Reed had gone? Is that right?
Yes.
You testified yesterday that you could see just merely shadowy figures of Miss Reed and Carrie Roberts, and it wasn't until you got very close over to them that you could see John, in your words.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, you followed that up by saying that was the first moment, once you got basically on top of them, that was the first moment that you realized that it was John, that there was a body on the ground, correct?
I said as I got close to them, I don't think on top of them.
Fair enough. My words, not yours. You did say, quote, very close to them, correct?
I'd have to see it, but
Well, you just
It was
testified to
on-
it yesterday.
You just
didn't
had
say,
this
"I get very
conversation.
close to them."
I know I said I had got very close to them or close to them, something like that.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't have a transcript of yesterday's testimony. I'm sorry.
I like how he's playing the "I'm sorry" card to her, which is something that she's been pulling. Like, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
You testified to something very different. than that,
Sorry.
didn't you?
Why are you so sorry?
No.
Isn't it true that last year you testified that you got out on the passenger side of the vehicle, which is, we'll agree, the furthest side from the lawn, as Ms. Roberts was driving from Chapman toward Crestview, Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes.
You testified that you were on the passenger side, and as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that Karen Reed was already at John. Is that right?
As I got out and walked around the back of the vehicle, the shadowy figure of Karen had already gotten onto something.
You further testified that as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that she straddled John, lifted up his shirt, lifted up her shirt, and went to lay on it. And Miss Roberts went over and said she started removing snow from John's face. Correct?
I have the page and line number.
Where are you,
Sure.
Mr. Jackson?
May 17, 2024, RT 114, lines 14 to bottom, onto 115, line 4. Is that how you testified last year?
I'm sorry, would you mind just repeating it?
Sure.
Thank you.
You testified in substance that you were on the passenger side of the vehicle, and as you got out, quote, as I got out, end quote, she, Miss Reed, was already at John. You indicated that you saw her straddle him, lift up his shirt, lift up her shirt, and lay on top of him while Miss Roberts went over and removed snow from his face. That's how you testified last year, correct?
Okay.
Is that how you testified last year?
I'm not sure. I know,
Next question.
Would it refresh your recollection if you look at a copy of your testimony from last year?
I don't think looking at it would refresh my memory. I know I might have used different words, but the bottom line is I got out of the car, went behind the car, went over, and Karen had done that.
Mr. McCabe, I'm asking, do you think it would refresh your, if you don't have a good recollection of how you testified last year under oath, sitting on that witness stand? I'm asking, do you think it would refresh your recollection to see your testimony from last year?
Oh, Mr. Jackson, testifying last year under oath, sitting on that witness stand. He just said last year during our first trial, when you testified under oath in that very same chair to the
I don't
jury.
need to see my transcript. I know what I know and I know what I remember. So
That's not my question. I'm not asking what you remember now.
I know what I know and I know what I remember.
whether I said it was as we're fighting over silly words, whether I said it as I got out of the car or we were there.
Words matter.
Do not
They matter a
interrupt
lot.
each other.
Okay, so remember, Mr. Jackson, no comments. Please, Ms. McCabe, how you answer his question.
Okay.
Do you remember exactly how it is that you testified last year?
I do not know.
I know what I know and I know what I remember.
Very first.
Yes.
There's no way they don't know or can even continue to ignore it at this point. No, not at all. Not at all. It honestly should be able to just come in like this is the retrial. This is the second time we've done this. Does it look like we're all really familiar with each other except Brennan? Wow, it's because we are. Like I don't know. It's so intense the way that it's like stop trying to not say it, because the more you try to not say it, the more you want to say it. And it's just so easy to be like, last trial, last time you testified, last time you sat in this chair and you raised your right hand and you testified under oath in the Karen Reed murder trial. Agents of an agency. It's just, God, it sucks that they just can't be like, hey, this is trial number 2. She is awful. Yeah, like why continue about honestly? Like it takes so much time and energy to try to not say it. It's throwing everyone off.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to how you testified in substance last year?
I see what it says I said, but it's a little bit different than what you stated.
Okay. Then let's walk
That's
through
not
that.
the question.
Did you indicate last year that as
That's
you got out
not
of
the
the vehicle,
question.
that's when
That's not the question. Answer. It's a yeah. Does that refresh your memory of what you testified last year? Those are the words that I said, but no,
that's
I
when
hate
could
it. I hate
see
you.
what Ms. Reed
Not-
was doing with John O'Keefe. Down
I
to the
don't know
detail
you. I
of
can't
her
hate
shirt
you.
up,
What I
pulling
can
his shirt
do
up to try to go
be
stay
so
skin.
frustrated by you.
Hey, Jackson.
Why don't I see it side by side? Why don't you bring it to Mr. Jackson's face?
Time for a sidebar. And I just went off screen. Sorry. Oh, sorry.
Ms. McCabe, is it true that you had the following colloquy last year on this subject? Answer, I was on the passenger side, so as I got out, she was already at John. Question.
I know
So
the
she gets out and
Gee,
essentially makes a
we're,
beeline over to where
we're
John
working
was.
through it.
Answer, correct.
We're almost
Question.
done.
And you're getting out of the passenger side,
We'll get
and by the time you come around the car, she's already there. Answer,
also who takes
yes.
10 minutes to brush their
Question.
teeth.
And when she gets over there, what, if anything, could you see at that
We'll
point?
talk about it
Answer,
for a minute at the
She
end.
straddles John and lifts up his shirt. And then she lifted up her shirt. and went to lay on it. And Ms. Roberts went over and she was removing the snow from his face. Is that how you testified last year?
Yes, that's how I answered the questions.
Okay. Clearly, you didn't indicate last year that it was whiteout conditions. You could see nothing of the kind, and you had to get quote unquote very close to it before you could see anything, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. It's the first word that's problematic. Mr. Johnson.
Yesterday, you testified that it was whiteout conditions. You had to leave the car, walk all the way over and get quote unquote very close to John before you recognized that it was even a body. Is that right?
Yes.
But last year, you testified that you were still at the car when you noted the detail of Karen basically giving life-saving aid to John. You can see that clearly all over the car, right?
Objection.
Is that what you said, Ms. McCabe?
No.
It might be what you said, but it might not be what you meant, but it is what you said. You
Is
just
there a
read it
reason,
verbatim.
Ms. McCabe, that you might
But I also don't want him to
improve your
die on this
testimony
hill.
this year than last year, over last year, with regard to the distance that you could see
Oops.
Ms. Reed engaged with Mr. O'Keefe?
There are other moments that I think he should die on the hill of when it comes to Jen McCabe and her not telling the truth and her testimony changing and shifting and altering and morphing into something different as the years go on. I don't know if this is the exact one. I don't know if this is the moment to do it. I think, honestly, the door and the text, the door and the text, the door and the text and the car moving, I think that was all pretty notable. I think that was a pretty strong, you have no recollection of anything. You didn't even remember. You like the memory of like, oh my God, I didn't even remember that when I was startled awake at this very exact time by this person calling me. You know, that's a great moment for the jury to be like, wait, what? You don't remember sending multiple text messages, going to the door multiple times to see when your friend that is the same age as you and he's a couple months older and is coming to the door to hang out with you after you hung out with him and you're doing this and you're doing that and you're best friends? You don't remember that? But I don't think this exact moment is the moment to kind of sink your teeth into. Just ask a couple of questions. If they don't get answered, I'd say move on because the jury can read the room. Well, hopefully the jury can read the room.
O'Keefe,
No.
are you trying to suggest or improve your testimony to suggest that you had no idea that there was a body there and nobody reasonably could have even seen a body there as you drove up?
Objection.
Is that what you're trying to say, Ms. Reed?
Ms. McCabe.
Okay.
Can you
Oopsie. Judge Canoni called her Miss Reed.
repeat the question, please?
Not sure. I'll give it a shot.
I'm sorry.
Are you trying to improve your testimony this year?
And that is also a tactic to maybe not quite answer that exact question. You know, maybe not quite answer that exact question. Question was asked. It was objected to. Judge Canoni stepped in. Some time went on. It wasn't a complex question, but it had some complexity to it. It wasn't like compound or anything, but it was like there was some heft to it. And a great tactic. If you use it a lot, you're going to get, caught. But like, I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Over last year to suggest that reasonably nobody could have seen where John was from the car.
I'm not trying to improve my testimony now.
But you are changing your testimony. Are you trying to make it worse? Are you trying to look
You claimed
flexible?
on direct examination today, as a matter of fact, that Miss Reed looked at you at the scene and said the phrase, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. She said it 3 times very distinctly, according to your testimony, correct?
She did, yes.
That was so impactful that it had the effect of putting you in some sort of shock.
Jury.
or horror. Is that right?
No,
I was
we're
in shock the whole
close, but
morning, but that statement definitely was a lot.
I like the energy.
And that's an incredibly memorable statement for you to have heard and now recount to us in this trial, correct?
Correct.
Something that you would
it
easily
was
forget or overlook. Is that right?
Something I wouldn't.
Something you would not easily
Correct.
forget or overlook. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Matter of fact, some might say it's the centerpiece of your testimony.
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah. Yikes. Come on, Jackson. Come on. After lunch, get it together. Tighten it up. Tighten it up. Tighten it up, Jackson. You got this. We're all here for you.
Ms. McCabe,
We're all rooting for
testified
you.
at a grand jury in April of 2022, did you not?
I did, yes.
Before you testified, you took an oath, very much like the oath that you took before you testified in this case, correct?
Correct.
You swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, correct?
Correct.
And that included the whole truth at the state grand jury, correct?
Correct.
That was only weeks, several weeks, but weeks after this incident, right? April 26th versus January 29th, 2022. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
With the car mechanic, Ray, who was there the morning of the 29th, back at John's. No, the Sunday, so the 30th, she made a note of like, oh yeah, it was everyone was there, the car mechanic, yeah, that moment, yeah.
Things were much fresher
So
in your mind then than they are now.
I wouldn't necessarily say that.
Especially something as momentous as an admission from my client that she hit him. Would you agree?
Would I agree that she said that?
Would you agree that that would be fresh in your mind? Something as momentous as that. You wouldn't forget that.
I will never forget it.
You wouldn't overlook that.
I will never forget it.
You would not overlook that either, would you, Ms. McCabe?
I answer the questions I'm asked.
Can you answer the question that I just asked? You not answer my question.
Shit. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. She she walked her way into that one. That was good. Ooh, that was good. That was good. So true, though. Can you answer the questions that I ask? Honestly, she can't, because I don't think she's actually answered like even half of these questions. They're all these roundabout, ridiculous responses.
Would I agree that she said that?
Would you agree that that would be fresh in your mind? Something as momentous as that. You wouldn't forget that.
I will never forget it.
You wouldn't overlook that.
I will never forget it.
You would not overlook that either, would you, Ms. McCabe?
I answer the questions I'm asked.
Can you answer the question that I just asked? You not answer my question. Would you overlook that?
No.
And the reason
Judge Beverly Cannoni wanted to chime in with that. Excuse me, jurors, don't listen to the statements. Alan Jackson answer the question, but I think she was probably enjoying the moment too much, because literally answer the question. Why do I feel like, okay, let me take myself off the screen. Is this not a full meme? Like, is this not a full freaking meme? That face and the microphone, just and. That's a meme. That's a moment. That's a meme. That is a meme. Okay. Let's get back into it and finish this up. Wow. What a great moment.
The reason you wouldn't overlook it
Can you answer the
it was so
question I
impactful
asked?
on you, having heard that. Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Yes.
And is she going to actually try to, sorry, I paused immediately. Is she going to actually sit there and try to play, well, no one asked me if she said I hit him, so I'm not going to answer that question. Ma'am. I answer the questions I'm asked. No way. Snaps to Jackson. I mean, that landed real good.
Yes.
She just did a full eye block. Like, do not approach me, you psycho. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I see it.
Do you recognize it?
Is that a transcript of your entire testimony?
I have read it about a year ago, yes.
You read it in
Sorry,
anticipation of your
I
testimony a year ago,
skipped
correct?
5 seconds.
Yes, I reviewed it.
Have you reviewed it in preparation for your testimony today?
No, I haven't.
Yesterday. Ms. McCabe, turn to the page or pages in that transcript where you recount to the grand jurors that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
This is over 227 pages.
How long did you say it was, Mr. Cape?
Oh, he said, all right, well then, where did you tell the grand jury that this Stop. He's such a bitch. I love it so much. That was fantastic. It's over 227 pages. Right. Yeah. So just tell me where you said, Karen Reed said, I hit him. I am obsessed. Oh my God. Oh my God. He is so like, that's so brilliant. And this is all happening in front of the jurors' faces.
Okay.
200.
I hit him. I hit him. I hit him.
What an end of day.
This is over 227 pages.
How long did you say it was, Ms. McCabe?
I didn't even catch it the first time. She said this is over 227 pages. He said, take your time. I'm in no rush. That's so good.
Ms. McCabe?
227.
I'm not going to let her read 227 pages.
You reviewed it before, actually.
I reviewed it a year ago, yes.
You read the whole thing, didn't you?
I skimmed through it.
One of the most important points in your testimony yesterday and today is recounting these jurors the phrase, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Objection.
To the form of that, I'm sustaining it.
Was it important to you to tell these jurors that you heard my client say, I hit him 3 times?
I answered the questions and I'm telling the jurors what I know.
Was it important to you before testifying today that you recount to these jurors the phrase, I hit him, coming out of my client's mouth?
That moment was massive big dick energy. I don't think that there's a moment that I have ever experienced in my life that I could say that's big dick energy. Like that's some straight up big dick energy. That right there, not the 227 pages, not the, I'm not going to let her read 227 pages. Not, I hit him. You're not going to find it. I'm not that. It's the take your time. Look, I know we all love Alessi and his freakish nerd word brain, but I love Alan Jackson for these gotcha moments that come at you. Like he started to calm down a little bit, right? You know, I hit him, and it started to calm down a little bit. You know, you never forget it. You're never going to forget this, right? It's going to stick out in your brain forever. You're never going to forget it. Okay, great. May I approach? Here you go. That's
Your client
great.
said she hit him, yes.
That's not my question. Listen to my question, Mr. McCabe.
I'm sorry.
Was it important to you, before you testified, to tell these jurors under oath that my client said, I hit him 3 times?
As a juror, as a witness, it's important to tell the truth and to answer the question you were asked.
And in point of fact,
I'm sorry. Who's been telling you words and sentences that start with as a juror? You need to make sure you tell this, talk to, like, what is going on?
in
These
your
slip of
entire
tongues
grand
are
jury
crazy.
testimony, you never said, my client said the words, I hit him, did you?
Again, it's 227 pages.
Ms. McCabe, you were there. They're your words. I'm not asking you
Your
to rehearse
words.
something. You were there. Did you tell the grand jurors that my client said I hit him?
I have testified a number of times, but I was there the morning of January 29th when your client said, I hit him.
Did you tell that to the grand jurors?
I'm not sure.
It's because you didn't, did you?
Again, I'm not sure.
Ms. McCabe, you were asked in your grand jury testimony no fewer than 12 times, 12 separate times, you were asked to repeat words that my client said both before, going to, and at the scene at 34 Fairview that morning. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
No.
You were asked multiple times what my client's words were that you heard her say going to and at the scene, correct?
I was correct.
And you recounted those words truthfully and honestly at that time, correct?
Correct.
Because you were under the same oath that you're under today.
Correct.
And things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now 3.5 years later. Would you agree with that?
I hit him is just as fresh today as it was 3 years ago.
Turn to page 190, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure.
For court and counsel lines 10 and 11.
Which lines? I'm sorry.
10 and 11.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
She just said, I'm sorry, twice. Which lines? I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
You recounted what Miss Reed said to you over the phone to the grand jurors, correct?
Correct.
And what she said at 4:53 a.m. was, "Did I hit him?" Correct?
She didn't say that at 4:53.
Did you testify that what Miss Reed said to you that morning over the phone was, "Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?"
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Mouth is dry, long blinks, long eye blocking, change of position,
Just wanted to verify
hard
page number you want.
swallows.
Yes. Why don't you tell Mr. Brennan the page number?
I will, with each one. If you turn to page 192.
She's sort of diminished herself, right?
Line 4.
Deep breaths. She is making herself sort of smaller because he has just, I mean, he's dominated the space right now, you know? Like you could hear a freaking pin drop. He is dominating the space. She is at his mercy in this very moment because she knows in these pages, I hit him is what Karen Reed said to me. She said it 17,000 times that night. I hit him. She'd say it in threes. I hit him. Then she also thought she got period on her hands, which is a crazy thing, kind of diminishes the first statement, you know, when you're saying that in the same breath. But she's diminishing herself. This is all my opinion. She's diminishing herself. She's tucked in, her arms are down, you know, she's smaller. I'm not going to say that she's bowing, she's sitting and reading a piece of paper, but she's no longer sitting and like looking at him, you know, like if she looked up, it was big eyes looking up. We talked about her eyes earlier. She's just got big eyes. So like any eye stuff people are going to see with her, so she's opening her eyes bigger. They're already attracting attention.
What did you tell the grand jurors my client said in that answer?
Foundation.
What are we talking about?
I'll ask it a different way.
That's
Did you answer
fair.
a question on page 192, line 4, concerning my client's statement?
Did I answer a question?
You were answering a question, correct?
Oh, yes.
All
I'm
right.
sorry.
And the answer that you gave to the grand jurors was, she said, "Could I have hit him?" Correct?
Yes, that's part of the answer I gave.
Turn to page 193.
I'd object.
So I don't want to have to see it, Saga. We need context in order for this to be admissible, Mr. Jackson. I have no idea what that said.
Your Honor, everyone, I can make an offer of proof at sidebar if you wish.
Okay, why don't you come to the
Sure.
sidebar?
Okay, come aside. I don't want to see you at sidebar. I don't want to talk to you anymore, Mr. Jackson. I don't want to do this anymore. I want to go home. I want to go put my feet up. I want to go turn all cellular devices and internets off, and I want to go home.
Yes.
Mr. Jackson.
Do you have an extra copy for yourself,
I have
Mr.
notes.
Jackson?
I have
Okay,
notes.
thank you.
I think my notes is fine.
Oops, sorry.
On page 192, line 4, for context, were you talking about a statement that was made in Karen's car on that morning before you got to the scene?
192.
192, line 4.
This is an interesting watch now. This is
Yes, that was a comment she made in the car.
And she said the phrase, you recounted that she said the phrase, "Could I have hit him?" Correct?
Yes, that was part of my answer.
Take a look at page 193, line 1 through 2.
She hates that she can't get the rest of the answer in, but now's not the time.
This was also in the context of a conversation that was in Karen's car, correct?
Yes.
And the phrase that you attributed to my client was, "Could I have hit him?" The question, correct?
Yes.
Page 193, line 23. In the context of being in John's driveway at One Meadows,
Yes.
and you attributed the statement, and she's asking if she could have hit him, correct?
Yes, when she showed me her taillight.
Page 201, lines 23 and 24.
He's going through all the times that she could have said, and she told me, and she said to me, and Karen Reed looked me dead in the eye, dead in my big ass eyes. No, that's mean. I kind of dig the big eyes. She looked me dead in the eye and said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." Exclamation, not a question.
This is driving to Fairview. She asked, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Can you tell me the lines?
I'm sorry, lines 23 and 24. Page 201.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I've read it.
She stated, according to you, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, she did.
Page 202, top of the page, line 1 and 2.
She had opportunity to say it to the grand jury. It did not
Again, in
come
context, this is
in.
driving to Fairview
They were
before you
speaking
arrived at Fairview.
to the grand
And she again asked, quote,
jury.
according to you and your testimony in front of the grand jury, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, I see that here as part of my answer.
Then turn to page 208.
Yep.
Lines
Yep.
24
And that is
25.
your answer now. We are in testimony inception.
I'm sorry, what lines 24 and 25?
Lines 24 and 25. Let me know when you've
I've read them, thank you.
reviewed those. For context, this is at the scene outside Fairview.
Yes,
And you told those grand jurors under oath, she asked, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
yes,
On page 208, lines 24 and 20, I'm sorry, 208 and 209, going on to page 209, lines 1 through 3. You actually recounted to the grand jurors a conversation that you said my client had with a female EMT standing right there, exactly as you testified to today. Female EMT.
EMT, not
See that?
EN.
I do, yes.
And what did you say my client's statements were in front of that female EMT?
In this, I say that she said, could I have hit him? Is he dead?
It's actually,
Okay. That is not what you told us today. And that is not what you told us last year.
did I hit him?
Oh, sorry, I missed that part. I apologize. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that was at the scene in front of the female EMT, exactly the scene that you're describing. You attributed the 3 statements to my client to today, correct?
There was many different times when we were talking to different EMTs, the female EMT, the men, police officers.
May I approach?
Yes.
She's so mad.
Sure.
She's so mad. And that's okay. Be mad. Stay mad. I don't care.
208, starting at lines 22 through 25, going on to page 209, down to line 4, was, quote, so there are different, police officers getting statements from us. And at one point I'm standing with Miss Reed and she's saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And there was, I believe, an EMT, a female, standing right next to me, listening to her yelling, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? It was pretty nonstop.
I just want to say, and that's why Ella Jackson is not reading text messages. That's why Guarino is coming in to read text messages, because boy, is he theatrical. He's so dramatic.
Pretty
But
much nonstop. That was your testimony in front of the grand jurors, correct?
Yes, it was.
And that was April 26th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Not one time.
it's just so odd that she
Not one
never
time,
said in the
okay.
grand jury.
Did you utter the phrase, I hit him, as it relates to my client in front of that grand jury on April 26th, 2022? Did you? Not once.
I'd have to read through the 227 pages to see.
As you sit here today, do you remember ever saying to those grand jurors, she said, I hit him?
It's like, all right,
hit him.
here, do you want a
I
copy?
hit
Take it
him.
home.
A female EMT.
I've spoken to in a few grand juries. What I said specifically at different ones, I don't recall at this moment, but I do know that morning your client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him 3 times, and there was a female EMT there.
At this point, it doesn't even matter if she
You spoke
said
to
it or
Proctor.
not, right? It
Just
matters.
the same day.
Why didn't you tell the
Right, January
grand
29th.
jury that?
Yes,
You had the opportunity.
Trooper Proctor was taking notes
yes,
about your conversation?
yes, he was.
You reviewed those notes, as a matter of fact, some of them.
I didn't review his notes. I think I've seen a report at one point or another.
On that very day, January 29th, 2022, when you were asked to recount what happened at the scene, who was doing what, who said what? You never told Trooper Proctor that my client said, I hit him either, did you?
Oh, I told him. Yes, I did.
He just leave that
Oh.
out of his report?
I'm not responsible for his report.
No, you're not. But you have read his report.
Okay.
So again, no comments, Mr. Jackson.
You have read his report, right?
I have seen it before. Yes.
Yes.
Will Trooper Proctor be the fall guy? Well, why wasn't it in the
Thank you.
police report? I'm not responsible for that.
Particular this morning, you still recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Can you review that? I don't think you're going to find it, Ms. McCabe. It's for,
All right, so
Oh, shit. Sorry, I fast forwarded.
Can you
I
review
thought
that
she was just
report,
looking.
scan it, and let me know when you're done?
Okay, is there something specific I should be looking for?
I don't think you're going to find it, Ms. McCabe. It's for,
all
I hit
right,
him.
so again, jurors disregard the comments. So it's question answer format only.
My question is, do you see the phrase, I hit him, as it's attributable to my client in that report? Objection.
System.
Another one, not as powerful, not as strong. Judge Canoni was ready for it. She was ready for it this time, right? She was ready. She's been ready. I mean, when Ellen Jackson is up, she's ready, right? She's ready. She missed the last one. She missed the take your time, but she was ready for this one. He handed her another report and said, "Can you find where the words I hit him came from your mouth about what Karen Reed said to you on the scene of the crime, at the scene of where John O'Keefe's body was found? Anything at all? Phone call, this or that, or this or that. Can you just find it? Because it's so magnificent. It's so profound. It's so powerful. It's such a a smoke gun, like gun smoke moment. You know, I hit him. No, it's not a question. I hit him. Okay. Why is that not at the very tip of your tongue? Hey, before you get started, she told me I hit him 3 goddamn times. Can you just go talk to her? I don't know what's going on. I will tell you everything, but this is what she said to me. She told me multiple times in sets of 3s, like she's some biblical character. I hit him. She just would not shut up about it. I think she might have actually hit this guy. Nothing of the sort. Question and answer format. Look at her. She doesn't know what to do. You just got owned.
Telling Trooper Proctor.
Sorry, the internet's dropping out, so we'll just give it a second before it gets started again. Jen, Carrie. Yeah, I hit him. 3 times. Everything was in 3s. The period talk wasn't in 3s when she thought she got period blood all over her, which is crazy. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening anymore, you guys.
I hit him. Objection.
Do you recall that?
Yes, I told him.
Oh, she was staring.
He was taking notes, correct?
There's no sense of being memorialized in a formal report.
I'm assuming he.
The report's hold.
Objection.
Sustained.
Does that appear to be a report of the January 29th, 11:35 or so a.m. interview that you did with Trooper Proctor?
Yes, it does.
You said you reviewed that report in the past?
Yes.
He's away from the microphone.
In no place in that report was the phrase, I didn't show up anywhere, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach?
Yes.
Let's just grab the report back. Sorry.
Oh, they thought they were going up to sidebar.
I have just indicated you received that phone call from Kaylee's phone. Do you have that time and date in mind?
Yes, I do.
My client told you that John had not come home, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that Miss Reed at that point was awake and looking for John.
I didn't know what. I just knew that she was awake and screaming.
Freaking
She
out.
was worried about where John was.
Objection.
Sustained.
You don't know.
You've been asked who you communicated
You
with
know
first thing that
now,
morning
but-
after you received that first call from Miss Reed. Is that right?
Yes.
You were asked by Trooper Prince in her formal interview. Trooper Prince interviewed you on February 1st, about 3 days after the incident, correct?
I met with a lot. I don't really remember specific days.
Do you remember a female trooper?
Yes, I do actually.
Okay. In your house?
Yes.
Or I should say at your house?
Yes.
That was around 3 days after the incident?
Was it Tuesday maybe? Yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
I think so. Yes. If
Okay.
it's the one I'm thinking.
I don't know. I wasn't there. This is a question
also
for you to
asked,
answer.
At the same grand jury, who you communicated with on the morning of
He's such
January 29th. Do you remember that?
Not specifically.
would it refresh your recollection if we were to take a look at a specific page of that grand jury transcript?
Sure.
Ma'am, I don't think it will.
Your Honor.
So jurors, why don't you stand up and stretch, okay?
Yeah. They're going on a quick little break. Quick little break. And then we are going to get back to court. Oh, we got a fan. Mics are back on.
Seated.
It's just the school is in session now.
Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention back to the morning, later in the morning, after you're back at 34 Fairview, after the police have already cleared the scene, and you're back with your friends and family inside the home at 34 Fairview. We've already talked about the fact that the witnesses were not sequestered in any way. They were not separated in any way by the police. Is that right?
We were just sitting together with friends and family. So yeah, no.
Everybody was free. All the friends and family that were in there were free to talk amongst themselves, which you did do, correct?
Yes.
All right. Everybody had the opportunity to say their piece and to listen to others say their piece as well.
We had conversations. It wasn't really nothing more than that.
At some point you did, I think you mentioned this on direct examination, you did reach out to Mike Lank. Is that right?
Yes.
Remind us who Mike Lank is in your world, in addition to being a Canton police officer, police sergeant, I think he was at the time. Who is he in your world?
He was just a local guy that I, knew was friendly with.
And had gone to high school with?
No.
Was he ahead of you in high school?
We weren't in high school at the same time.
Oh, I have.
Yes.
Oh, have I
But
missed
you know him
the
or know of
fan?
him from basically childhood or young adulthood.
Yeah, just knew him from around town.
At some point, you decided that you were going to call Sergeant Lank back to the scene because there was a piece of information that you wanted to provide him again. Provide him so he needed to come back again.
Yes.
Ultimately, you called him on his cell phone, right?
I did, yes.
So you were close enough that you had his cell phone number. He had your cell phone number.
No, I didn't have his cell phone number.
Where'd you get that number?
I asked Julie Albert for that number.
So Julie had his cell phone number.
Yes, she did.
And Julie is Chris's wife?
Yes.
She was at the location?
Yes.
When I say the location, 34 Fairview that morning?
Yes.
As was Chris.
He came at some point. I don't know if he was there when I called Officer Lank or not.
As was Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes, he was.
He came back over to the location as well.
Yes, he did.
As a matter of fact, it was Brian Higgins who suggested that you reach out to Officer Lank.
I'm not sure if it was him who suggested it.
Someone suggested to you that you reach out to Officer Lank. Is that right?
As I was sitting there remembering things, I believe, I can't say who did or didn't.
Because
So as you were
everyone
sitting
was
there remembering
talking.
things, you weren't just remembering things, you were remembering things and then telling others things that you remembered.
Oh, absolutely.
So
Yes.
others were absorbing whatever information you were providing to them and vice versa.
No one was really providing me any information because they didn't know what happened.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just sitting there trying to recount what had transpired since I got that 4:53 phone call.
And one of the things that you decided you wanted to tell Sergeant Lank was a statement.
And there that is. I'll never forget the time that phone call came in, but I'll forget everything else.
By my client.
Yes.
So you call Sergeant Lank on his cell phone, and you're able to get a hold of him, correct?
Yes.
Whatever he's doing.
First ring, second ring, third ring.
I don't know what he was doing.
He's first responder on a death of police officer case. It was out of so he had this.
I would assume. I, again, don't know what he was doing.
But in fact, after you got your phone
Nothing.
call, you dropped everything and headed back to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Did he come back to 34 Fairview quickly?
He was there fairly quickly, yes, I would say.
Your request?
Yes, I called him and asked him to come back.
Because you told him that you had information that was important enough that he needed to get over there so you could tell him in person what this new information was.
I called him and told him that I was remembering things and asked if he could come back.
And he didn't just say, "Guys, just tell me what it is over the phone." He literally said, "Okay, I'm going to get in my car, drive in a blizzard." It was still a blizzard, right?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to get all my gear on, drive in a blizzard, back over to 34 Fairview, get out of my cruiser, come into the house, and get ready for this new information that you're going to give me, correct?
He did not say all that, no.
No, that's what he did.
I have no idea what he did. I called him and then he came.
Well, he didn't
That's,
walk over. I mean, he came over to the car, right?
I would assume so, yes.
Careful,
Get in the car, drive over to the
Jackman.
blizzard, get out of the car, walk through the blizzard, go to the front door, and get ready for this new meeting that he's going to have, correct?
Yes, that seems like steps one would take.
And whatever it was that you wanted to tell him, you let him know it was important enough to have a special additional meeting. It wasn't something that you were just going to sit on. You wanted to give him this information immediately without hesitation, correct?
He said if I remembered anything to give him a call, so I did.
So when he came back over, he obviously had a notepad and a pen in his hand, correct?
I believe he was taking notes.
And you told him You testified this morning that what you told him was Karen Reed said, I hit him, right?
Correct.
But when you wrote this report, you said, she said, I hope I didn't hit her. Correct?
I don't have his report in front of me.
We don't have body cam footage of it either.
Yeah, just wondering.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's just the highlighted.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. What you told Officer Lank was something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him. Correct?
Incorrect. I told him that she said I hit him.
He wrote in his report, that you just read, something to the effect of, I hope I didn't.
Sustained.
Is this another example of an officer getting a report wrong? Is that report right?
That's not for her.
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
I hope I didn't hit him, or something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him. Sounds an awful lot like, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Do you agree with that?
It does sound similar, yeah.
You testified yesterday that during that first phone call, that first phone conversation with Ms. Reed at 4:53 a.m., she told you, according to your testimony, that in that phone call, in that very first phone call, Ms. Reed said she had gotten into a fight.
Okay.
Her taillight was cracked.
Okay.
And she asked, could I have hit him or did I hit him?
Okay.
Correct?
Incorrect.
Tell me where I'm wrong.
Incorrect.
The first phone call, she had said we got into a fight and he didn't come home and I left him at the waterfall. In the second phone call, once I told her that I saw her outside of my sister's house on Fairview, that is when she said, could she have hit him, and talked about her taillight.
So 2 hours after Ms. Reed found John O'Keefe and began giving him CPR, you were interviewed by Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Objection.
Ask the question differently, Mr. Jackson.
2 hours after Ms. Reed found Mr. O'Keefe, about 2 hours later, say 8 o'clock, 8:30 in the morning, after the scene was cleared, you were interviewed by Sean Good, were you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. While you were at the scene, after Ms. Reed had been giving CPR, Sean Good interviewed you, correct?
I don't remember a formal interview with Sean Good.
Do you remember talking to him?
When he arrived at the scene, I do remember briefly talking to him after all three of us gave John CPR.
And he asked you certain questions about what you'd seen, what you'd heard, what had happened, correct?
I'm sorry. Meaning what? Fishy meaning what? Fishy meaning that you're just out here believing what Jen McCabe, every word out of her mouth, which would only point fingers to Karen Reed? I don't know. Fishy? That's crazy. That's wild. That's crazy. I mean, look, how much do you really know about the case? I think you need to go back and rewatch the very first trial. I think you need to go back and watch. I think you need to go back and I hate fish. I think you need to go back and watch the HBO documentary. I think you need to go back and restart this trial from the very beginning, and then we'll talk. And then we'll talk. I think Alan Jackson, on his cross-examination, which is not finished and will not finish today, has done a fantastic job in pointing out all the flaws and all the lies and Miss Jen McCabe over here, and just how fishy she is. Coming in here saying fishy. That's crazy.
I have to tell you that I remember seeing him there and I remember talking to him, but I do not remember specifics of any conversation or any questions that he asked me.
Do you remember him telling you, do you remember him asking you about any initial calls you had and you telling him about that 4:53 call and the early morning calls thereafter, the initial calls before you met up with Ms. Reed?
I don't recall.
Did you tell Sergeant Good, by the way, he was a sergeant at the time. Sean Good was a sergeant, not an officer.
I'm not sure.
Okay. By the way, you knew Sergeant Good, did you not?
I didn't know him. I knew of him, like I knew his name, but that was it.
How'd you know of him before that day?
Because his sister is a year or two younger than me, and I knew she had a brother that was younger. That was a Canton cop.
God, it's
just leave the town, but I didn't know him.
Okay, friendly, but not friends.
Psychotic
I wouldn't even say I was friendly with him.
Okay.
family and friend tree in this town. Absolutely psychotic.
You actually told Sergeant Good at the time when he asked about those first phone calls that when Miss Reed called you, she was inquiring about John's whereabouts, correct?
Again, I don't recall my conversations with Sean Good.
You certainly never mentioned to Sergeant Good the incessant screaming and hysteria that you've described here in court. Objection. Did you ever mention anything about an argument or a fight to Sean Good? Objection.
Sustained, Mr. Jackson. She said she didn't remember. Next question.
I have to go through
whose side are you on here?
Series of machinations. I don't know what she remembers and doesn't remember.
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
Did you mention anything about a cracked taillight to Sergeant Good? Objection.
Sustained.
Do you have no memory at all about what you talked to Sergeant Good about?
There were many officers there.
Right.
And like I said, I know I talked to Sergeant Good, but I do not remember the specifics of my conversation during that chaotic scene.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No,
Let
it's
me ask a different
fine.
question. There were many officers there and many officers were asking you questions, correct?
Correct.
Did you ask, did you tell any officer while at the scene that during those first few phone calls, first couple of phone calls with Miss Reed, that there was incessant screaming and hysteria?
Don't make me put my 2
Again,
weeks in.
there were many officers asking me questions. Most of them were regarding who John was, if he had medical issues or concerns, things like that.
Right.
It was a chaotic scene. I don't remember any specific questions about phone calls. I apologize.
But
You
did
and Corey in
tell
the
at least
house?
one officer about the initial phone call that you received indicating that John may be missing, correct?
I possibly said, I got a phone call and that's why I'm here. We all came out to look for him. I apologize for not remembering specifics.
Did you tell any officer at the scene anything about an argument or fighting that Miss Reed said occurred on that first couple of phone calls?
Again, the conversations were very brief and they were with a lot of different officers. There wasn't
yes or no?
in-depth conversations.
yes or no?
Let her answer the question.
I don't
Do
want to
you
let her
recall- that
answer
is
the
a yes or no question. Do you recall telling any officer about a conversation in the initial couple of phone calls that you had with Miss Reed about fighting or being in an argument? Do you recall that?
I cannot answer yes or no.
Well, you either do or you don't. If you
I
don't,
said
say
there
you
was
don't.
many different conversations. I am not sure.
So you don't recall.
I'm not sure on specific conversations about that. I apologize.
Is there a reason why you're not telling us that you simply don't recall making that statement?
Sustained.
Do you recall telling any officer about a cracked taillight that came up in one of those first two phone calls?
At the scene,
At the scene.
again, I think all the conversations were about what was happening in the present time.
And literally this was a couple of hours after this incident, correct? When everything was freshest in your mind.
These conversations were at the scene when Miss Reed was running around screaming.
Right.
Were you also
As-
interviewed by
as it's
Officer
happening.
Mullaney?
Again, there were many officers there that I spoke to.
Ms. McCabe, do you understand my question? Did you understand the last question I asked?
If I spoke to an officer, Mullaney,
Correct.
again, I could have. I am not sure. I don't remember every officer. It was a chaotic scene. I had just found my friend on the ground.
So the answer
No.
is, I don't remember.
I
Correct.
don't remember speaking to him. No, sorry.
Jackson is like towing the line of testifying for her. But
Later that morning,
he has questions and she needs to answer them.
you did have a conversation with Officer Lank that you actually do remember, correct?
Yes, correct.
Oh, I remember that one. Yeah. With
What
my
you
buddy
told Officer
Lang.
Lank or Sergeant Lank was that you received a phone call from Kaylee's phone
Ah!
and that Karen Reed was distraught because John never came home, correct?
I told him she was, I don't remember the exact words, but I told him something like she was hysterical and screaming and said John never came home.
You never mentioned that she said anything about a fight during that initial phone call, correct?
Again, I'm not sure what exactly was said during that initial phone call.
You never mentioned that she said something about a cracked taillight in that initial phone call or those two phone calls, correct?
Are these phone calls with who? Who are these phone calls? Who am I speaking
The
to at this
initial
point?
phone calls that you had with Miss Reed,
Yes.
you never mentioned to Officer Lank or Sergeant Lank that Miss Reed mentioned anything about a fight or an argument, correct?
I don't remember.
You never mentioned anything about having Miss Reed
And
saying anything about a cracked
Victorious was
taillight
high.
in one of those two initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember all the things that I told Officer Lank.
And you certainly never mentioned that Miss Reed said anything about could I have hit him in
No.
either of those initial phone calls,
No.
correct?
Again, I don't remember my specific conversation with Officer
Of
Lank.
course you don't remember. You don't remember shit.
So you don't remember the conversation that you had with Officer Lank when it was the clear light of day. You had a chance to take a beat and a breath, catch your breath, because it's now 11:30, 11 o'clock in the morning. You don't remember anything about that conversation. But according to your testimony, you remember in detail what my client said, waking you out of a dead sleep, correct?
So I didn't speak to him at 11:30. It was earlier in the morning when he came back to Fairview.
Let's call it 9 o'clock, whatever.
Okay.
Whatever. It wasn't the same chaos as my client screaming into the phone that John never came home, waking you out of a dead sleep, correct?
Correct.
But when you recounted that conversation or those conversations to Sergeant Blank, you didn't say a thing about Ms. Reed saying that there had been an argument. Did you?
Everyone says hi, Dan.
I'm saying I don't remember the specifics of my conversation with Officer Lank. I'm also saying that I was woken up out of a dead sleep. Karen showed up at my house screaming. I went out to help her look for John. And then we found one of my closest friends on the front lawn. And she was saying crazy things and acting crazy and
Ms. McCabe,
acting
that's not my
erratic.
question.
And so every
Ms. McCabe,
police
that is
officer
not
that
my
I
question.
spoke to,
Let her finish.
every police officer that I
Let
spoke
her
to, I tried
finish.
to answer their questions the best I could. It took me hours and in some cases days to remember all the things that Miss Reed had said. My mind, I was in a state of shock. But the minute I remembered, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. I called Officer Lank.
And
Let her finish.
There are certain things I will never forget, Mr. Jackson.
Including the fact that you never, ever, ever said, she said the words I hit him to a grand jury when you were asked about it 3 months after this. Correct?
She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit
You
him.
never told that to the grand jury, did you?
I don't remember specifically that every grand jury and everything I said, but I can tell you with 100% accuracy, she screamed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You never said that to the grand jurors.
I don't recall if I
You were
did.
there to get the truth, correct?
The truth is, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You were asked that specific question at the grand jury. What did she say at the scene in front of the female EMT? And you know what your answer was? You do, because you just read it.
I wasn't asked what she was said
What
at the
was
scene.
answer to that question?
I'm objecting.
The objection sustained. Ask one more clear question, Mr. Jackson.
What was the answer you gave in answer to the question about what was said by Ms. Reed to the EMT, the female EMT at the scene? What did you say she said?
What did you say?
I don't know if I was asked specifically what she said to a female EMT.
All right, we're going to end this now.
Your Honor, I have one more question.
Go ahead.
I can't end it like this. You said
Okay,
she
jurors,
said-
ignore the comments of counsel. Ask one question, Mr. Jackson.
You said that she
Everything broke. Everything broke. Oh my
Your
God.
Honor, I have one more question.
Go ahead.
I can't end it like this.
I can't end it like this. And look at Jen's face. Look at her face. He said, I can't end it like this. He said, I can't end it like this. I can't end it like this. Not because she's wrapping him up. She broke. Look at that face. It may just be a bad pause, but I can't end it like this. Not because he's done. He's not done with this cross-examination.
Okay, jurors, ignore the comments of counsel. Ask one question, Mr. Jackson.
You said
Judge Cannoni is going to whoop his ass. Whoop his ass straight up from Canton to Boston after this. She's pissed. He needs to stop. It is ruining his rapport with the jury. He needs to stop.
She said, could I have hit him? Did I hit him in the presence of the female EMT? That's what you testified to under oath at the grand jury, isn't it?
Yes, because she also said that.
All right. So, folks, we are done.
Oh my God. What an insane last hour and a half of court. And Judge Cannoni's like, I'm done. Yeah. All right, folks, and we're done. We're done. And everyone is done. And everyone can leave. We're done. We're done. We are absolutely done. We're done. She knew what was going to happen when Jen took the stand. She knew exactly what was going to happen when Jen took the stand. She knew what was going to happen when Jen McCabe took the stand. She knew. She knew. But she wasn't ready. She knew, but she wasn't ready. She knew, but she wasn't ready. Wow. He's not done. Friday, there was no court today, so Friday starts a new day, but is still cross-examination of Jen McCabe. He's not done. He's not done. We're not done. And I am thrilled. Finally, the jury is probably awake. They were a little awake for Carrie. But they woke the fuck up with Jen. And Brennan really did try. He really did try to have a very, okay, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you coming in, telling us everything about what happened, the night that your very dear friend, John O'Keefe passed away. I'm so sorry. Yeah, afternoon. I am. Probably 3:30 if I'm able to. That's the plan. Because then we'll start the weekend being fully caught up, because we're caught up now. Yeah, that's I mean, Brendan really did try to give her an easy go at this. He did not want it to be hard for her. He didn't want it to be hard for her. Wow, I have so many notes from Jen McCabe. I have pages 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pages of notes from Jen McCabe. I can't. I'm in shock at some of those moments. I'm in shock at some of those moments when Alan Jackson handed her a 227-page document and said, "Can you point out where you told the grand jury who decided that charges should be pressed in this case against Karen Reed that she said to you that night multiple times, I hit him, and then said, take your time. Take your time." Well, he might have to come on and defend his case, because this is absolutely absurd to sit here and say fishy. First of all, you haven't watched the full trial. Second of all, you haven't heard all of the evidence. You haven't heard all the testimony. You can't sit there and say one side or another. I have always been open-minded. Prove to me, Commonwealth, that she did it. That's all I'm asking for. Just prove to me that she did it. That's it. I just prove to me, because you didn't do it last trial. You did not prove to me that she was the one who used her vehicle to end John O'Keefe's life. She didn't. There was no proof. What proof? They didn't do it. Lally put me to sleep. We got some good naps from Lally, but that was it. Prove to me that she did it, and then if the evidence fits, then she's a killer. But if you can't prove it, why are we here for the second time? And why is Mr. Brennan being paid over $250,000 of tax money to do it again? What exactly is going to be different? We have yet to see law enforcement. That's a big thing. We haven't seen a single cop up here. We haven't seen a detective, a sergeant, what are they? I don't know cop ranks. Captain? I don't know what they are. We haven't seen any of them. They have not said a single thing, but we are supposed to sit here and have this actual in-depth conversation with Jen McCabe about all the people that she spoke to, and we don't know any of these people. It's similar with everyone talking about what Jen McCabe did, said, Drew called, texted, all the things that Jen McCabe did until we talk to Jen McCabe. But Jen McCabe does not tie it all together until we actually have all the loose ends, which is, the police who botched this entire investigation. Because when I say we're just getting started with Jennifer McCabe, we are just getting started with Jennifer McCabe. When it comes to evidence collecting alone, when you're pulling leaf blowers and red Solo cups and Stop and Shop paper bags out of the trunks of cars and neighbors' houses to collect evidence, we're in for a bumpy ride. Okay? Like, I just need you to be prepared. We're not here. I'll fill you up. Gross. I think is it really I'll fill you up? Gross. With bloody snow. Gross. I can't. It's just absolutely absurd. We have to hear from medical examiners. We have to hear from law enforcement. We have to see the physical evidence, the story of how the physical evidence was collected is going to really be the deciding factor when it comes to the jury. Was Karen a murderer that night, or did the police botch an investigation so poorly that the only thing they could do was point it at someone else without letting a possible Boston police officer murderer, unaliver, go? And they are now at the point where they need a second trial, and they are paying a defense attorney $250,000 of taxpayer money to do it again the right way. And I just don't understand. With the direct examination of Jen McCabe, I know what Brennan was thinking, right? So Brennan was thinking, I'm going to make this easy on you. I'm not going to ask you too difficult questions. I'm not going to ask you to get too emotional. I'm not going to ask you, to go into too much detail on everything, because I don't want to have a difficult cross-examination that puts my witness in bad light. I don't want the jury to see my witness during a multi-day long cross-examination of you and go, holy shit, you're lying about literally everything. I don't want that. And it's going to be a little easier on you if they can't like continuously impeach you. Now, what Alan Jackson is doing is something kind of interesting, because he's not technically impeaching Jen McCabe. Like, it's not a straight up impeachment, but he is making sure she is taking that stand, raising her right hand and saying to the jury, my words are different. My thoughts are different. My description is different. And here is where it changes. Here is where things shift. Here is where things alter. Here's where things morph from the grand jury, starting with the police interviews, the conversations with police officers, to the grand jury, to the second trial, or to the first trial, to the second trial. This is how things have changed for you. This is how things have changed for you individually, no one else. And is it because you and Carrie decided to become the best of friends, attached at the hip, and just tell each other literally everything? And something that is sticking out to me is that, was John face down in the yard, or was he face up? He had an injury on the back of his head. He had swollen, cut eyes. He had snow covering his face. And we have testimony saying that he was face up on the ground, that he was prone. I think that's the word, that he was just, his whole from head to toe was covered in snow, and they had to bury him out. Dig him out, bury him out. He was buried. They needed to dig him out. Now, Jen McCabe is on the stand and saying, and I think she's one of the only people that I can remember from last trial as well, saying that he was face down and they had to roll him over. They had to roll him over. But that does not make sense with if he is on top of his phone. The phone is in between the ground and his back, and he has an injury to the back of his head, and his eyes are swollen, and his face is completely covered with snow, and they roll him over. Wouldn't there be a bare spot of grass and his phone exposed if he was face down with his phone like underneath his chest or stomach between him and the ground? It's not adding up. It's the little things that make a big deal. And she even said in her cross-examination, we're getting worried about the little words. Words matter. Words matter. And most importantly, your words matter, because you have put yourself in the middle of this entire thing. She is in the middle of this entire thing. The decisions she made the night that it all happened, the decisions she made after, the texts and phone calls and conversations she had after it all happened, she has purposefully put herself in the middle of this so that any questions from any of her family or friends, her neighbors, people she grew up with, anyone had a question about this case, she could answer it. She's nosy as all get out. She went to the door 4 or 5 times to see where John was because she wanted John inside. Why did she do that? She could have just said, hey, if you guys if you guys, want to get going home, the weather's starting to get bad, that's totally cool. Now you know where we usually hang out though, type of energy, so come on out. When the weather gets good, we're all going to get back together. Or so-and-so's birthday's next weekend. I'd love for you to be by. No, she said, here, park behind me, get inside. Hello? Hello? Why are you not coming inside? I stood up 5 times now to check on you. But God forbid I actually go outside and knock on the window and make sure everyone's okay. God forbid. Why would I? Was her response. Why would I? Why would I go outside and check on him? Why would I? I know exactly what's going on. I can see them from the front door. I can't see anything else when I look at a car, but I can see him from the front door. It's so confusing. This is all just absolutely so confusing. It doesn't make sense to a normal person. I'm not saying I'm a normal person, but it does not make sense to me. It makes sense to me, but it doesn't, like, it's like I can see the full puzzle picture, but I feel like I'm missing a lot of pieces. And the pieces that I do have are like all different sizes. Like there's one really big piece and there's like a bunch of like minuscule pieces that I guess all fit together to make one piece, but there's still stuff missing. There's still stuff missing. I don't know. This is an absolute mess. It's a mess. It's a mess. And I'm thinking about the first trial, like thinking about trial number 1, her testimony there, and how she was so big and she was brass and she was yelling and she was loud and she was powerful and her eyes were bugging out at you. And again, that's not like me trying to be mean about her eyes, but she's got eyes, you know, she's got those big ass eyes, and it's a thing. It is part of how the jury is viewing her, is your physicality. You are, you know, like you're straight up like almond mom, you know, you got the rose, exactly, the rose, you got the rosy nose, the flushed cheeks, but now you have softer hair, which definitely like diminished the eye-ness, like the dark black hair and the eyes, nosy Rosie. I think you're normal. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. So it's all an act, and I hope that the jury can see through it, because they got a taste of trial 1, Jen McCabe. They got a taste. They got a lick. They got a lick or two. They got a moment. And you saw it. And when you see it, you feel it. You feel the anger. You feel the frustration. You feel the force. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know what she got going on inside her soul, but she got something, because she was ready to jump over that podium and rip Alan Jackson's eyes out. He was almost in danger. But I mean, I think was so far her testimony this trial better than the first one? I don't know, because the jury last trial, from what we've heard from the jury, said that whatever the defense put up, whatever they said, it was a distractor from the truth. And Jen McCabe was part of the truth side to them. They saw just about everything that the defense attorneys gave them, any piece of evidence, any new thought process, any new idea, any new almost theory, that it was a distractor from the truth, which is what the Commonwealth was giving them. They did not even open their minds to think that this is just the Commonwealth side of the story, not the truth. Because if it was the truth, I mean, if it was unfightable, you know, you can't fight the truth, essentially. I mean, you can. A lot of people get out of it. You can. But anywho, why even plead not guilty? You know? And why? I don't, it's so difficult. So hopefully the jury has an open mind and can take it all in, digest it all, and sort of sift through what they like from her story, what they don't like from her story, what they like from the cross-examination, what they don't like from the cross-examination. Are they annoyed at Alan Jackson for dying on some of these hills that I don't think he needs to die on? Are they right there with him? Are they saying, and they're making their little notes like, yeah, get her, she's a lying bitch? I don't know. I'm not a juror. But what I do know is that it can be really easy to tell when someone is lying straight up versus trying to not tell you the truth. Like just a straight up lie, been rehearsed, been practiced. It almost feels true to them because they've been saying it for 3.5 years, versus I just really don't want to answer that question, so I'm going to do everything I can to not answer that question. You can feel that tension. So I don't know. It's up to the jury. We're nowhere near done with trial. Will they even remember this testimony by the time they get to deliberating? We just finished day 7. So this is what, the second week of trial. We just finished day 7, and We have probably 4 or 5 more weeks of Commonwealth case in chief versus whatever the defense has for time. You know, we're looking at 8, 9, 10 week trial here. Why is it Jen can get mad but Karen can't? Because Jen is not up for life in prison on the count of murder. Second degree, I think. Why is it Jen can get mad but Karen can't? Jen can get mad. That's a good question. Jen can get mad because she can talk. Karen can't get mad because she can't say anything. Karen can't get mad when she gets on the stand, if she takes the stand, which I don't think she's going to. I don't want her to. It's either Jen or me. Will you see? Jen can get mad. Jen can show her emotions, all of them. She can get sad. She can get frustrated. She can get tired. She can get physically uncomfortable. She can get mad because she has some random California boy telling her that she's a liar when she's looking at everyone on the juror saying, I know your parents most likely, right? Like, we probably went to school with each other, and you're going to trust him over me? She can get mad, and the jurors can go, oh, I'm mad for you too. She can also get mad, and the jurors can go, why are you mad? Like, just answer the question. So, call me when you're done streaming. Haha, you know why. Vicky. Oh my God. Well, I'm done. It has been a long day, but we got through it, and there were some really impressive moments that I love. Take your time. Will live rent free in my head for a long while. Take your time. Insane. All right, thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe. I'll play my intro as my outro, and I will see you guys probably Friday afternoon, maybe. Y'all. All right, see you later.